Hello, everybody. My name is Apostate Aladdin. Um, I apologize for my voice being a little bit gone. I'm still recovering, but otherwise, I'm doing fine. The purpose of today's live stream is to talk to believers of all faiths and try to understand, why do you believe what you believe? Do you believe it to be the absolute truth? And if so, what makes you so certain? The link to join the stream is pinned to the live chat, so you'll find it right there. If you do join, please get in queue and tell me, give me a brief introduction about who you are and what you want to talk about. We already have one caller in queue, but if you want to get in, you can get in right now. And I'm going to be doing live streams on a more regular basis now. It's been very irregular and haphazard, but hopefully this will give people a better idea of when they can join. So as of right now, the structure is like this: 2 live streams, Tuesday and Sunday at these times. That's the banner of my channel, so you'll be able to find them there. As you can see, my very awesome naming schemes right here: new banner, 2 smaller copy. It's embarrassing, but that's how I operate. So yeah, without further ado, I'm gonna take the first caller. Again, reminder, there's nobody else in queue, so if you want to get in, now would be a good time. The first caller is Robert. Robert, I'm gonna take your call in 3, 2, 1. Hey, how's it going, Robert?
Hey, can everyone hear me okay?
I can, and I think everybody else can.
Great, awesome. So I know that you already know me, but I'm going to briefly explain my religious history to those who don't know. I was born and raised Roman Catholic, became an atheist around age 9 or 10, but still practiced various rituals from a few religions. Reverted to Catholicism when I was 16, and then eventually converted to Judaism when I was 18. In terms of belief about gods, I'm a pantheist, so similar to Hasidic Jews, similar to Sufis, for example, and then there are other various traditions that fall under that. In terms of practice, I would find myself in the conservative Judaism category of practice. And I'd say I'm somewhat unorthodox. But actually, today I have I'm going to talk to you about some beliefs that I do have that are a little more similar, maybe, to some more traditional theists rather than more reformist type people like me. And they're more I think they're more beliefs about practice than they are like beliefs about like God and scripture, because well, I already told you this before, that large part of my religious experience is practice oriented rather than belief oriented. So this is actually a belief about religion that I have that is like originated in the practice, and I do think that there is a certain so I do believe that I need to regather my hold on, let me just look at my notes. I took some notes for this.
Sure. Nice photo, by the way.
Oh,
Where'd
thanks.
you get that from?
I stole it from a really good artist.
Okay.
I stole it for those in the chat who don't know. I stole it from Aladdin. So, but
I'm not the artist. The artist drew
right,
it,
it's
but
Jasmine.
yes,
Yeah. So the something that I do believe about religious practice that I think is important is I am far from the first person to notice that the most extreme language preservation happens with religion. And that's really important to me because I'm a linguist. And I think that the way that religion preserves language is really, really like an important cultural thing that like, for example, you know, the Copts of Egypt, like the Egyptian Christians, they still use the ancient Egyptian language, for example. In my home city, Italian congregations are some of the only Catholic churches that still have Latin Mass. The Great Andamanese tribal people, they don't speak their language anymore, but with their religion, they have certain songs and stuff that are still in their old language. Jews, for example, preserved Hebrew. The Assyrian Christians preserved Aramaic. And I think that religion has a very close, or at least with the writing aspect, not the language aspect. The language aspect, I think, is more universal to religions that preserve language. But so yeah, there's the language preservation aspect of it, and it teaches us a lot about writing. Actually, I'll give you an example of a kind of like theory that I came up with a few weeks ago, like kind of using like religion and a little bit of history. So there's a part of the Bible in the third book of the Bible that is like very clearly transposed from part of Hammurabi's code. So like it's very clear that like a piece of the scripture was like either probably most likely taken from Hammurabi's code, right? So we know that. We also know that the earliest writing examples that we have of are about 5,000 years ago, whereas the Jewish calendar goes back 6,000 years, and the Yazidi calendar goes back 7,000 years. So the fact that the Bible has this passage from Hammurabi's code in it makes me believe that probably writing actually extends further beyond 5,000 BC, like probably to 6,000 BC or more. And so there's a large anthropological and linguistic like significance to religion. And that's the first one. I have another like second section, but since that was a lot, do you want to like just say what you're thinking so far of what I've said?
Well, it doesn't really touch on beliefs per se, but I guess an observation that you made that religion preserves language.
Yeah. And I just don't see the same energy for language preservation, except in some like indigenous and minority communities that are really into maintaining their culture. I don't really see the same energy for that preservation in the less religious population.
Okay, I get what you mean. Do you think this is an active effort to preserve the the language by the religious leaders or the population itself?
So it can be both. And Judaism is a great example of a way it can be both. So Hebrew, I believe, has been preserved not because people wanted to preserve the language specifically, but because they wanted to preserve the Bible and the language of the Bible. But it is also true that there is an active effort to try to preserve Jewish languages. So, for example, rarer Jewish languages like Judeo-Arabic, that is not a religious language, but it's a language that I would say both the practitioners themselves and also to a certain extent the like clergy are encouraging revivals of.
Okay, so do you see any efforts aside from smaller communities like some indigenous tribes and very small projects that linguists are working on? Do you see any way that these efforts can be carried forward to non-religious communities?
Actually, the indigenous language community is a good example, and I'll go with that. With the indigenous, or by indigenous, I'll specify to Western Canada because that's where I live. So the local religion practiced here, I think it's called Medewewin. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that that's what it is. And so there are a lot of values in this religion that are hard to separate from the culture as well. And so one of them is the preservation of, the ethnic history of the people of this land. And then another value that is a very significant value that's transposed actually from the religious part of that community to the less religious, although to be honest, separating them doesn't necessarily make it doesn't make as much sense as it does in a religion like Islam, for example. where they're two clearly different things. But something that I noticed is that even amongst the less religious, there is still that interest, but also a religious value that has been transposed really well is the values regarding usage of the land. So it's like very well known in most indigenous religions that they have some sort of spiritual connection to the land in their religion, descriptions of the land in their religion. And in fact, pretty much every university in my province has to take a native studies course, and in that course they teach that religion. But anyway, so that value of like preserving the land and stuff, I see that even among people who not only, like indigenous people who not only don't practice the religion, but don't practice the culture or have anything to do with it, they still have like receive that same value. So I do think that religious values can be transposed from more religious people to less religious people and to completely non-religious people. So I do think that it can happen. I just don't see it happening as much as I want it to.
Well, these don't sound like religious values to me, as just values that happen to be tied to this group, like land preservation or identity or language. Does that make it inherently a religious value, or do you mean in this case it was tied to religion, therefore it's a religious value?
Oh, sorry, I should have been more clear. The religious value that I'm talking about is the environmentalist aspect of it, not the language. Sorry, okay. I should have been more clear. So yeah.
That's an interesting observation. Well, I want to take this question. It's for you, actually. Eleonora is asking, can the person talking please explain the significance of languages being preserved or not? So what is the significance of language preservation?
Okay, so a really, really important... So language preservation in the field of linguistics is one of the most important things because, especially... so the less languages that exist and the less languages that we actually know, the less we know about language as a whole. And therefore, by extension, the less we know like about humanity. And because... so there's that. And also, as I was saying before about how... back to the ancient Egyptian language being preserved in Coptic. Just the fact that that language has been preserved since the time of the pharaohs, like 4,000 years. The reason why that really matters is the fact that it challenges how far back writing could have existed, and it also challenges how far back language families or populations have been separated. So, for example, the ancient Egyptian language and its relationship with the Semitic languages and the Berber languages also implies that this language family could have been spoken as long ago as 13,000 years, which is very long. It's much longer than any other time. And so basically, language is a really important clue to be used when you're uncovering the past, and especially the very distant past, like 10,000 or 20,000 years. Does that make sense?
Yeah. So you're saying that to kind of sum up, religion is a vessel or a way to preserve language, or at least it's been preserving language better than how we're passively going on about the matter. And language preservation is good because it helps us understand humans throughout history and more about ourselves. And that's pretty much it. Was there anything else that you want to share about your beliefs?
Yes. So another, I guess, a sort of extension of the previous belief is that I do believe that like certain religious values can be transposed without baggage. So you know how sometimes when you want to take values from a religion, it can be hard to just take that one isolated thing without taking a bunch of other, I guess, baggage with it. Like, because sometimes it's hard to isolate one aspect and sometimes you have to take the whole thing. So I do actually believe that you can actually, if that is what you want, isolate a certain aspect of a religious system and apply it in a like not baggage filled way. And I'll give you a big example of that in the Jewish community is the relative popularity of the fact that there are anti-Zionist ultra-Orthodox Jews. So that is a thing. There are a lot of anti-Zionist Orthodox Jews, and a lot of their reasoning behind it is the fact that they don't want to mix Judaism with statehood or with secularization. And the way that that value has been transposed onto some less religious Jewish communities, and the way that some less religious Jewish communities have like taken from that idea is instead of saying we don't want to mix Judaism with statehood because we want to avoid secularism, they say we don't want to mix Judaism with statehood because we want to maintain secularism. So this like ultra-Orthodox religious anti-Zionist, anti-secular stance can be and has been distilled by less religious Jews and understood in a way that is less, harmful and that is more secular in nature.
Okay.
Yeah, there's that.
Yeah.
And I think the opposite can happen, where one specific shitty value from a very, very, very religious community remains in the irreligious population. And a good example of that is some forms of secular Zionism. So basically Jews who don't believe in God, who don't practice Judaism, but still believe in the Jewish state because, and get this, the Bible says so. I'll give you an example of how this exact thing plays out, where like the super, because there is a case for saying that Zionism is like that Zionism is Jewish and that it's like a legitimate Jewish ideology based in Judaism, and that people who are more religious may be more Zionist. So, but in this case, I'll give you an example of like a secular Jew who actually embodied like some Orthodox Zionist ideologies to the point that I didn't even know he was secular until the interviewer pointed it out. So basically the person who was being interviewed was a secular Jew who was like a very, very extreme, he had very extreme views on settlements, like the Israeli settlements. Basically, he was like in complete denial. He was like, they're not settlements, that's our land. It says in the, and he kept saying, it says in the Bible, right? But then at some point, the interviewer pointed out, and I was very shocked when he pointed this out. He said, it says here that you are not very religious and you're a secular man, aren't you? He's like, yes, I am. And I was like, what? The way he was talking, especially about the Bible, I would have thought that he was like a hardcore believer, but he's completely secular and completely doesn't even believe in God. It's so strange. So
you're saying there's a lot of, you can transfer values and negative things from religion to the non-religious side.
And vice versa, yeah.
Yeah, so, okay, yeah, I get what you mean, yeah.
There's that. And what was I going to finish? What was I going to... I'm just looking through my notes to see if I said anything. No, I think that's all that I have to say for today. Well, actually, I have a really quick question that I wanted to ask you before. So a while ago, you did a video and you played this game, Who's That Kafir? It was like Min Hada Kafir or something like that. I've been trying to like look for that video, but I can't find it. The reason why I'm looking is because I want to make I'm making a presentation for some of my ex-Muslim friends, and I want to play a game called Min Hada Kafir, where I show them a quote and they tell me, did an ex-Muslim say it or a reformist Muslim say it? And they have to guess who said it. So do you remember which video it was?
Well, yeah, I have removed that video. I had done one of those videos on another ex-Muslim YouTuber, but the fact that he hasn't interacted with it at all, it was in good faith. You know, I wasn't mocking him or anything, but
Okay.
he hasn't interacted, so I don't know if he liked it or not. So I
Okay.
just removed it for now.
Okay.
Yeah, but that sounds like a fun idea. You should go ahead with it.
But I just was saying it's min hada al kafir, right?
Men, not min.
Man hada
Yeah,
al kafir, and that's
that
it.
means who is this kafir?
Who's this kafir? Okay,
That's
got it.
It's
Okay,
not exactly what you're trying to do with the who said it, but I guess the reformist Muslim would not be a kafir, right?
yeah, I guess so. Well,
Yeah.
yeah. Well, I mean,
Yeah.
it depends on who you ask, because some, depending on what kind of reform it is, they might be eligible
Right.
for takfir.
Right.
So yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
Well,
so
yeah.
thank you for listening.
For sure.
And
Thanks for sharing with us today. And
yeah.
yeah, I hope you
And
have
actually, oh wait, there was one thing. Do you have any like challenges like to any of the things that I said before? Because I feel
not
like you mostly
quite.
agreed, but like I haven't told this to anyone before, so I don't know how like
Well, they seem
I'm
like
asking for feedback.
observations to me. I
Yeah.
haven't really studied enough in anthropology to know if
Yeah.
you're right. Like everything on face value seems to make sense.
Yeah,
That
yeah.
languages are, a way to preserve religions are a way to preserve language, and that
Yeah.
good and bad things can, go from religion to the outside and so on. So yeah, it seems to make sense to me.
Yeah, and I do think that I do think taking maybe a religious studies course would also be interesting, because something that I noticed a lot of times outside the religious studies type people is that a lot of times when we talk about religion, we really are talking about Judaism, Islam, Christianity, Hinduism, and Buddhism. Like those are really the only religions that most people talk about, and I think that you would find it very interesting to see like the huge diverse array of religion, because those 5 religions all came from Asia, just one place in Asia, like one West Asia, right? And so there's
I mean,
just so much.
in my mind, it's it is an interesting topic, but my focus has been on religions that make an impact today in a certain sense. So yeah, maybe someday I hope I get to branch out and learn about some of these older or less popular religions.
Well, some of these older, less popular religions have an outsized influence, and the indigenous one is a good example.
Mhm.
So, according to the UN, 5% of the world population is indigenous or some sort of tribal, traditional hunter-gatherer type people. But those people control 80% of the most important biodiversity reserves in the world. So less than 5% of religions or people control 80% of biodiversity. So the religions practiced by those people, which a lot of times are indigenous religions, do have an outsized influence.
Right. It's just
Yeah.
not as obvious, I guess, as a religion like Christianity.
Yeah, and
Okay,
it's funny
that's
also
interesting.
with
Yeah.
Judaism, also Jews are 0.2% of the population, less than even indigenous, like significantly less. But there's a lot of focus on Judaism.
Right.
Yeah.
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 Well,
Okay.
yeah.
So
Thanks for your call today and your contributions.
yes, and
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to this. Okay, get well soon. Okay.
Thank you.
Maslama.
All right. Take care. Well, thanks, Robert, for calling in. We've got 2 callers in queue, Francis and I am Buddha. If you want to join, the link is pinned in the live chat. Please join and give me a brief overview in the private chat of who you are. So I'm taking Francis next. Please tell the stream again what it is that you believe and why you believe it to be true. I'm adding you in 3, 2, 1. Hey, Francis, how's it going?
Hello, Aladdin. I'm good.
So tell us what you believe.
I believe in that the supernatural realm exists, and
Okay.
and also, and some evidence points to probably Christianity could most likely be true. We obviously don't know 100%, but in life you just got to do the best you can with the given evidence. And
okay. So tell us about that. Why do you believe that the supernatural exists, and why is Christianity the most likely one?
So in terms of the supernatural realm, we have if you go.
Hey, are you still there? Hello? I think Francis cut out. Wait, can you start over?
Yeah. So I've checked that, like, reputable sources, reputable people and institutions. For example, Dr. Richard Gallagher from Ivy League institution in New York, Columbia Medical Center. He's a psychiatrist, and he actually interviewed a patient who was demonically possessed, and he was skeptical at first and so he revealed that the patient knew his personal life details and also knew what happened in his house at 3 a.m. in the morning. And Yahoo News heard about this and quickly interviewed this doctor. And and if you go to Yahoo News channel, YouTube channel, they have him interviewing. And he reveals the crazy things that this patient, and there's a longer interview in a separate channel. And in that interview, he discusses that the supernatural realm exists and the things that this patient had done to get this power, get this demonic power. And he's still practicing. He's still a Columbia University assistant professor, medical center, and so also there's medical. Yeah, anything you want to say?
Yeah. So obviously, I don't have time to look the person up and vet their story. But I want to ask then, I'm going to gloss over that part, but I want to ask, did you check that everything that the patient was saying or the doctor was saying, there was absolutely no possible human explanation except for the supernatural?
Yeah, exactly. And you'll see it in the interview. It's just crazy.
Okay. I'll get to that at some point after the live stream.
I'll give you two links to one secular Yahoo News channel and another secular group who's just open-minded and wanted to interview this crazy event with the doctor.
Okay, so how do you tie that to Christianity?
And so I'm getting there.
Sure.
So basically, so we know this. So, but also I want to know, like in the Bible, they say miracles exist, and if that's true, like where's the evidence for it? It happened in the past, but we have technology. We want photos, or we want at least in the journals or things that doctors could see. People prayed instantly, and then maybe 1 or 2 days, there's medically unexplained events that happen with the patient. That's what I'm looking for. And so,
what about if you're taking kind of a numbers-based approach or an evidence-based approach? Do you count all the times that someone did pray and then their condition suddenly got worse or continued to be worse?
There's a study like that. And so when I looked at the evidence for one of those studies, that when the patient got worse, and it was actually in a journal, was it published in a journal? That kind of prayer was actually a anti-Christian, incompatible prayer, and so it was a New Age kind of prayer, and so I'm not sure. I think in the supernatural realm, and if the supernatural realm exists, then the non-Christian prayer would actually do worse on the patients.
So is there, did you look into an actual study about specifically, take out all the other religions, that factor out of it? How many times has someone said a Christian prayer and then got worse or continued getting worse or died? Do you compare those to the times that someone did a Christian prayer and then got better? And also on the other side, someone did a non-Christian prayer and then got better. Did you put those numbers against each other?
I haven't found a journal about a Christian prayer. So maybe I think if there's going to be some coming up. There's an organization called I think.
Is it a Christian organization?
Yeah, a Christian organization that's trying to create this a study about it, and so they're in the process of it. Global Medical Research Institute. Yeah, that's the name of the organization.
And they're trying to research how effective prayer is in causing miracles.
Yeah. Because
okay. Well, my first issue with that would be that it's a Christian organization trying to find evidence that Christian prayer works, rather than it's an unbiased organization trying to understand whether the supernatural exists or prayer works. So how do you know that there's not going to be a bias that affects how they look at the data?
They also, the part of the organization, one of the protocols methodology is that they have to incorporate people from other faiths to verify did the patient actually get better scientifically, did the percentage, and also is it kind of if you look at the probabilities and if it's reputable, because you have to take in unbiased sources, so they incorporate when they do evaluation.
Okay, let me ask something different. What do you think of the cases where, if I was talking to someone else right now, a Hindu or a Muslim, who said, when I pray to my God, I've seen people get better right after prayer? What do you think of those instances?
It could. There's events where people could get better in the supernatural. There's some. I've heard stories of people get better, but based on what I know in terms of my faith, sometimes when people from other faiths get better, we want to know the long-term range of that healing. Did it last
Wait, do they take that approach for Christians who get better as well? Do they follow up and see? And the problem is, though, there's so many factors to that. So if someone has cancer, right, and they got better and then they're in remission for 10 years and then they die, that kind of counts as a success, right? But what if they die within 2 years? That still counts as a success, because they're going to say it's a miracle that they extended their life by 2 years. How do you draw the criteria for this kind of stuff?
Criteria, I want to do something that's not in the Christian and not in the other religions. I want to do something that's only present at a certain event that you cannot even see it happen in other religions. Something that's kind of discrete that you don't see in other religions. So in the case of research finding, there's a journal article where a patient had a paralyzed stomach, and so there was a prayer over the person, and then instantly the person got healed. And so there's a journal study about that. And so there was a stomach paralysis problem, and so the patient had the problem for 16 years, but I never hear that in other religions. This is something that's kind of discreet.
I've heard these stories from other religions, but let's say I can verify such stories from other religions. Do they shake your faith at all in Christ?
There's
let me ask it this way. If I pull up a study that's pretty much identical to one of the studies that you looked at, but it's talking about prayer from another religion's point of view, would that make you doubt your faith?
Not because I say no, because there's other factors into why I believe in Christianity. Not only supernatural. That's one of the gateways. The supernatural is the gateway. But
shouldn't, if the factors are adding up, shouldn't one of them, if it's taken out of the equation, it would incrementally reduce your faith a bit, or not? You get what I mean? If it's multiple factors, the supernatural and something else that you're going to tell us about in a bit, if you take out one of them, shouldn't that affect your faith?
Yeah. If I don't include the other factors, it should, because it's supposed to happen. If you don't have the other factors, that increases your faith. The other factors I'm going to mention.
But if the other factors increase your faith, that means that one of them going should decrease your faith, right?
Yeah. That's why I don't rely on just supernatural. I want to see the holistic puzzle.
So
picture.
yeah, I want to know what the other factors are and how much weight you give to each factor. So let me before you get to the other factor, I'll ask you this question: how certain are you, from a scale of 1 to 10, that Christ is God, or that Christianity is the truth?
It's 100%.
Okay, you're 100% certain of that. I want you to tell me the factors that led to that 100% of faith, and how much out of 100 each of them is.
Okay, and so another factor is that Jesus.
You cut out again. Hello. Okay, let's
raised
give
from,
it a moment.
but there's.
Sorry, you cut out. So you were just about to say the other factor was Jesus something.
Raised
Go
from
ahead.
the dead. Raised from the dead, and he also mentioned it, that he would rise from the dead. And so, but the thing is that, and there was no cameras or photography at that time,
Mhm.
and it's and it might appear hearsay because it's all written from secondary accounts, like people, but also people mentioned that they witnessed it, and so.
So how do you verify that? You've been talking about peer-reviewed studies. I'm assuming they're peer-reviewed studies, but you've been talking about research and studies. How do you verify that Jesus, rose from the dead?
And in that case, we can't use medical verified evidence for that, but we could use the way, like for example, the way you could study history, or maybe the possibility that something happened in the past. You could use criteria or.
So what are these? Because there's a lot of historians that say, no, none of this happened. Jesus may have existed as a person, but none of these miracles happened. What criteria specifically make you believe that did happen, that Jesus rose from the dead?
One criteria is that he, for example, the disciples. I looked at the criterias, and then when I looked at the criterias, it made sense at the time, but I have to get that list that helped me realize that it's most likely true. So there's like a 5-point list. And one factor is that the tomb was empty. The other factor was that the Jewish guards were guarding the tomb. And I have it here.
But these are all we're talking about. These are secondary or tertiary accounts of what happened, right? So if you say the tomb was empty, that's because someone said the tomb was empty, and someone else said that he was in the tomb to begin with. So how does any of this compare to another historian saying, yeah, none of this is a primary source, this is all hearsay?
Also, the Jewish people, they actually seen.
I think you're cutting out again.
You have a point, but there's like in the end, everything that's in the Bible is going to be like secondary sources, and so we have to just take that into account with other things, I guess, the other things that happen in our lives, that we know that the supernatural realm exists. And
so, okay, I'd asked you a question earlier, right? You believe in Jesus Christ 100%. And you mentioned so far, first of all, is the miracles and the studies into miracles that we're seeing, medical miracles. And secondly, it would be these accounts that Jesus rose from the dead. And neither of them are 100%, but how much weight do you put on each of them? Like, is it 50-50? Is it 50% you believe because of this and that?
For the raising from the dead, I would say like 90%.
That's 90% of your faith is that Jesus rose from the dead.
Yeah, and also with the supernatural event of the Dr. Richard Gallagher and the journal studies about the healing miracle of when the pastor laid over the paralyzed stomach and then it was healed. And also what happened with my uncle is basically it was a supernatural event in his house, a poltergeist activity. That doesn't tell me that Christianity is true, but it tells me that the supernatural realm is true, because he caught on camera the chairs moving in the side, the tables moving by themselves, and he was freaked out. He kind of begged my dad what to do with the situation, and he was kind of embarrassed. I wanted to tell my dad I want to give my dad's approval that I could go to my uncle and say I want to see the video footage of that, because he caught it on video. My uncle caught it on video, but my dad kind of feel like it's a personal situation. He doesn't want it to be exposed and spread around.
Wait, so no one's seen the video then?
My uncle and my dad's best friend is my uncle, and so I told my dad maybe I could maybe recently I've developed like better terms with my dad, so I think he might let me see the video. He might say, "Oh, fine, you could tell,
Right.
you could give him permission to see the videos."
Well, I want to ask you a question that some people have been asking. It's on my mind. Were you born a Christian or in a Christian family?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you think that that has affected which religion you would attribute the supernatural to?
Naturally, could, but I want to just look at the evidence first. And so it could naturally, but it's important to be aware of your biases, and just to take actions to be like objective about it.
So let me paint this picture. Say I'm born in a Muslim family and I see some stories and personally experience, family members telling me that they've seen videos of stories, and my grandma was healed for a few more years after they said a prayer, and I found accounts of Muhammad being a great person and all that stuff. And I was convinced that Islam is the truth. From the Christian perspective, what did I do so wrong to deserve hell when I followed the same criteria with the same kind of level of verification as you did?
I actually want medically verified evidence in the journals too, because people could say, "Oh, I got healed." So I want the
right. And studies are like, I had asked you if that study was proven to be false, or if there was one from a different religion. You said your faith wouldn't change, it'll still be 100%, which means that you're not actually using it to confirm your faith. It's just there. Because if that would remove 10%, then you'd be at a 90% now, right?
You have a point in terms of oh yes, that like the case of the risen, Jesus rising from the dead. Yeah, so that 90%, and so I guess I don't judge who's going to hell, who's not. I'm just gonna go by the evidence in my life, and I'm not gonna say to people, "You're gonna go to hell."
Oh
if
no!
If supernatural exists, if this supernatural realm exists, and if God exists, if His moral law exists, then first of all, if the supernatural realm exists, then that's just going to be a whole trajectory on its own on how people are going to live their life. If demons exist, angels exist. And so
every time I ask a religious person that question about, from the religious point of view, what did the person who did to follow the same steps and arrive at a different conclusion, what did they do wrong? They often tell me that it's not their place to judge, and they're not telling anyone to go to hell and all that. But I'm trying to ask, have you even thought, does it shake any faith, or does it get you questioning if you see that a person who did the same steps as you goes to hell and your religion says he deserves it? Does that not bother you to any degree?
I don't think they I think those who are sincere in investigating it and just will find the truth, and those who just don't want to investigate. And
I've heard that same exact thing from Muslims as well. I've been told that since the beginning of me leaving the religion, that it's because I'm not sincerely investigating, and anyone who sincerely investigates will find the truth. Does that mirroring from another religion, does it not raise any red flags for you, or get you to think about it from a different point of view?
Because I have a different interpretation in terms of sending people to hell. In my interpretation, I know the Bible says God will send people to hell, but often that type of language is used. But in reality, when we look at the scripture, it's not really. For example, God in the scripture says God made me I came here because of God. God created me. But in reality, if we look at how it works, it's like my mom created me. It's not God created me. So when people say God sends you to hell, I don't think God sends you to hell. It's like there's something that something happened in the present physical realm that for example, my mom created me. So in the spiritual realm, God is not sending me to hell. It's like I didn't want to go to the light. I didn't want to go to the source. And so since I'm not close to the source, I'm somewhere else. So that somewhere else, that darkness, once you die, that's the absence of God. So that's
It's cutting out again. Hey, are you still there?
mine.
Yeah.
Yeah. To make life
so-
simple, the Bible just be direct and say, "Oh, God will send you to hell. Those who sin are going to hell." But the thing is that when you take it into like more, if you see it how kind of like the realistic way, my mom created me. It's not really like God created me,
No,
but
well,
it's like
your
a
mom
plan.
didn't
Like
create you from nothing, right? Like that's usually people say, no, that's not creation, that's birth. That's by God's permission, and He created you. But in your example, you're saying that it's not you going to hell in
it's
the
not Him
spiritual
sending you
sense.
to hell. It's like
You choosing to
it's like
be
you're not
without
going
God.
to His shelter, His light, His joy, His happiness, His
Right, but
presence.
that's the same thing that. So are you saying that without His presence,
Yeah,
is there any
exactly.
torture and
Yeah,
and
there's going to be
stuff?
demons are going to attack those who are not under His protection. That's the scary part.
But who created that whole system?
Basically, His presence is heaven. His presence, God's
Right,
presence.
but who created demons that no one can protect you from except Him?
God created demons. God created angels with free will, according to just
Right.
tradition.
So if God created these demons, and then you're saying that people choose to go and be tortured by the demons instead of going to God's light, is that
He
what
didn't
you're
create
saying?
demons, but He knew what would demons would do. There would be free will. They would either choose to follow God. The angels would follow God or not follow God. The angels who do not follow God are demons. He didn't create like the demons. He's not intentional. Let me create these demons. But
God, does He know that there will be demons, or which
Yeah,
ones will be
He
demons?
knows some people are not going to go to Him. He wants the true love is when you have free will. When you choose to love God and go to His presence, that's true love. He doesn't create us to be robots. That's not love. When you create someone to love you purposefully.
I want to bring your attention to this point. Everything you've told me so far is exactly what I hear from Muslims. So they would think that you didn't sincerely try to find the one true God, which is Allah. And you're saying that, someone who goes to hell, it's not because God threw them there, but they chose to not go to God's light and God's protection. How do you think, how do you know which one of you is right? Is it because Jesus rose from the dead according to Christian stories? Or is it because of these studies? Or is there another reason? Like, how do you know that your story or your talking points are they're identical to the Muslim ones? How do you know which one is right?
Well, according to atheist Bart Ehrman, he even says out loud that he takes seriously that the disciples saw Jesus. Some disciples saw some form of Jesus in life, some form of Jesus after Jesus died.
I don't know whether Bart Ehrman said that or not, but him being an atheist doesn't suddenly give him credibility or make him more likely to be believed. So it's all hinging on people saying that they saw a man after he supposedly died, right?
Yeah.
That is
That's
how you're going to live and die. Like, that's at the center of your life.
But also there's because the Gospels are like historical biographies, so we don't really, even atheists look at them as historical biographies. Some of the things are exaggerated, but just like all works of literature, historians look at what is the real facts, what's happened, what didn't happen.
I don't think historians look at it as facts, but more as let's piece the history together, aside from the supernatural part. But that doesn't make it fact. So at the end of the day, what I want to get to is this is me inserting my own biases here. I wanted to be not only certain in my religion and faith, but I wanted to know what differentiates it from other religions, and not in terms of how nice it is or what it preaches, but in terms of the truth factor. And once I knew the answer, I wanted to be able to transmit it to as many people as possible, because I couldn't take the approach of, I'm not here to judge, only God knows who's going to hell. I wanted to take a more active approach. So if you were to put together, an answer or a guide or something to make people believe, and I'm not saying that you need to force people to believe, but if you wanted to, what would be the most compelling thing that you would tell a non-believer so that they would be convinced?
I would tell them to see this reputable, this good logical thinking source that I have. It's a form. that I bumped into across. It's in the form of a video, and it shows lays it down and shows how logically that Jesus resurrected from the dead. And that's,
So, okay, let me ask it this way. If I was born 50 years ago, there are no YouTube videos to tell me logically why Jesus rose from the dead and all that. I'm more likely to go to hell just because God never made it more accessible to understand this so-called truth. Do you not see that there's an issue with that? That it's, you stumbled upon it, you said, or you came across it? What if I don't come across that video? Like, does that make me deserving of going to hell?
I don't think so. And so, and I guess in that case, I can't decide who goes to hell, but we know that, like, that I know people pray for people's souls after they die. So who knows? But we're not here. So even like people who die, even people who do good or bad, we pray for them after they're dead. And so we just know what's in the if supernatural realm exists. We know like these things happen, demons exist, and going by the doctor Richard Gallagher from Columbia University, that these demons, spirits exist. This world of good and evil, powers, angels.
Would it change your mind if I have, 120 different, more qualified professors saying there's no evidence for the supernatural? Does that change your mind, since you seem to care about their qualifications, right? Or their academic qualifications? Would that affect your decision about, or your judgment of this doctor?
Like if we have like one case that an actual patient has clairvoyant abilities to know what happened in your house at 3 a.m. and actually know what's happening at the next door neighbor's house, what that guy is wearing in his house. Just one account, that's crazy. You could have any, like, doesn't care about qualification. I'm just saying qualifications because some people say, oh, some doctors are loony, but this doctor, Richard Gallagher, he's still practicing. There's doctors from Mount Sinai who actually raised someone from the dead. People persecuted him. And so the name of the doctor is Dr.
someone can be very accomplished and still be, very unreliable about a certain belief or another. But
it's possible.
Well, okay. The last thing I want to ask you is, have you done a very extensive research to see if similar miracles happen in other religions as well? Or was it only that you saw these research articles about Christianity?
That's a good point. I should look at other faith belief miracles.
Okay. So, well, it sounds like you have a lot of work cut out for you, because there's a lot of these claims. Is there anything that you wanted to ask me, or anything else that you wanted to share?
Yeah, I want to share very helpful YouTube videos, but I'm not sure if you
you could tell us the names right now, and we'll look them up later.
Yeah. So the name of the Dr. Richard Gallagher YouTube video is called, it's by Yahoo News Channel, and the name of the video is called "She Was Completely Demonically Possessed." That's the title of the YouTube video. She was completely demonically possessed.
Okay.
And also there's one more YouTube video called the DDG Podcast, Dr. Richard Gallagher.
Okay. I'm actually curious, so tomorrow I'll give it a watch.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thanks a lot for joining. Anything else you want to say before I let you go?
And this is beautiful that you have here this opportunity, this window that gives people an opportunity to just communicate and just learn from each other why they believe. And so this is great what you're doing. I never heard of other channels doing this type of stuff. And that's what YouTube is for, to communicate, share ideas, and learn from each other. I can't say I'm 100% right. I have faith. You just take a leap of faith. Atheists take a leap of faith sometimes. Christians, Buddhists, Muslims take a leap of faith. You just got to do the best with the evidence we have. So this is perfect what you're doing. Thanks.
Well, thank you for saying that. And I'm glad you're able to share yours today.
Yeah. Take care. Bye.
Take care. Have a nice day.
Have a nice day.
Bye. All right. Thanks again, Francis, for joining. We've got a few more callers. We've got I am Buddha. Krishna is God, VA, and Tony, with a bunch of different backgrounds. So that'll be very interesting. So I am Buddha. I'm adding you in 3, 2, 1. Hey, how's it going?
Hey, Aladdin, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
How are you doing?
I am good. Thanks for asking. What about you?
I'm good, I'm good. So I'm just going to call out some names. Let me know if you know any of these people or read about them. Have you read about Alan Watts?
I've heard that name, but I haven't read about him. No.
He's a philosopher, basically. Abraham Hicks?
Who? Sorry?
Abraham Hicks.
Abrahamic?
Abraham Hicks.
Oh, no, I have not.
Okay. Joseph Silva?
Nope.
Okay. So basically, okay, I'll tell you what I believe. And actually, the thing is, I had a different, I'm from a Hindu background, basically, from a Hindu family. I do believe in my religion, but you can say within last 1 month, I have a big change transformation in me, more from religious to spiritual. And now you can ask me what spirituality is for me if you want to.
Sure. Yeah, please tell us. What does spirituality mean for you?
Okay. So I don't think so. It's, reading the, whatever the text, the religious text, or, going down in front of the gods, the so-called gods we created. I do believe the God is within us. The Big Bang energy, the Big Bang that happened, it was a trigger, and we are the symptoms. Basically, the energy is still in us because we are still alive, right? The universe still works. There's Earth, and it's still alive. So whatever that energy, whatever the energy is, people call it different names, from different religious perspectives. That energy is still in us, and that's why we are alive. So I have you meditated before? Do you do meditations?
I try to, but I have too many thoughts. I haven't figured out how to observe
Oh,
them
I'm
without actually engaging in them.
I'm actually gonna give you a very good video and it's not even spiritual video, but it's called alpha reinforcement exercise, and it's basically re-engineering your brain, and it's also kind of meditation, and I've been doing it, and it has changed the whole perspective. So basically, what I was trying to tell you, our brain, is our God. The God is within us. The meditation and some kind of yogas also, but especially for me, meditation works for me because I don't do yoga, I do gym instead. But that's a different case. But meditation is, because I have the most restless soul I ever been. Okay, I can't sit in one place. I'm like a monkey running around everywhere, drinking too much coffee, but I have developed this patience of at least sitting 17, 20 minutes by myself and listen to that video, which I told you. I'll probably give you the name. That itself, it's nothing. You just close your eyes. You just figure out your breath, and that takes you, within a part of your brain. It's like you are looking inside of you, and that basically cuts all your negative thoughts out. I mean, it doesn't cut any thoughts out. You don't judge the thoughts. It's like you're standing outside. There are dark clouds going over you, and good clouds going over you. Just looking at them without judging them. What happens when our brain is active without meditation? When we get negative thoughts, there's a basic instinct in us which give us a negative feeling, or a good thought coming in, we get a good feeling. Basically, what meditation does is there is no feeling. There are only thoughts flowing above you, and that moment of time when you're meditating, you heal yourself spiritually. For me, that is spirituality. That is finding the God in you. You are powerful soul, is what I believe in. And have you heard of placebo effect? Basically, placebo effect.
Placebo effect, yeah.
So I've watched thousands of videos by now. Incurable disease, as we call it, incurable disease. There is no disease which is incurable. By the way, even AIDS and HIV has been cured by people who believed, just say like a sugar pill to be the cure. basically what I'm saying, the power of your mind, just the power of your mind, that if you believe it, this works for you, and you keep believing it, it works for you.
I don't think that belief. I know that the power of the mind, like you could, your mind could convince you that you're dying, and then hence you die. Like that can happen, and it's very powerful. But I don't know if it'll actually cure all diseases if you think the right way. I really don't think so.
Oh no, but there have been cases though. I'm talking from, I can't give you the research right now, like the name of the research, but I'm talking about the TED talks. I watch a lot of TED talks basically. So there have been doctors who came in giving a TED talks, and they have told there have been researchers done. That's called placebo effect. Basically, just giving even false, a false medicine like a sugar pill, and telling him, "Oh, this is a cure. You will gonna get better. This is it. This we found a cure." People take it just because they feel like that's the placebo effect happening in the brain. The point I'm making is, we get cancer through stress also. I mean, if we have too much stress in life, we create the negative, the vibration in us, which can lead to cancer. So stress is one of the reasons of cancers, right? Listen, I mean, I'm not saying that it's the only. I mean, there are chemicals and toxins involved in it, of course, but I'm saying it accelerates the cancer.
I wonder, maybe it has to do with inflammation being more present when you're stressed.
Yes.
Therefore,
yes.
Who knows? Maybe that is true.
Yes. So basically, because I can only tell you what I have experienced, right, from through meditation, and I've been doing it for 1 month now. I've seen a big change in me. All right, my mind is more centered now. I'm not triggered to any emotions. Basically, how I used to be. Like, let's just say my cell phone dropped and it broke in the past. I would be going crazy. Shit, man, what the fuck happened? I need to buy a new and like, it's gonna be expensive and all that shit. But now if it happens, I'll be like, big deal, man. It's all right. I'll see what can happen. Like, so can you see the change in the response to the something happening, something good or bad happening to me? That is basically my stress level going down. It's being controlled, and at least if there's a disease supposed to be happening in me or whatever, it won't trigger it, won't accelerate it. In fact, it can reverse it. Is what I'm saying what I've read, what I've seen, what I've researched basically after my breakup. Actually, it has changed after my breakup. I was going through a shittest time in my life, and when did I came across? Okay, if you have any questions, I can.
Oh, well, I was gonna say that I hope you're doing better since your breakup. And
actually, Aladdin, I think we have talked before. I came as my name. I'm Batman before.
I remember you. Yeah.
And I had, like I told you, I was dating a Muslim girl, and I broke up, and I know I was just venting it out. And I've changed as a person now. I think I'm more calm as a person. But trust me, is what I believe in. I do believe in the power of brain now. Like, if I can control my brain, if I can just control my emotions, my day will go happier. Even if it's a stress time, at least it won't go happier. It won't go stressful. And all the at least if I can't cure a disease, I can somehow with my change in my brain power, myself. We are all vibrations. I mean, that's what I've read. I mean, I don't know if you believe it or not. You're made of vibrations. Okay, the cells are vibrating all the time inside us. It's about high vibration, low vibrations. So when you get
everything is always vibrating, but it's not like the rate doesn't change based on our mood. I think.
Sorry.
All matter is vibrating to some extent, but I don't think the rate changes based on our mood.
Okay, no, but actually, I'll tell you what. This is what what I've come across, the research I'm talking about. When we are in a bad mood, or we are in a depression or something, we are on a low vibrational mode. I mean, it's the cells are acting negatively. It's affecting our cells negatively. Again, inflammation. It can take place. You might have like you must have seen, like if you're stressing too much, your gut brain axis. You must have a gut brain axis. If you are in depression, you can fuck up your gut. You must have heard that. You feel a little gassy sometimes, and all that shit. Have you experienced it?
Yeah, it probably has to do with how your muscles contract, and cause your stomach to behave a certain way. Yeah.
Exactly. But why is it happening? And but again, when you're happy, you feel butterflies in your stomach, as they say, as they say,
Mhm.
right? So all I'm saying, your change your thoughts. If you can just change your thought, you can change your life, because you can change your gut, you can change your brain, you can change your level of energy, you can feel more centered, your response to stressors decreases, changes basically. And in all, your whole personality becomes more high vibrational or happy personality, rather than being sad even in the worst times. And that's the power we have. And that's why I call myself, I'm God. I have the God in me. I don't need to look God anywhere else. I can just meditate, look within me, and the brain itself is so powerful that it can create my own personality. I can create my own future. And by the way, you would take much more better judgments and decisions in life if you are if you're in a happy self rather than a depressed self, or
Of course. Yeah.
less stress.
Yeah. I agree with most of what you said. Maybe not the parts about, vibration, or that I never thought of it as I am God, I guess, or I'm one with God, but um, or that we're all God. I know there's a lot of these notions in spirituality. So I feel similarly about a lot of these things, but I don't consider it spirituality for me. But it's interesting to see how similar it is to, to what you believe.
I have to tell you, you need to try meditation. At least just try it. I I'm telling you it, because I never used to call myself anything, be it spiritual or religious. I'm born Hindu. I do pray to my God sometimes, and I like as a selfish guy I am, like when I'm in need or something, I go to my God and just ask Him. But I've become more I'm more what do you say? I'm more thankful of things that I already have, you know, and I think now I feel blessed for whatever I have, whatever is gone. Maybe I see basically now thing of perception has changed. I believe whatever happens, sometimes you don't have a control. If I think, to be very honest, I don't think the life has a purpose. We're just here as a universe, as a part of the universe. We are just here. We're doing our job and probably gonna leave whenever we leave. But as much time we have, the least we can do is make ourselves happy. And these are the tools that I'm telling you to make yourself happy while you have in this journey. I don't think so. There is something after death or anything. We're just done. But I also believe there might be something, because I am a Hindu, so I'm not gonna totally reject the fact the reincarnation part, because and I have a big basis about that, because I do believe we are made of energy, and energy is never what do you call it? You can't end the energy. It's always transferable. You know, uh, you understand what I'm saying? Energy
Yeah,
cannot be
that's the was it the conservation of energy and matter, right? That
Yep,
energy cannot be created or destroyed.
exactly is what I
Okay.
think, and I think that's why that energy, uh, at least from my book, I can say it must be regenerated or reincarnated to some other bodily being. And I don't ask me after that, because I don't know about it, but it's what I think, and that's about it. But now I feel like my mission is in this lifetime is to be just make my please myself, make myself as much as happy as possible, and love everybody unconditionally without any attachments. Like, if somebody comes, greet them. If somebody leaves, farewell them. And because you can't stop from someone coming, and you can't leave. You can't stop from someone leaving. And that's what I realized. That everything is so temporary. But what is permanent is you. What is permanent is your thoughts. And if you can change your thoughts, at least the person you can make happy is yourself, without you know um, depending on another one to make you happy. Is what I realized through meditation, by the way.
Well, I'm glad you reached those realizations, and I have no objections to that, even if I don't necessarily believe in the reincarnation part, or like that there's a soul or spirit. Everything else you said, I kind of see eye to eye with you on that. So yeah, thank you for sharing that. And I know that this is not what we're saying. I hope that's not what you mean. That positivity can fix anything. Of course, there's a lot of things that having a positive outlook can't fix, but it certainly helps. Yeah.
It certainly helps. Like I know what you're talking about. Like, bad things happen to everyone, even the positive people. But I feel like there are more chances. At least what I have again researched, and I know I can't give you any research papers right now. But what I've researched that for positive people, see, I feel like our subconscious mind. Subconscious mind is more powerful than conscious mind. Okay, conscious mind is what we are thinking right now. Subconscious mind is built since childhood, especially the year from 1 to 7, and how your 1 to 7 has gone will tell you a lot about your character right now. And this is, by the way, I've read about again in some through some doctor videos and stuff like that. So if you can tap into your subconscious mind and change that, if you had a bad childhood or something, if you change, heal yourself from within. Again, you have to move inwardly for that, not outwardly for any medicines or something. You can change the personality, and again, confident people like, let's just say, Bill Gates and Elon Musk, they were not they even if they're gone, probably they must have gone to depression also, but they knew they are here for something big. That confidence comes from the subconscious mind, and not everybody has that power. And two, again, if you can just meditate and just start looking inward, and doing yoga helps a lot. It taps in the your, I don't know if you have heard of kundalini powers, chakras inside you. There are different chakras, 7 chakras in our body, and basically, again, those inner power, if you can tap on these power, it releases the childhood trauma, every psychological hurt that you already are carrying in this lifetime right now, and it makes you a very confident and happy person. And a happy person has a more chance of winning in life than a depressed person, and that you can't deny.
Yeah, I guess the part about the happy person has more chances than a I mean, there's a lot there, but yeah, thank you for sharing that with us, and I'm glad to hear that you're doing better than last time you called in.
Yeah, thank
Yeah,
you, thank you, thank you.
yeah. Well, I hope you have a good rest of your day, and yeah,
You too, and you should try. I'm just gonna give you the name. It's called Alpha Reinforcement Exercise. Just try
yep,
it out. It's 17 minutes video. Close your eyes, put on your headphones, and I'm sure you're gonna go to a different world.
yep.
It's a, it's
I
a.
already wrote it down, so don't
All
you
right.
worry.
Thanks, Aladdin. Have a good
Take
day.
care.
Take care. Bye.
You too. Bye bye. All right. Looks like I got a lot of homework to do today in terms of watching YouTube videos. Not gonna lie, I already do that sometimes anyway. So, yeah. Thanks, by the way. Learn, tech, grow. Thanks a lot for the super chat saying great questions by Apostate to help explore the truth. Truth with a capital T. Makes me wonder. Do you mean a specific truth? Do you have something you want to share with us? Let us know. Okay, I'm taking the next caller, and the next caller is gonna be, supposed to be Krishna as God, but he's gone, or they're gone. We've got 3 more callers, so I'm starting with VA. VA, I'm adding you in 3, 2, 1. How's it going?
Good, you?
I am good. Thanks for calling. So tell us about you, what you believe, and why you believe it to be true.
I am a Christian myself. I was born Catholic, if anyone's wondering, and I converted to Christianity mainly because of what Francis said, mostly supernatural things, but not because I watched a documentary or whatever. It's because I've experienced these things in person. I believe that anecdotal evidence is the best evidence you can receive because it is your experience.
Okay, so you're saying personal experience has led you to your beliefs right now.
Yeah.
By the way, any chance
But
you can
there's
get
also
closer?
oh,
Any chance you can get closer to the mic, just because you're a little low volume wise?
my bad. Hold on. It's probably because my headphones. Let me just take them out. Is it better now?
Oh, so much better. Thank you.
Yeah. All right. So, again, anecdotal. It's been happening for a few years now. Latest I can remember, of these encounters is probably about 6th grade. I came home, it was kind of a bad day, and I look over, and behind me I see a woman just standing there, and I just started freaking the hell out. And my parents thought I was crazy, and then I keep telling them more about my experience. They took me to a neurologist. I am a perfectly normal, functioning brain. So they think I'm crazy. I don't think I'm crazy. To this day, I still see stuff. My latest one was a trip to upstate New York, where I was in a lodge, and this lodge used to be it used to be a workplace, used to be a cement pond, and there were stories that people died there. I didn't believe them, but I was laying down in bed, and I turn around, and there's a guy sitting in the chair next to my bed, and I just start freaking the hell out. And I was taking a dump in that same lodge, and I was just watching some YouTube. I love watching YouTube and stuff like that when I'm bored. And I look up just for a brief second, and the shower door opens and then slams. And then I'm like, okay, maybe this could be explained or something like that. So I'll go back to watching my YouTube video, and all of a sudden it does the exact same thing again. I have to move bathrooms. So again, this is all just like anecdotal stuff, but on top of that, I have other reasons to support my belief, dating back from Jews themselves.
Wait, let's go back to that for a second. So your story about the shower door, did that was there anyone else present who witnessed that this happened, or you're saying
It was
you saw
locked
that?
bath.
Sorry?
It was a locked bath, and there was no one else there. I was just
Okay.
taking a dump while it happened.
Well, I'm gonna say this. Obviously, I'm not a healthcare professional, medical professional in any capacity, but it is concerning if you're seeing like hallucinations often. Like, can you describe something else aside from that instance? Like you saw a woman one time behind you.
Yeah.
Anything else? Like, was there anything that ties to religion specifically, or was it just very unusual supernatural things?
Well, there was this one time I actually had 2 witnesses with me. It took place in my room, and we were just like making jokes about like closet demons or whatnot. It was just like friendly prank or whatever. So I was with them, and I was like, yo, bro, so I think that there's something genuinely in my closet. And we're all just like laughing about it. Haha, so funny. And I'm like, okay, let's do this. Let's all go in the closet and call out to whatever's in there. So we all go on board with that plan. I grab out my camera to start filming it. And while I was filming it, we were about to go in the closet. The camera stopped recording. And I'm like, wait. The camera just froze. So don't go in there yet. And my friend, well, we're both there. And he turns around. They both turn around. And then 2 seconds after they turn around, 1, a box falls. 2, just the hangers in the closet just start aggressively swinging. Not to where they could touch the hangers, because the hangers that were swinging were on the top part of the closet. So it would be impossible for them to touch those hangers at that time.
Wait, in a closet, they're out of reach, you're saying?
It's a big closet. So I'm saying we were at the door of the closet. Like we didn't enter it yet. But the hangers inside of the closet, before anyone went in there, started aggressively moving, and a box inside that closet fell within that same time frame.
You sure they weren't messing with you or something?
Definitely not. We all were flipping the hell out.
So, okay, all right. I would say, keep an eye on these hallucinations or these instances of you seeing things. Make sure, to talk to someone about them just to verify that, it's not all kind of in your head. So do any of these supernatural events link to Christianity or your belief?
Yeah, because I believe that, if there's an enemy, there's an enemy of the enemy. You kind of get what I'm saying. So like, if there's one thing, it could tie to another. Like, if I were to go to war with Siberia, but Siberia doesn't know who I am, but I throw a bomb in Siberia and I declare war on them. That's an out of pocket example, but you trying to get what I'm saying here, or I'm grasping at.
In a sense, yeah. But so why is
know,
the
so-
enemy of these supernatural events? Why is the enemy of that Christianity?
Well, I'm trying to think of an answer here. So, because all the other answers are incorrect, I think.
You verified all the other answers and landed at Christianity.
Well, one, because the other ones, like, Buddhism or Hindu, Buddhism, and Islam, I think, are the only ones that really believe in demons like that. If you can correct me, that'd be great.
There's a lot of other religions that believe in demons for sure.
Can you name a couple?
Honestly, not off the top of my head, no. But I know they do exist. There are people who actually believe in Satan, the Christian Satan, but they're not Christians. Anyway, there's a lot more, but like, have you investigated, well, just the ones that you've mentioned, have you investigated those ones and realized that Christianity explains your supernatural events?
So I investigated Hinduism a little bit and found out that they wrote most of their doctrines while they were high on cannabis serum. Islam, I think,
who was high on cannabis when they...
the people that wrote the doctrines. They say that they used to see things while they were high and then just write down what they would say.
The doctrines of what?
I couldn't tell you off the top of my head. I just read it like a really long time ago. Because again, like, I was trying to find the answer myself.
No, like, which religions are you talking about?
Oh, I'm talking about Hindu. Hindu right now. Hindu, they did that.
Okay, I feel like there's a lot more investigation to be had there. I've never heard of that, but okay. So you don't trust their credibility because apparently they were high on cannabis when they saw those things. Okay, moving on from that, please continue.
I don't believe in Islam particularly because of Prophet Muhammad and what he did. He married a 9-year-old girl, and in the name of Allah thought it was right to have a marriage contract with her at 6. That would make Allah a lustful God if he were to anoint this, or because like he had a dream that he was married to Aisha, and I just thought that's weird.
There's a lot of weird stuff there.
True.
Yeah. Okay.
If that's true, that makes Allah a lustful God. And the Christian folklore that's stated in the Quran about how Jesus he spoke at birth, but no other baby is supposed to speak at birth in the Quran. It's just, a bunch of weird contradictions. Prophet Muhammad believed a lot of wicked things and promoted sin. So Allah was a promoter of sin himself based on what he did. So I just threw Islam into the bin. Judaism, can't be a Jew really if I wasn't born in that lineage. I know some people are, but I do believe in the Torah.
You can convert. It's just not easy to do.
But, yeah.
But I mean, forget the procedure of it. Like, did you inspect the, I don't know, the content of Judaism and decided or realized that it's not true?
I do believe in the Torah, but I do accept that Jesus was God walking in human form.
Do you think that, well, let me ask this. Were you religious before you've had those experiences, those supernatural experiences?
No, not at all. My mom would force me to go to church.
So how, like, can you give me the timeline? Like, how long ago did this happen? How many instances were there and so on?
Let me get, okay, so it was around, what, 6th grade, or 5th or 6th grade. I was around 13 at the time. So that was 3 years ago, because I'm 16 now.
Okay.
And it's been happening throughout this 3-year timeline, and I've had about maybe 8 or 9 encounters.
And do you think that these encounters are trying to, like, why do you think they're happening? What's the explanation for you?
That's a good question. My mom used to say that I've always been like, followed by spirits. She said in our old house, there was a spirit that used to simultaneously attack me while I was left unattended.
How did she know that, or like, what did she observe?
She said she used to see things herself, but like rarely. She said she doesn't see him anymore now. She only ever saw one thing, and that was at that old house where there was a guy who hated the fact that he was possessive, I should say. He was possessive over my mom, and he hated the fact that she had a baby, I think, is the whole context of it.
Wait,
And
like a real neighbor or something, or you're saying like a
no, like
demon
a dead person that used to live there, because the house was like over 50 years old.
How did your mom know that backstory?
The backstory was revealed over time, that he was possessive over her, because she said during like nighttime she'd feel like half the bed was taken up, or if I was on the bed, he would try and slide me across the bed so he can make room for himself.
Did you remember being slid across the bed?
I was only a baby at the time. I really couldn't tell you if the story was true or not.
I'm trying to say this in the most respectful and delicate manner. I'm a little concerned because, and it's not okay. Religion aside, okay, this is not me trying to argue and tell you your religion is false. Stop, worshiping Christ or through Christ. I'm actually concerned because it sounds like your mother from early on had a lot of these, like, whether things happened or not, she was filling a lot of these blanks with these stories or narratives, and it's scary when like you're exposed to them from a very young age. It gets
Oh
you
no,
to a
I didn't
point.
know about this till I started seeing it myself. I didn't know about any of these stories.
Well, the thing is, some of this could indicate some hereditary, actual medical issue. If there's hallucinations that, there might be some underlying condition there. And it doesn't, I know people who have hallucinations, and they're not, the traditional expectation of what we think a crazy person looks like. And I don't like that word crazy, but, they're not like paranoid and walking around like dysfunctional, but from time to time they see things, but they've spoken to doctors and they realize, okay, that's a hallucination. I'm going to deal with it this way or another. Anyway, please make sure that you're, covering those bases too, making
Oh,
sure.
again,
Yeah.
I went to a neurologist and they said that there's nothing wrong with me.
Yeah, there could be nothing wrong with you, like physically. A neurologist, for example, would check, they would do an MRI, I guess, or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I went to a neurologist for something completely different, and my brain was 100% fine, but that only indicates that there's no physical damage, but I still had the other issues still. Anyway, point is, it sounds concerning that there's a lot of these hallucinations, but you said that you've looked at these other religions and you see that Christianity makes most sense. Do you think that it has to do with you being born a Christian?
I was born a Catholic, but I didn't really start caring until I started seeing things. And the activity has like died down, I guess, since I've converted. I haven't really been seeing stuff as much or at all since I made the change and I started reading myself. So I don't know, could be fake, could be real, who knows, but this is all, again, anecdotal from my perspective and what I've experienced.
Okay. I think that part of it could be once you started. What you said, you were born Catholic, but are you something different now?
I'm just a Christian now.
Okay. Is there a significant difference for you? Like, what's the difference?
Not really. It's just again, like, I say I'm Catholic, but like we only really go to church on holidays and we don't really talk about it in the house much. It's just like the title that was given to me when I was born.
Okay. Yeah, I think that reading into Christianity and feeling like you're more safe because someone's looking out for you, or the enemy of these supernatural events, the spirits, whatever, the enemy of that is looking out for you, that may make you feel less nervous about these things, and then they won't happen as much. So keep that in mind. But I'm glad that you're seeing less of them in general. Is there anything, like, what would you say to someone who wants to believe your faith, but they haven't had those experiences?
Don't ask for them. Definitely don't ask for them because it's a bad experience. If I were to tell someone, I'd say to them, just let God reveal himself to you and don't involve yourself with the enemy because it's not a pleasant experience.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that. Do you think that you've asked for them in any way?
Oh yeah, once, and it came true.
Well, how did you ask for those experiences?
I said, I want to see who you are, and all of a sudden I see like a mist of smoke. Like it's just like a tiny little, like, it's visible, but you can't really see it much. And then all of a sudden, all of our fire alarms start ringing at the same time.
You were sitting there and you asked to see God?
No, not God. I had to see a demon.
Okay. How old were you when that happened?
That was last year.
Okay. And the fire alarms actually started to go off.
Actually, all of them started going off. I couldn't make this up if I wanted to.
And was there anything cooking at home, or nothing?
No, nothing cooking. It was around 6 o'clock maybe. We usually cook dinner around 7.
Okay. Well, I wasn't there, obviously, so I wouldn't know.
Yeah, again, it's all anecdotal.
Yeah. Well, okay. I really don't have much to say except that I hope that you don't have any bad experiences again, and I hope that your faith gives you comfort.
Thank you.
Yeah. Is there anything else that you want to ask or share?
I guess I could share like why I believe, because I never really touched point on that, why I believe Christianity is the final pinpoint on why it's my belief. So I believe it because mainly the Jews. I think the Jews are proof that the Bible has some credibility to it, because the Jews themselves are walking documents. Their culture is, Judaism. That alone, I think, gives me enough like proof that some of these events did happen. Like, they split the sea apart and they went to Jerusalem or Israel.
Wait, how did Jews existing prove that the sea was split? Can you explain that?
Because they documented it.
Right, but Jews existing today and saying that they witnessed the splitting of the sea, not them, but their ancestors witnessed the splitting of the sea. How does that prove that they actually, I mean, in Islam, for example, people say that some people might have witnessed the moon being split, and there are Muslims today. Does that prove that it actually happened?
So, well, Muhammad, right?
If Muhammad was not the character that he is, would that shake your faith at all that, Muslims exist and they said that they saw something happen in the past?
Wait, say that again?
So you're saying that Jews are, proof that these events happened in the past, like the splitting of the sea, just
Mhm.
because there are Jews today. Like, do you see that as sufficient proof just because they exist today?
Basically, they're a walking document. They are proof that it happened at some point or another.
How so?
Because for the Jews to get to where they are today, they had to follow at least some starting point. And I think the Bible explains how they got from here all the way to current Israel, or before like the end of the Bible.
I don't think historically that is accurate, that the only way they could have made it is by splitting the sea. I mean, people had ships and stuff. I'm not even sure if that's actually how the migration happened, but why could it not have been over like ships?
Where would they come from?
What do you mean? Actually, if they're in Egypt and they're going to where I guess Palestine or Israel would be right now, can't they walk there? Isn't there an uninterrupted amount of land going there?
They could, but there were other countries that inhabited that space at that time, like Canaan, or I don't know if I pronounced it correctly, but there were other countries before Israel came.
So how does that mean that they could have only went through the sea?
They documented, like, all right, let me explain. So they documented what they had to do go to Egypt all the way to current day Israel, right? Like, they can't really just say, oh yeah, we just walked from Palestine and defeated like 6 other countries with absolutely nothing happening and forming this culture that seemingly sparked out of nowhere.
Okay, so I don't know enough about geography and history to think about all the aspects of that migration, if it even happened. But why could it not have been through like ships on the sea?
Again, because like there were countries inhabiting current day Israel. That there were nations there before them. So how could, again, if they came from who knows where and just sailed there, what would they do once they sailed there?
No, I mean,
They
you say the only way
have
was
to
through the
conquer.
sea, right?
They'd have to conquer these, right? They'd
Why
have
do
to
they have to? Like, why can't they just pass through? Wait, what's the trajectory that they took to pass through the sea? Did they go from like where Egypt was to like where Saudi Arabia, I guess, was?
No, let's just say
Is
let's say they all came from Egypt on ships, right? So there's
like
a saying
whatever path that you say they split the sea and took it, or Moses split the sea. What if they took the same exact path on ships?
on ships. All right, let's just say these Jews are not Jews, they're Egyptians, and they came from Egypt and they sail all the way to wherever modern day Israel is, right? So there's a saying that says the victor always gets mentioned and never the loser. So they conquered around 9 or so countries. Yeah, sure, you can walk from Gaza to
Yeah.
Sinai. But let's just say they conquered all these countries. And
Why does it have to be conquering, not just passing through?
because there was already inhabitants there.
Can't Jews like walk through a city without conquering it or fighting?
Here's what I'm trying to say, right? There are countries, there are people there, right? Let's just say I am in Georgia and I go to Alabama and I want to make Alabama a part of Georgia. How am I going to do that? I do it through
who said that they wanted to make these countries a part of theirs? Like they're just walking through, right?
They're not walking through. All these countries that they fought are a part of Israel now.
I'm very confused about that. But
Right.
okay, so you think that because of the Jews, their documentation of this journey, all right. So have you actually have you based your faith on all of these things, or you were already a Christian and then you found a bunch of these proofs?
Well, someone in the comments said like how a certain type of Muslim just becomes like a normal Muslim. Same thing like with Catholicism and Christianity. At the time, I didn't really care about Catholicism or Christianity until I started seeing things myself. And that's when I really decided, okay, I'm going to just research and see if there's a fix to this problem. Because, like, you know, you have a leak in your car and you want to fix it. You go look for answers to try and fix it yourself. So I looked and I researched through Islam. I started with Christianity and then I moved on and so forth. Looked through different types of texts, or kind of cherry picking for the most part. But I looked through and I'm like, most of these don't even make sense. But then again, you can say like, oh, well, Christianity doesn't make sense. But it makes sense in the sort, like, again, it's a document and you see this document, you see these people that are the document. And then you go, like, again, they are the proof that there is some sort of, you know, that there is some sort of evidence.
Well, in
Like,
that case, wouldn't it make more sense to be a Jew then?
what?
Wouldn't it make more sense to be a Jew if you find that they're evidence of their stories?
Again, to be a Jew, it's like a very complicated process.
Well,
And
aside from the technicalities, like, do you know what they believe and how it compares to Christianity? And
it's
yeah,
like real big leap. Like, they both are aware of the Messiah, but the Jews don't really accept Jesus as God.
right. So if you take the Jews to be evidence of their stories, which are incorporated into Christianity, how come you don't stop at believing the Jews because of you already take them as evidence? So why is it necessary that you believe in Jesus if you're following the evidence?
Well, because I'm using their evidence against them, I could say. Because in the Torah itself, they don't believe that God can enter his creation or that he cannot walk amongst them. So I see that and I'm like, why do they think that? Because in Genesis, apparently the Lord or Adam heard footsteps in the garden, and who else's footsteps are there
Wait, but
aside?
you're looking at Genesis. Is that like from a Jewish point of view, or are you saying like the Christian scripture?
No, that is from the Torah itself. The Torah. Wait, do you know like that the Torah is the Old Testament and the Bible is the New Testament?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
So
you're
that
saying the evidence is that there's an instance of someone walking, but they don't believe that it could have been God, therefore they're wrong?
there's more than just that, but I mean, who else could it be? Satan is the serpent in that
I mean,
sort of
some guy
context.
walking, maybe, or like they've
There's no
heard.
other one but Adam. How could that be?
You know that these are all like stories
That
told, a lot of them are based in mythology. Like there's stories to tell you the kind of the point of the story, the moral of the story is so and so. Like, how do you use that situation in a story to discredit the religion?
could you repeat like what you said from the start? Because
Sure. Like you're saying it as if we're observing an actual situation where there was only one person and he heard a noise and like it had to have been God. But why aren't you taking it as stories rather than actual accounts of things that happened?
then you'd be like be too analytical of what they're saying. I mean, like, I guess that's not like necessarily a bad thing, to view it from a critical standpoint where you think that why can't all of this just be a story and why can't it be fake? But again, I'm just trying to read it from like where it can make sense for my belief. And atheists are gonna say, "Oh, well, that's stupid," because then you're just being one-sided to your religion. But I say that because, let me retrace my steps here. I say it because I don't believe that they're saying that this is some sort of folk tale, because it makes sense in a way, if you wanna.
So you're saying this is looking at it too analytically, but you want to look at it from a point of view that makes sense to your beliefs because it makes
Nah,
sense.
yeah, now I sound like a Muslim. Okay, hold on. Let me just let me retrace
Okay.
that. So yeah, it is, what you're saying is like, it makes sense, to look at it through a critical standpoint, and not try and see like, oh, it's a folklore. But I don't think that the Torah was manipulated in any sort of way. And the reason I think that there has to be some sort of creation that wasn't random is because of science itself. Science tells us that our genome is one big book of data. And how can a book write itself, if that makes any sense?
Well, without getting into that too much, that doesn't point at Christianity specifically.
But it points to a creator, is what I'm trying to get at.
I don't agree or disagree with that because, again, I'm not going to get into that point, but it goes back to, how do you look at the Christian stories? You're saying that you look at it from a point of view that makes sense to your faith. How does that tie to
I
science?
redact that. I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
It's okay. I'm not trying to grill you, by the way. I'm just trying to understand your point of view, and you could take things back and rephrase them all you want. So yeah, well, like, why do you look at these stories not too analytically from an outsider's point of view, but rather from a way that makes sense to you?
All right, again, I redact that statement. But I'm saying it's not an inherently bad thing to, think critically of the Bible. Why I believe these stories are true, because again, they do make sense, even most of the time from an outsider point of view, right? You have the tale of the flood, right? How could the entire world be flooded, but there is the world is like, oh no, hold on, let me go back. The world is 6,000 years old, but science tells us that the world is 4.4 or 7.4 whatever billion years old. So how does this make sense? Where does it tie in, right? You got fossils. How can you explain fossils? Well, again, the Bible kind of explains it for you. There was a flood. How is a flood going to explain anything, right? Well, you have a bunch of animals getting crushed and compacted like quickly, right? So
But if you
they're
look
all,
into like the science of it, that's not how these animals were like crushed there and preserved and eventually turned into oil for some of them. That's not how it happens. If the world was flooded, there would be a lot more different geological signs. So I think you're just looking at it from a big picture. They were crushed by something, therefore it was a lot of water, but that's not what science says.
like, do you know anything about petrified trees? Like, again, I just think like I grab our, like, anything that is observable, and I try and question it, right? Except the world is flat. Like, I don't believe that, but again, like, I try and question mostly everything I'm taught, whether it's in school or I watch someone on YouTube. I try and understand what they think, and understand and question what I think, because at the end of the day, it's like, it's your belief. So you know, you gotta have some reason to believe what you're believing, right?
Okay. Yeah.
But
Well,
again, like going back to, you know, fossils or whatnot like that. If you can, like, can you explain to me how a petrified tree is possible if a tree decays?
how a petrified tree is possible if it decays.
Mm.
I know that sometimes it depends on what material was around them, or like if it, in an event of like a landslide or something, if it suddenly was covered with a certain material. I don't know. There's a lot of ways that happens, but I'm pretty sure that scientists have an answer to it. That's not, it was covered by a lot of water.
Well, again, it's like, you know, for a flood to happen, it'd have to be buried quickly. That's why I think, like, you know, petrified trees are a pretty solid argument for a flood itself.
Well, we don't see that. No, not really, because again, I'm not a geologist, but I know one, and they would be, you know, really upset at what you're saying right now, because there would be other signs. If there was water everywhere in the world, there's more signs than something was crushed quickly, because I don't think that follows at all. There are ways that, like, they explain why something was preserved the way it was, but it's not water. Yeah, water doesn't petrify a tree at all. It would actually
I
make
know.
it decay faster.
I'm just saying, like, no, I didn't say that water itself would petrify the tree. I said that the sand would bury it, not the water would.
Well, how does the water put sand on the tree?
Again, it was a flood, right? Tree falls over, and all these sand. Okay, let me go back. Let me retrace, because I stumble over my words a lot. So according to the Bible, the entire world was just like land, right? But land at different elevation levels. So while the flood occurred, right, you have all this land just like shaking around and stuff. Again, I can't really explain it the best, but, like, you know, when you have, it's like a beach, you know how a beach pulls and moves sand around or grass, and it moves dirt or whatever is underneath the ocean floor. It just
Well,
moves around.
where
Always
did the
moving.
water come from in the Noah's Ark story?
Where did the water come from?
Yeah.
The heavens.
So it was falling from above.
Mm-hmm.
It's not going to bury a tree if it's falling from above. It's not going to move the water that way sideways and like move sand with it and bury the tree. If it's all falling
You
from
ever,
above, yeah.
you ever, like, I don't know, like, where you live, if you have heavy rainfall, but in Florida, right, we have a lot, and I mean a lot of rain. And sometimes the water is so heavy that when it drops, the grass is moved upwards, and sometimes the dirt itself would cover the grass just because of the weight of the water itself. So it's kind of like when it drops, the dirt rebounds up, and it's just this repeated cycle of up and down. Of course, the water will wash away this dirt, but if given the right time, the dirt will cover the blades of grass.
Well, we can move on from that. Yeah, okay. Well, I don't know if I have any more questions for asking you about why you believe. I know we disagree on some things, but I wanted to hear your perspective. So, yeah, thank you for that. Is there anything you want to ask me before you go?
What is your belief?
When it comes to the supernatural?
Just anything, like
That's a very vague question, but when it comes to
what is your, like, overall belief in life? Like, what do you think?
that's, again, it's very vague, but I think I don't know how, like, I know that scientists theorize that through randomness life came to be. I don't know, it's not really making sense in my head, but it doesn't mean that it's not true. I just don't know what the answer is. How did life begin? I'm not really sure. But I do know that every time I encounter, the narratives about an explanation for how life began or how it's supposed to continue or what happens after death, it never seems to make sense to me. And it all seems to stem from similar ideas that have to do with not understanding the world around us, at least like historically. So I don't know if there is a God. I just know if it exists, it's not going to be playing this game of fate and judgment and worship. And I think that it's up to us humans to make the best of what's in this life and look out for each other, because I don't think that prayer is ever going to do a difference, except maybe it'll give you some relief or feeling good, but it doesn't actually affect change. So we have to do that ourselves. And that's what I believe.
I understand, man. I get it.
Yeah.
Because I got a lot of friends that think that too. But, at the end of the day, it's your life. You believe what you believe. And I think we can all settle on that. Like, of course, I'll tell them, to maybe read at least just for a little bit, just read. I try and have them, I know it sounds bad, but hop on me and my beliefs. But I'm not trying to force it upon them. I'm just give them a friendly suggestion. But, at the end of the day, it's down to what you think and what you believe. And my personal belief is Christianity, and everybody's entitled to their own. So.
All right. Well, thanks for sharing your beliefs, and I hope you have a good rest of your day.
You too, man. Have a nice night.
Thanks. You too. Bye-bye. All right. Thanks again for sharing, VA. Next caller I got is, let me check again. It is Tony. And then the last two callers, it's up to you guys who wants to go first. I'll leave it up to Krishna. Okay, so I'm adding you, Tony, in 3, 2, 1. Hey, how's it going?
Good. How are you?
I am good. Thanks for asking. So tell us, what do you believe in? Why?
I believe in mostly spirituality. We have a physical world and a spiritual world. That's what I believe in. Now you'll say, how can you prove it? Now, just by default, when I say spiritual, there is no material things to look at it or feel it or taste it or any kind of experiment you can do. But I believe there is out there. So just one of the example is the reincarnation. I'm not totally believe it's there, but there's a lot of studies that's been done, and there's a lot of personal experience from my side that I have know people that actually personal experience where somebody is my cousins who have talked about the reincarnation part. There is also,
When you say personal experience, sorry, what does that mean that they have talked about reincarnation? Can you clarify?
Well, it's like my cousins when they were at the age of 4 or 5, and they have talked about the life that they lived in previous. So they talked as if they are the people from the past life, they're just talking of, I would say in first person form that, hey, I have a kid and I was, going through this disease, and I was in this hospital, and this doctor has treated me, and then the two of my kids, one is boy this age, things which are very, very, very specific that a 5-year-old will never know about a person who is dead and lived 100 miles, 200 miles from where they live, and nobody knows in their family that person. So it's total stranger. They are talking about their lifestyle that is really makes one believe that, how does that kid knows? And I have two of my cousins who has gone through that when they were kid, but as they grow older, they basically stop,
So
I was-
you've spoken to them and they were telling stories
no,
about
I was
their past?
there. I was there
Okay.
when they were talking. Yes.
You heard them talking about stories of their past life?
Yes.
Interesting. Okay.
Mhm. And so just to let you know, it's not just anecdotal. There is, for your audience, they can go on the YouTube and look at Department of Perceptual Studies by University of Virginia. And they have a department that's there for last 60 years that are doing research on on these kind of things like life after death and reincarnation. And they have probably excess of hundreds of cases. They have studies and they have data, and they have did a really great research on this without judging whether it's really reincarnation or not. They just went through the different points of data. It's like, okay, what's the age of the person, who they are talking about, how far they live, when did that person die, how's they related, are they related to that person, how far the death was, and what sexual, what was their sex, like male or female, and why they are getting now. It's like, those kind of things. And you can go through all those details. They have narrated down, and they have only picked the cases that they truly believed in. There are thousands of cases. If you go in the eastern part of the world, there are thousands and thousands of cases nobody even reports because they truly believe in it. So they are just like, yeah, we know that. But from the western and other countries, they are like very surprised. It's like, is this really, this is not real. And some of the reasons that people don't believe in it is, I'm pretty sure it happens in the western countries, but either they consider that as there is a devil in there and they are talking through the devils, or they just brush it aside. It's like, kids blabbering something, we don't care about. The kids, they just talk sometimes, weird stuff. But there are some stories that the University of Virginia has pursued in Western countries also, where there were kids were saying, and even those were so like perfect that made them think that yes, it happens in the other countries. But one of the reasons. So this is just one of the things, like, I believe in. It's not like I'm totally bowled over. I'm just giving you that one of those things that fascinates me.
Well, before you get to your next belief, I want to ask, does this affect how you live your day-to-day life, or how does that change your life?
That actually makes me think that there is more beyond the physical world. I mean, I'm an engineer. I know how the science works. I know the details. When you guys were talking about geology and um, evolution and all those, I mean, I think there is some truth to that. Meaning, those are still, people are still trying to figure out how these things all happen. And the theory of evolution is pretty much like mainstream now, so it's not considered as theory anymore. It's just digging down in the DNAs now. They've just gone beyond fossils. So I understand that part. But what I also think that there is another part that is out there. So one of your caller, when he was talking about people that he can see it, I think there is some truth to that. But when you start looking through the lens of a religion or a supernatural or something, then it becomes hard to believe those things, because now you are giving the answers instead of finding the answers. You're believing in something. So I think that's where we have a problem, is when we put down a foot saying this is why it happens, then we are not investigating. We are just stopping our brain or our research capabilities to open the box and look at outside, instead of out of billion possibilities just picking one and then just sticking it to it. That causes problem.
Well, that's a good way to look at it, to not just take a posed answer and stop there, keep investigating. And I also, one of the commenters asked a very good question. Starry Spring is asking, do you believe that our current lives affect our next lives, or vice versa?
Okay.
And by the way, I'm just asking to try to understand the.
Yeah.
I know you've got more to say than just the reincarnation part
Yeah.
or the.
Let's go
Yeah.
with one, and I'll come back for next one.
Okay.
There's no hurry. We are not going anywhere. It's just you're just gonna come back if you believe in reincarnation. So what's the problem? So, anyways, the way I believe in, who you are this life and who you will be next life is totally, I think, is you know from spiritual point of view, and one of your guy who is talking about meditation, it all pulls together is we basically are all same underneath, meaning we have our entities, identities or egos, whatever we call it, and then if you go a little bit above ego, then we have our astrological identity, or I would say more like a role playing identity, where you say, oh, that guy is a teacher, that guy is a professor, that guy is a billionaire, he's a woman, she's a woman, or I'm gay, or you are hetero, whatever. So those are our different role plays we play each other. But if we just go beyond that and we say, okay, you are playing that role, I'm playing that role, and then go further deep and just look into each other and understand, then we realize, oh, we are actually same behind those roles. And then when you keep going on beyond those roles, then you will see that you're actually one, um, or single through playing these different roles. So we are all one at the end, meaning we are not different at all. We are all one. So now if you look at from that angle, that's called, going through the meditation or other parts of your, whatever your karma or your current life needs you to learn those things, meaning understand these different levels, understand we are all part of these. And that's what our soul, or whatever you call it, like soul is like, how do you prove it? I know all those questions. So whatever we inside us, we are here to learn all those things, and once we know all those, then we basically don't have desire to come back, meaning as a human form or any other form. So we are here learning about each other until we learn everything, and then we don't have to learn anymore, then we stop going through this cycle, and then we are at you can say moksha, or end of our journey, that we don't need anything else, so we are at peace. So the so one of the aspect of the reincarnation is you come back whatever your soul needs to learn next. Let's say if you're going through
So if you're not done like maturing or your soul
uh-huh.
learning, if you're not done, you keep getting reincarnated till
Yes,
you're done.
yes, and you get reincarnate depending on what your soul has lacking or learning capabilities. Like, let's say if you don't learn by going, let's say if you see people who are going through pain and you don't see pain, and you just go through as like, oh, whatever, we don't care, and I'm living my life, and it's one life to live, whatever. And then maybe you go through all that, and then maybe the next, right before you're dying, you're like, I think I might not be right, or your soul is thinking it's not correct. So you might come back as somebody who will go through a lot of pain to understand what pain is. I mean, there is no, so in from spirituality, there is no pain or happiness or sadness or anything. It's just part of the emotions. So,
So do you think that someone who's a wise person, they probably were reincarnated a lot more times?
how do you define wise? That's up to you. Like, you are saying wise from your experiences. That person might be just playing a role of a wise person, but he needs to learn more from other parts of the life that he has no idea.
Well, then how does this, like, this accumulated knowledge, does it actually show in a person's actual personality? Is it subconscious?
Yes. No. You will see in people as they get more and more mature and wiser. You will see people not getting perturbed or disturbed by simple issues. You will see like people who are more at peace and can relate to each other on a different level. You don't have to say words. You don't have to say anything. Like as soon as if I see somebody in some situation, I right away I can understand where they're going through without me having that personal experience. That's what you're bringing in from your reincarnation, because your soul has already learned. So those people, there is no like, they cannot even explain to you like how they know all these things, because they learn through their soul. So
So
they are,
an empathetic person has lived so many lives, and that's why they can empathize?
no, not necessary. I mean, empathy does not mean that they have they learn. It's having that connection. Let's say if somebody has killed someone, right? So who you will be empathetic to? The person who died, right?
Depends
Or
on what the
for empathy
context
point
was.
of view.
That really depends on what the context was, but
Okay, so let's say a context, from whose point of view the context, because the context is still like, let's say the two countries are fighting and the soldiers are killing each other, then whose context is right?
I don't know.
Yeah, so it's all through the context, right? So you can't say the context. So how do you define empathy? Like, how would you say a person who is poor, you should be empathetic to? A person who is rich, like, how do you define who you should be empathetic to?
I don't know. Or I really don't know how to answer that.
Well, the thing is, it's all through what you learn through your experiences, your current, and if you believe in past experiences. So then at some point, like, you will see a person who have killed someone. You will see you might be empathetic to a murderer, and you might be disgusted with the person who's died, and you will be like, that guy should be dead. And it's not, the judgment itself is not like whether it's right or wrong. It's just that from the conscious point of view, nobody has killed nobody and nobody has died. It's just that they have to go through that process to get to that enlightenment where they can see each other in the next or whatever, to see that we are all one. So it's more going on above the human life, or above the physical, or I would say more material world, and you have to look at through and see how is that possible. So a lot of time people say, hey, when you die, you don't have to come back as human. You might be coming back as some animal or something, and it's only because that particular species that you got in will give you a quicker way of learning your soul than being a human. Now, human, they always say that we have a better, faster way of getting into enlightenment, because we have the I would say the brain and the means to learn things faster and get to that point than going through each life cycle of other beings, where you learn one thing at a time. You can learn many things from from where we evolved to.
Well, can you share with us the rest of your beliefs? So you said the reincarnation is just a part of it. What else did you want to share with us?
Well, the spirituality, it's basically thinking world. So just think of a world, like, we are trying to understand the whole universe living in such a small speck. Like, we are so small. We can't even put, like, if you put all the sands of the world together and you just put like a little pebble in sand, that's the size we have. Like, even if you can comprehend, I mean, we don't even know. It's just we just make these things that we can only see and feel through technology and all, and then we make a decision that maybe this is how big we are, or this is where we are, which is true from that point of view, but we don't know beyond that. So, for example, like let's say the human bodies are made of billions of cells, and let's say Earth is one of the cell. Now, if Earth is trying to figure out how the whole human body works and what the whole human body, from the cell point of view, it's very hard to understand how this works because you are so small and you're part of it, part of itself. It's like you're part of the meta system. How would you able to understand things that is, you know, billion times within yourself? And not only it's just billion types of things put together, but then we also have the blood flowing, we have the thoughts, we have other things that we are doing. How does that cell is going to know what is this all together put together is doing outside? So now if you look at from that side, then the science becomes a part of little, you know I would say a fine game, or a nice consolation for us to say, we are at least figuring out something, which is not bad. I'm not saying, I'm not putting down the science. I'm saying, but the science has this ego or this thing that, hey, we can see so many things beyond what we have known, past 100 years or 1,000 years. Now look where we are. So hence we know more than you guys, because you guys just talk
Wait,
about,
who's the you guys?
meaning people who believe in other than above and beyond science, like spirituality, or a person who was just talking about that he has experienced this experience where things were moving and people were, he could hear the alarms going off. And personally, I have known people who has have similar experience and have said things which were really, really out of this world. For example, like there was a shooting going on, like a mass a sniper shooting in Washington some years ago. And one of my friends, she said that it's not one person, it's two-person. And she also said that it's looks like one is older, one is like a father figure to the other one. And the things that the things that she had said was so accurate that it came out the way she said, and after 3 days or something. So
Well, I want to ask you something then, like to take the arrogance out of it.
Yes.
Because I think you're thinking of people who prefer facts and science and observable proof to the supernatural claims and stories. You're saying that there's a bit of arrogance there. So taking out the arrogance from the equation, how do you, like, I'm very interested in these stories. I was thinking, how come I keep hearing these stories from people of different backgrounds, different beliefs? They lead them to different conclusions. How do I know, like, how do I get anything useful and meaningful out of this so I am more enlightened or have the knowledge that science doesn't have? And how do I filter out all the hacks and all the misunderstood, misidentified signs,
I would not say the science is misunderstood. I'm not going on like the science is wrong. I'm not saying.
No,
What I'm
not you.
saying,
I'm saying like some people would retell some stories and turns out they just misunderstood some
yes,
scientific
I
thing,
agree.
right?
Yes, I agree. Okay, yeah, like Mythbusters. I agree. So I would say for you to, if you have to learn on your own, like how this thing work, uh, one of the thing, like your previous caller says, meditation. Meditation is something where you just focus on one thing. So let's say if you're getting a lot of thoughts in your head, you just start focusing on one thing to start off the meditation. And if the thought comes, let it come, let it go. And then when you're done with all those, try to get back to where you started. So that's how you have to start. So let your mind wander. If you try to restrict your mind from wandering, then the meditation fails. You have to let it wander wherever it goes, as far as it goes, and then have just remember one thing that you want to come back to, and then you just keep doing it, and then slowly you will see that that wandering mind slowly starts getting smaller and smaller, and then you can focus. Once you have that clarity, then you will see things that are beyond your thoughts, or beyond things that you're just, because you are thinking things which are really, uh, you are conditioned to things around, how the society has said or the science has said, whatever. Now you will see things from your own, without bias, without these
But how
boxes
does that
around
tie
you.
into like all the stuff that you say science cannot cover, like the supernatural
I'll
and
give you an example. I don't know what because supernatural seems very like suspicious, so I will not
well,
consider
or like your friend, you know,
things.
predicting
Right?
that there's
Yeah.
two shooters and so on. Like,
Yes.
how does like meditation and all that? How does that arrive to that, or how does it tie into it?
The meditation is just to learn beyond what we know, meaning how we are conditioned our brain. It is not tied to that, whatever, that she was figured out, or she had this intuition, or things that were coming to her, those kind of thoughts. So even if you look at Einstein, or some of the old classical musicians, they said that they got this information from, beyond rational mind. Like if you see some of those people who got some of these really mind-boggling inventions, or understanding of some of the things, were beyond rational thinking. So my thing is, you when you start thinking through these specific terms, you're trying to restrict, you're trying to be too rational and not being creative. So when you stop being rational sometime and just let the mind go, you don't have to act on it, just let it go wherever it goes, and just flow with it. And then sometimes you will get things that you will not get when you are in your box.
But what does creativity, like, one can be creative but also tied to science and facts? I'm trying to understand, because unfortunately it all usually ends up being too vague and hard to explain. And I get how, if you think that it is something that one has to experience and it can't be put into words, then I guess that makes sense that it's hard to explain. But from an outsider's perspective, it's so hard to understand what it is that's the outcome, and like, how do I know what is BS and what isn't in this unexplainable realm?
So my question will be, what will make you believe it? Like, let's say if let's say the same person that gave me all that information, right? Or the same, my cousins who talked about the people who were dead like 50 years ago and gave the specifics so detailed, information. Let's say somebody tells you all those things, how would you explain it in the terms we know now to others? Like, how would you say that? You might just say, is it luck, or what would you say?
Well, the thing is, I keep hearing those stories from a bunch of different people from different backgrounds, um, like with different explanations to them and different conclusions. I haven't witnessed it myself, and it's not to say that I think, like, I'm not calling you a liar, for example. I just don't know. I can't believe something like that without some sort of proof. So
Yes.
I haven't experienced it to then think,
Mhm.
I'm stumped. There's no explanation for this. It
Okay,
hasn't
so
happened to me.
yes, I totally agree with that. So just to cut that short, I would say you just can look at the DOPS, Department of Perceptual Studies, Virginia. They have done a study. So would you consider that as at least a reliable source? I mean, I don't want anyone to just listen to me and, come on board.
No, but then what do we get from these instances?
Well, this is where science comes into, right? The science is where the science needs to see is what is that we are missing, that we are not seeing it. Like, just look at the spectrum of the light. We always looked at the visible spectrum. Now we are trying to figure out how far the galaxies are there by redshift, which is never heard of. So now if you start thinking about the things that science know now that we didn't even imagine, that's one way of looking at the distance of galaxies through the redshift in the, in the spectrum. That itself tells you that, we probably can figure it out if we just not just set it aside and look at these things and say, how is that possible? Like what? And we have enough data points, and we have enough things. At least have a study like you do the study of, Pew study, where people feel, whether evolution theory is right or religion is right. Just do some studies and see at least what kind of people have seen things that are not explainable by current science, and is there a possibility that there is something that we can learn? Because this is where science needs to step in and say, yes, we believe, we think there is something we don't know. So it's, and science is really great in saying, if they don't know, they will say they don't know. But that will start people doing studies once this is acknowledged.
Well, I'm curious to know what they come up with, what conclusions they come up with, and what their data shows. I am curious.
Sure.
Yeah.
They did not do any conclusion. They just presented all the data. They said that they're never looking at the conclusions, like what this is real or not, or this is, they said this is not up to us to make the conclusions. We are just going to do the study of what is this phenomena is.
Okay. Well, it's another thing I should look into eventually. But yeah, thanks for sharing your beliefs with us. Is there anything that you wanted to ask or share?
I would say that, from the people, excuse me, from the people who are really high on science and truly believe in the material, kind of proof, and always ask for the proof. I want to know that even, the proof that science is giving us right now, we know that in future things change and the science change inflexible. So why they are so like bent on asking a proof of something that they themselves probably don't have ability to measure it?
Well, because things that cannot be measured, anyone can claim anything and say, it's not measurable, therefore neither of us can actually prove or disprove it. But like people do that with religion, right? They make claims like, for example, in Islam, that we all consented to this life, but our memories were erased. That's an unfalsifiable claim, right? Because in theory, if someone created me and erased my memory, that could happen. But that's the thing. Like, if I'm gonna have to take a position, it's I don't know, but I can't believe something.
Yes,
Yeah.
so just from that point of view, the creation claim is a large claim. So for a claim to be so large, you have to give a proof that is really, really large. You cannot just say, oh, because the book said it. Because I totally agree that if you make a claim of making earth and making human and putting all this together, and there is a heaven and a hell,
But I
then
mean, same
you
goes
have to
for reincarnation too, right?
Yes, it goes same for the reincarnation. So the theory why it happens, probably maybe questionable. You can always say, what I have explained you through my experiences from karma, and what the soul needs to learn, or what a person, whatever the inside is, you can set it aside. What I'm saying is the proof is there that this phenomena is happening. Now, from religious point of view, there is no proof. So there is a scientific proof that people can go and do this kind of research to say really this is happening, and they can do a myth buster. They can say, these guys have trained these kids to lie or say something, and they're just saying the same thing. They are just kids, whatever. I don't care. I'm just saying that this is happening, and this is, you can call it anecdotal, but the people are out there. You can go and interview, and that's what the dops have done, and everyone can do it. So my question again is, is you cannot equate the religion to this phenomena. It's not the same.
I would say, I mean, it can't be exactly the same, but I'm using it as an example because it's the same degree of unfalsifiable, unprovable kind of thing. But I am curious.
Why is it unfalsifiable when you can go conduct the interview and do the research and see if that is true or not? Where is the problem is not verifying the thing in question, like the phenomena in question?
Well, I find it very hard to believe because I have a lot of skepticism based on the amount of these, so-called supernatural experiences or reincarnation stories and so on that turn out to be, untrue. So I'd have
give
to
me
be
an example. Give me an example.
I can't remember off the top of my head, but there's a lot of like these claims that
Do you
people
know
make
any big example where some, especially of reincarnation? I mean, I don't care about supernatural because, like you said, it can be hallucination, it can be real, which I don't know, and I won't set it aside. But this phenomena is I mean, it's measurable.
How is it measurable, or what's the criteria?
Okay, the criteria is if somebody claims a kid of 4 or 5 years, and their parents claim that the kid is, having this reincarnation experiences, you can go interview the kid, get all the details that the kid is saying, then you go figure out if there is a person of this kind of background exists, and then you go and verify every detail the kid has said and does it match or not. And that's what DOPS has done.
Well, how do you know that they couldn't have told the kid this information?
That's what DOPS has done. You can look into it's the things that the kids have said is so precise. Like, I'll give you an example. A kid has talked about that as a when he was certain age, he was shot in the head at this particular place and he fall down, and this person has shot all the details. And not only the kid has said all that, and that has came true, and it's not just what is in the news. They have told about things which were not even the parents didn't know that this was in there, and they figured out that was true.
Is there any way to actually verify that
Yes.
no one had learned any of this information along the way?
Yes.
Or
yes.
How do they know that the parents didn't know this detail?
Because one of the thing is, some of the things that these people have talked about is very mundane stuff, which is like a person living in like 100 miles from their place, and there is nothing big about this person. He was just a regular person going to the, doing his family business, living in a house, and they have talked about what is there in the room, what is the details, and there was no relation of parents with that person. They have never visited that city. Nobody from their family has gone to that city. So,
well, how do you let me ask it this way? How do you know that it's not the kind of the Texas sharpshooter fallacy, in a sense, where like all the cases where the kid or whoever got it slightly wrong, those are ignored, but the ones where the kid said, some vague things that could have been true in that
yes, it's possible. I mean, you're talking about the mediumship, like how the people just guess. But in this case, all the studies that has done by DOPS, everything was correct. There was nothing was said was not correct. Like, it was the reverse. It was pretty much everything that the kid has said was to the T.
Like what kind of detail?
Like, basic, like, let's say if one of the kid was talked about that she was a mom, she has said things like, I have in my room, I have, in my drawer, I keep these things, and in my, I had this picture in my wall, and then, stories about how their kids, what are their nicknames, what are their names, things which are like really mundane stuff that you talk about, which is nothing. Nobody has noted, nobody has talked to each other. It's just regular stuff, but it's very unique to that family and person. Nobody else would know. Even outside their own cousins will not know about things which are like, you don't pay attention to those because it's so mundane, but unique.
Well, that may be the case. I'll have to look into them. But to me, the reason why to be honest, I don't care to give it a lot of thought is because it leads to nothing beneficial. And from my point of view, I'm not dismissing anything that you may have learned from this experience.
No,
but
I'm saying why you think it's nothing beneficial to the humanity if we can find something that we are missing.
Well, what are we learning from these? Because the problem with these stories is that for each one story that could be plausible, there's thousands that are just hacks,
Well,
so
so I would say before you make a big general statement, why don't you just look at these figures and maybe instead of playing devil's advocate, look at it. And I'm very open. I'm saying if I'm wrong, I'm okay to be wrong. I'm not.
right, but
I'm not.
what do we learn from these experiences?
What we are learning is there are things that we don't know, and we should do more investigation and studies and learn about things instead of just being high on the science, saying science knows everything, and if we don't know, we will figure it out. And if we don't, there are certain things that we are telling, and if we don't, then you must be hack, or you must be hallucinating, or you must be, I mean, things like that is just not doing due diligence and just putting it aside. And I understand there are millions of cases and there are a lot of bad cases. That does not tell you that there are real cases and people are genuine and they have felt it. Like, let's say even if they have some problem with their hallucination or something with their mind, even that will be great from science point of view to say this is what happens, and then they can find a cure or something to give an explanation where people don't flip out and go to the religion or go to these quacks where they spend all their life thinking this is going to solve the problem. So even from mental health point of view,
that's
it's
a good
great.
point.
Yeah.
That is a good point, that if scientists figure out some explanation behind these stories, they can tell people, don't fall for the religious explanation for the same instance. That is a good point. But the thing is, like, what would I gain from, at the moment, looking into these scattered anecdotal stories? Like, I'm open to the idea that the research into this is a good thing, but I'll just wait for when there's enough data to actually start making some conclusions, than to look into it now, because I still don't understand what I could gain from it at the moment.
You have to ask yourself, are you interested? Do you want to learn about it? You will, if you are open to it, you will learn it. If you're not going to learn anything. It's
I mean, wait, you cut out, so I don't want to talk over you. Hey, are you still there, Tony? Okay, I think he has cut out. Have I cut out as well? Okay. People in the chat, tell me if you can still hear me. If it's just Tony who has been disconnected. Okay, I'm still here. This is ironic that I'm like, do I exist? Am I still here? Can you tell me? I need an outside frame of reference to know if I'm still here. Tony, we can't hear you at all, so I hope I'm going to remove you for a second. I hope that you can come back or send me a private chat. By the way, I want to say thank you to Shaheen. Let me try to read that last name, and I'm sorry if I get it wrong, because I'm not familiar with Persian. Vahman Zadegan. Shaheen Vahman Zadegan. Close. Thanks for joining and becoming a member. That's very nice of you. It's cool that I didn't know that YouTube would show you that while you're live streaming. So thanks. Yeah, Tony is gone, unfortunately. But thank you, Tony, if you're watching this. Thanks for sharing your beliefs. I forgot what I was going to ask him last, but anyway. Okay, next we're going to take Apex, and then we have one more caller after that. So Apex, I'm adding you in 3, 2, 1. Hey, how's it going?
Hello, Apostate Aladdin.
How are you?
I've been a long-time fan for a long time now. I've been good. I haven't done any of these actually, like these like little live stream things too. So this will be my first one, but I'm very, very excited to actually kind of meet you. I really, really love your work. I love the animations that you do. I love the video on Muhammad that you did with the music is haram ringtone. I thought that was very, very awesome.
Well, thank you. I'm glad you're here.
Yeah. So my background basically is I'm a Christian. I believe very, very heavily in the Old Testament. I also believe in the New Testament. I do believe that Jesus Christ is the visible image of God himself. And I do believe that that the Christian faith is the true faith. I do believe that it has a lot of like different things about its history that can be controversial. But I don't believe that its teachings in its origins from like the apostolic church in the 1st century, I don't believe that those people were going against the message that Christ was trying to bring at the time that he showed up. I truly believe that the message at his time was consistent with what Christians believe today, minus the denominations that exist all around the world today, like Roman Catholicism. There's another one. It's Calvinism, like all the different denominations of Christianity, where they bring Jesus down to whether he's divine, whether he's a single person or the Father at the same time, whether all three are co-eternal or separate. But I think that the original Trinitarian view about who Jesus was and who the first apostolic church believed in, I believe that remains consistent until this day. But I was just kind of curious on how you felt about Jesus and who he was and his message and how it relates to today. That's what I was kind of curious on.
Well, before we get to that, so I'm going to be honest and admit it. I don't know enough about everything in Jesus' life to have a judgment on who he was or his message.
Okay.
I know a little bit of, the Old Testament being problematic, but I still don't have enough knowledge to, start a debate about that or something. That's not really what concerns me.
That's totally fine. I didn't really want to debate anything super heavily. I realized that it was just a discussion of topics, but
the thing that really like makes me curious is trying to understand, why do you believe that Christianity is true? If I'm someone who wants to join your religion, but I need to be convinced first, what is it that convinces you?
The thing that convinces me the most is that when I really was deciding on which religion was the true religion and which one was actually the correct one, I decided that if Christianity was the true religion, as people were telling me, then I have to kind of analyze this person of Jesus Christ and who he was. I had to really, really study what his character was about. I had to study what he was teaching specifically, like not anything that's kind of like beat around the bush, but more specifically what he was teaching to the Jews at the time, living around that time. I also have to take into account what he teaches, aside from the Islamic view. I have to also take into an account the teachings that he has on the Gentiles as well, and not just the Jewish people. And then I also have to take into an account of the way that he lived his life and the way that he died. And then when I kind of combine all of those teachings together, or all of those, not teachings, but when I take all of those inferences about Jesus and those historical like the recordings about Jesus and his miracles and his teachings and the way he lived and the way he died, I take all of those and I kind of just put it all together. And then I take the message of the gospel and I apply it to my own life. And the question that came to me was, why do I need Jesus? And why do I need him in my life? Like, exactly, why do I need to know this person if he's the truth and if he's the one true God, as people claim him to be? And then, so I did my own studying. I researched the Old Testament, and it really got me like to kind of picture who this God was. Because if Jesus is who he says he is and claims to be the God of the Old Testament come into the flesh, then of course I have to go to the source material in the Torah to view the character of this God, to see if it's consistent with the New Testament and who these people believe him to be. So I try to always go back to what the Torah says about God and his character, and then I find that a lot of the characteristics that the God of the Old Testament shows, I see that in Jesus as well. But I also see a little bit of differences as well. I see that Jesus is also, like, apparently, if Jesus is the God of the Old Testament, why isn't he's the one that gave the stoning laws? So why isn't he stoning people for committing adulteries, etc.? So it's like why isn't he stoning people for picking grain on the Sabbath? It's like those little things that kind of like make me analyze the character of Jesus, if he is to be the God of the Old Testament come in the flesh. It's something that I have to think about. Just if people are claiming him to be that person, then I have to make sure that he's consistent with what the Jews believe, because apparently the Jews believe in that one true God, Yahweh. So all of my research into the character of Jesus, who he was, what his teachings were, and how it related to me, and why I needed him in my life, is something that really kind of just shot me head first into this whole rabbit hole of ideas on like the human condition, about why my life matters, about like why everything matters, or why certain things matter, but I can't really explain it. And it really opened me up to like a bunch of new questions that I didn't even know that I needed answers for. And then I find that the more that I was reading the New Testament, the more I was getting those questions answered for me, and not even from the apostolic like teachings like Paul and
Wait, I've got a bunch of questions, but I want to go back to.
of course.
I have a bunch of questions, but I'll start with this one. So you said Jesus and the Old Testament. So how did you consolidate the two? You said that there were differences. What was the answer?
I believe that Jesus Christ himself is the fulfillment of almost, if not all, messianic prophecies that point to the Messiah. I believe him to be that figure in Isaiah 53, where it talks about how a son would be born to Israel, and that this son would come and he would be pierced for our transgressions and crushed for our iniquities. And it's depicting like a servant in the future. It's depicting a prophecy about a man or a person who's going to suffer a horrific death. And this person is apparently doing it for the sake of a people group. And that people group has done what the Jews claim is like transgressions and iniquity. So whatever transgression and iniquity is to the Jews, that's kind of like what sin is for us, or what we believe is to be sin.
Sorry,
So
wait. I don't know if you're if I'm getting the answer to that question. Like the things that you mentioned in the Old Testament that Jesus isn't carrying out, like the stoning punishment and so on. Like how did you consolidate the differences between that God and Jesus?
Oh, because well, a more basic answer to that would be because people claim that just because of the claim alone that he's the God of the Old Testament in the flesh. So that's what kind of brought up the question. Like if he is God in the flesh and he made the stoning laws, why isn't he stoning people? Or why isn't he doing certain commands that he gave?
Did you find the answers to those questions?
Yes, I was able to find it. And it's because another example is when Jesus and the apostles are picking grains, and Jesus is he's speaking with his apostles, and the apostles are picking grain, and the Pharisees are telling him, hey, why are you guys doing that on the Sabbath day? This is not, you're not supposed to be picking grains on the Sabbath. And then Jesus calls them out specifically on a prophecy in Isaiah, where Isaiah warns about religious leaders who take the laws of the Torah out of context to fit their own human agenda. And what they did is they took the law of picking grain, and it wasn't picking grains on the Sabbath that was the law. The original law given by God was that you're supposed to wash your hands before you eat dinner. And that's what they were doing. They were picking grain for eating for dinner. So what Jesus is inferring is that God is the one that gave the laws, but the way that the Jews treated it is they took those laws and kind of warped it to fit their own human agenda for like status and like power, or like
the Jews are why the Old Testament looks so different from how Jesus is.
Well, it's because the Jews are the ones that were given the law, and they were given all the commandments by God, but they still winded up not being able to fulfill it anyways. They winded up going astray.
How does that change? Like, what was written in the Old Testament, you're saying it's misunderstood and Jesus is clarifying it?
Oh, no. It's the law. The laws are given in the Levitical priesthood specifically. It's just that over time, the Jews took those very same laws and they changed them. They changed them, whether it's like very minute or very major changes, but they changed them to fit the cultural standard. Like,
so like these things that you mentioned in the Old Testament, they weren't actually what God had inspired.
yes, they were doing it for more of their benefit instead of like the benefit to like please God. They wanted to
like,
please.
were they making up these laws and these things, or were they there but out of context? Like,
they were taking the laws themselves that God gave, but they were just slightly changing them to fit like a cultural standard that they have. And what an example like that is, what I mean is like when, well, it's actually the perfect example would be the picking of grains, as Jesus said. They're picking grains, but that's not what the law is. The law is just you're supposed to wash your hands before you eat dinner. But the Pharisees are using that to kind of like trap Jesus and his followers in like a kind of hypocrisy. They're trying to like get him against his own words. And they're trying to like make it seem like he's going against the Torah and being hypocritical. But Jesus himself calls them out on that very same hypocrisy about a prophecy in Isaiah about how Isaiah is calling out the religious leaders for that very same hypocrisy. And it's been that's been a, I'm sorry. What?
I don't know enough about these things in the Old Testament, so I won't delve into them further. But
well, yeah,
I wanted to ask you things about what you said about your faith earlier. So first thing you had said is that you wanted to know which of these religions was the true one. Did you consider thinking of it as like, are these religions true at all, rather than which one is the true one?
Well, it's like what I said earlier. I had to take what these other religions had to offer, and then I had to compare and contrast them with what Jesus had mentioned. And what I found in that research was that Jesus winded up contradicting every other world religion that I had come into contact with, whether that be nihilism, atheism, pantheism.
Well, those aren't religions, but
I mean like just worldviews. That's what I mean. Like he contradicts those worldviews.
But you're taking Jesus as the reference, but have you taken like an outsider's point of view to assess Christianity on its own?
Yes, and I've even taken my own steps to doing this. I've kind of like done a lot of research into ideologies about nihilism and non-theistic.
No, without comparing him to other theologies, like Christianity on its own in a vacuum. Have you tried to assess the truthfulness of it?
Yes, I have. As far as like the historical perspective of the authenticity of Christianity, and your question was like how authentic is it, like historically, right?
No, not the authenticity or like the accuracy of the historical records, but more like, how do you know the truthfulness of it, that it is the truth, not just by comparing it to other things that look more doubtful and worse? Like on its own, what makes Christianity the truth to you?
I take usually when Jesus claims that the major thing for me is that Jesus himself claims that he's the only way to God the Father. And whether I'm talking to a Muslim or a person who doesn't even believe in God, I believe that the Father is God. And I believe he is that higher being or that higher power. And so Jesus himself is claiming to be the mediator between that God and mankind. And so that's what I had to struggle with. That was when I kind of figured, okay, I have to either take Jesus at his word or have to go investigate these other religions and see if they make more sense than what I'm hearing.
Why isn't the answer that none of them are? Because that's what I'm asking here. Why is it that you're always falling back on this is the most plausible one, rather than, could be none of these?
Well, that can come down to many like different kinds of reasons. It could come down to like the social norms at the time. It can also come down to like the history at the time, and even the Jews and how they lived their lives, and whether they wanted to make this up for the benefit of themselves or whether they wanted to create a God of their own. It can come down to many different reasons, but the reason that I believe is because of the effects it had before he died, and the message that was brought up of a Messiah that would show up and then that Messiah actually showing up, and then the effects it had after it happened, after Jesus had died. That's what I take into account the most. And I look at Christian persecution within the 1st century to the 3rd century, and then I look at these other sources, like, and these are just names that I'm just listing off the top of my head that I heard from other people, but like Josephus and Tacitus, and even like other sources, like outside sources from that are not even on the topic, like Jesus's grave, or like, that's more like evidence. But like, for me personally, it's just the cause and effect that Jesus had on the social norm with Rome, and not just Rome, but like the entire world. That's what I look at more, like his message and how it affected the world, like drastically, and how fast it spread, and not just how fast it spread, but how like passionate.
Don't you think that part of why it spread so fast is the wars that were done in its name?
Oh yeah, no, I do not deny the Crusades at all. I definitely agree.
No, I'm not saying that like, oh, you have to answer for those horrible things, but I'm thinking,
no, I fully
if you take
understand.
the speed of it spreading as, you know, as a part of the reason why it seems truthful, then wouldn't you also take into account the ugliness that came with that spreading?
Of course. Yeah, of course. There's definitely, you could say that pretty much about most religions in the world and their origins as well. It's like,
right.
It's usually how it goes. It's people wind up getting killed for their faith, and then some people usually want to retaliate to it. And of course, that's totally justified. It's self-defense. So obviously you have to protect your people.
I mean,
your
there's
family.
more to it than self-defense.
Yeah, and of course you have the Crusades, which it was like a holy war and a holy agenda. But I look at those wars, and then to me, it doesn't proclaim the same message that Jesus had. It's like it's the same denomination. It's people taking the message of Jesus and warping it to fit their cultural agenda.
No, I get that part, or that you believe that it's, you know, they didn't go to war because of something Jesus actually taught.
Yes.
But I'm saying, if the speed of it spreading is a factor in how believable you find Christianity to be, don't you take the bad parts as well? Like, the speed of it spreading has to do with political reasons with these wars. So why are you only looking at the positive of the spreading part, you know?
Well, it's you make an excellent point about that. I do believe that, yes, there are a lot of bad things in Christian history that have happened, but I look at those mostly for like the benefit of the person, or whether it be the benefit of their like political advancements. You know what I mean? Like, it's like the person is trying to establish like a nation or further territory, so they're using Jesus as an excuse to be able to push their agenda onto them, which is not really what that goes against what Jesus taught us. He never really told us to take up the sword, but I can definitely see where you come from on that. On that aspect.
To clarify, like, I get that maybe Jesus is faultless in this and Christianity may be faultless in this or something, but I mean, the speed of the spread, like when people look at a similar example is when Muslims say, look, there's 1 billion of us. That's not taking into account that a lot of people aren't actually practicing and so on. So when you say that the speed of the spreading is kind of some, you know, points to the truthfulness of Christianity, maybe you should keep in mind also that the speed of the spreading has to do with reasons that have nothing to do with the truthfulness of Christianity, you know?
That's very possible as well. That's very possible as well.
And you had mentioned a few points about Jesus, like you were talking about early on. One of the first things you said was you looked at his character, his teachings to the Jews and the Gentiles, and how he lived and died. And is it that you've seen so many things that there's no way that a human being can be so good, and therefore the story must be true about him being, you know, holy?
Well, it comes down to not really to like a lot what he said, but a lot to what he does, and to a lot to what Jesus does in the Gospels, and the way that he's teaching his apostles, that the way that he teaches the apostles about the human condition is different than what like therapists today will tell you. Like, therapists today will tell you that you gotta fulfill yourself, and you gotta make sure that you're good, and you gotta believe in yourself. And then Jesus's message is the exact opposite. Jesus is telling you to deny yourself, and he's telling you that if you try to save your life, then you will lose it. So he's giving these really like these parables that you would not normally take as like advice to like be a better person or be a better like human being. So what he's kind of addressing is like, he's addressing like the human condition in us all, basically. And the whole point of his arrival was so that he can turn that ideology or that worldview of like I'm trying to convey it in a way that doesn't sound too like too vague or in a biblical sense, like what we take as the word sin, or like the human condition, the need to want to do evil, or the want to do evil. In that sense, it's like that's what we believe. And
I think that's unfair. That like humans are always like from a Christian perspective, the human condition is that we want to sin in the sense that we want to do evil, and you know that Jesus saving us from ourselves, from our bad, condition. But I don't think that's true. Humans aren't naturally wanting to do evil. Like there's a lot of non-Christian, people who live and die and they're trying to do good things. So where does this idea that we are just drenched in sin and evil, where does it come from?
Well, if you're asking me personally, it came from a lot of exploring like human history and the atrocities that were committed throughout human history. I had to find a way to kind of like rationalize like human evil and why I would really think that these things were evil. But at the same time, I'm struggling with that same worldview that if there is no God, then that means this stuff doesn't really matter. And so it was kind of like an inner conflict with myself where I had to kind of realize that if nothing matters, then my feelings kind of contradict it. So and I'm being more dishonest with myself if I deny that these things are evil. And
wait, why does nothing matter if God doesn't exist?
Well,
okay, let me give you an example that's kind of different. But say, you see a cat in the street, and the reason why I said cat is because mine is asking for attention right now. And no one's watching you, right? And take God out of the equation right now. No one's watching you. You could kick it and get away with it, right? Say you're frustrated. Do you feel like you naturally want to hurt the animal just because there's no consequences or no one's watching?
No. Well, actually, I do believe that can have some consequences. I do. You have heard about cases about people who don't even believe in God, who kill people, and then they wind up not feeling anything usually afterwards either. So it can be applied in the same context.
Like, aside from like psychopaths who, whether they believe in God or not, are still going to do.
Not excluding psychopaths, but I mean like a more practical example, like a U.S. soldier or like a soldier who has to kill for his country, but he has to be like rational at the same time. He doesn't enjoy doing it, but he knows that he has to for his country, and he can have like a body count of like 20 people. And to him, it would be completely justified. But he
could be a Christian and still feel the same way. I mean, there's a lot of Christians in the U.S. Army.
Yes, that's very true. But in my case, I believe that like if there is no God, then I believe that Hitler would be somebody like Hitler would be completely justified by the culture in his case. You know what I mean?
No, what does justified by the culture mean?
He convinced a whole country of people that eliminating a race of people was for the betterment of humanity and for the betterment of the human race. Like you had the whole ideology of the Nazi Party, which was with the Aryan race. Right. And that whole ideology in and of itself is, if you can't say that that's.
But he was a Christian.
Well, it's in a sense,
you might disagree of how closely he adhered to Christianity, but I mean,
that brings us back to the original point: is that you can call yourself a Christian, you can call yourself a good person, but that doesn't mean you follow the teachings of Jesus. That's what it comes down to, is that people
Yeah, but I mean, like, what he did, you're saying if God doesn't exist, then he was justified in doing what he was doing?
No, if God doesn't exist, that means Hitler was completely justified because of the culture at the time.
No, whether like God exists or not, just because Hitler had this belief, this false belief that, you know, getting rid of the Jews is going to get rid of problems, whether God exists or not, that still doesn't change the fact that it was a bad approach to take to solving the country's problems, and it was false. Like, how does God change this?
Well, it comes down to like the Nuremberg trials, how they were the Nuremberg trials were nearly disbanded, but they were the whole reason it was brought back together was because of the notion that there is a law above the law that's saying like gassing Jews and children is objectively wrong.
But
And
that didn't have to do with God, though, right?
Well, it has to do with the Judeo-Christian principles of
not necessarily. I mean, human rights are not about Judeo-Christian principles.
Can you elaborate, please?
Like, for example, a humanist thinking that, you know, a human has a right to exist, that has nothing to do with Jesus saying killing is wrong. Or like, you can't just presuppose that because Jesus said it first, people weren't already having that belief.
No, of course. Yeah. But at Jesus's time too, there's also good and evil happening at the same exact time. But Jesus is just there to kind of clear everything up and he's letting everybody know exactly what is right from wrong, and he himself is being the example for humanity. That is who he, and I'm not trying to sound that in a preachy way, but that's according to our beliefs, is that he is the human example of what it means to be the perfect human, regardless if human beings inevitably fall short of Jesus. And that's not me being preachy. That's exactly what we believe, is that nobody can be as perfect as him and everybody falls underneath his example, but he is that standard, that perfect example of a human being that everybody falls short of.
But how does that tie into your belief that if God doesn't exist, then, you know, basically we can excuse Hitler because there's no higher law? Is that what you're saying?
Well, for me personally, that's something that I really, really hold dear to me. Like it's a belief that I really, really like hold on to, that yes, if God didn't exist, then we wouldn't really have any means to justify. We wouldn't have any grounds other than what we experience or how we feel to say that something is good or bad, because then that would just be our own subjective opinion on how that thing is, on how
what makes like. But here's the thing: when someone from a certain religion says that my God says, or the God says, do this and that, therefore it's objective, it's still failing to prove that any of it is objective at all, except that, you know, it's a claim by a certain religion. Is there a way to show beyond a shadow of a doubt that objectively this is what God said we should carry the law as?
Well, there really isn't no way other than like kind of like just observing people. But I guess another way you could kind of look at it is looking at like a culture or a people group. Like let's take Islam, for example. Look at the fruit of Islam and look at the makeup of Islam, and then look at the culture and society that they live in today.
Well, without like just pitting Christianity against something else, right? We're talking about, you were saying, you know, without God, it's just talking about subjective values and how we're going to create the laws. It's all subjective. How do you objectively prove that Christianity is real and the laws that come from it?
Okay. Yeah. It's because this is gonna sound a little bit confusing, but I'm gonna try and convey this in the best way I can. It's because my own personal experiences contradict that worldview specifically. That if there is no God, that means that life is meaningless. And if I say that life is meaningless, then I'm being dishonest with myself, because I have intangible values that I feel that are contradicting my worldview of life being meaningless. So I'm being dishonest with myself when I say that life is meaningless, and then I have intangible values that I value very much that give me meaning. Like when somebody says that they, like, let's say we have a person who is a nihilist. They don't believe life has any meaning, and then they wind up giving meaning in their life to something. They give meaning to something in their life that gives their life meaning. So now they have meaning, but they're contradicting themselves, because regardless if they give themselves sorry, I'm sorry, I'm tripping over my words. Regardless if they give something meaning, life still remains meaningless. And that's the way that I look at it.
Why are you looking at nihilist specifically? What if someone has meaning? Yeah.
Not nihilist specifically, but the idea that life itself is like, it's just meaningless. Like it has no purpose and it just happened by chance. That whole notion to me is something that I find myself being dishonest with if I try to agree with, because I simply do not feel that way. I feel dishonest with myself when I say that life has no meaning, and then I apply meaning to something that gives me meaning, because regardless if I do that, life still remains meaningless in that sense. So then I have to come to the honest conclusion that true atheism is just constant despair. It's like and I don't mean that for like an atheist can be perfectly happy, but an honest atheist who is honest with their worldview has to acknowledge the fact that whether they give life meaning, it still remains meaningless, regardless if they give it meaning.
But I only hear that from theists telling atheists that. And I want to counter this with an example. Like a true Christian is living in despair because they would be desperately every day trying to figure out how to save as many people as possible from hell, or a true Muslim or whoever. Like that's my view, is that believers are in denial of the ugly, scary reality that their God created. So isn't it hypocritical to go about your day-to-day without sacrificing your every living moment to make sure everybody makes it to heaven?
Yeah, I would say that is very hypocritical, especially with Christians nowadays, because Christians nowadays really don't read their Bibles, and they don't really go out and preach as much as they should. But as far as like with the example I gave earlier, I apologize. What was the original point that you brought up? I started thinking about two other things at the same time.
Well, you were talking about the meaningless of life, and how an atheist, if they're truly an atheist, they would have to not be hypocritical and realize that life is meaningless in their worldview.
Okay. Yes. Yeah. So Jesus himself contradicts that idea, that like the prosperity gospel, for example, that if you follow Jesus and you preach the gospel to people and you show Jesus to people, then your life is going to be better and you're going to be chosen out of the few. Jesus does not preach that. He preaches the exact opposite of that. He says that if you do this, then you're going to be under what the Bible describes as like the Bible describes this life as warfare, and like how Jesus's first followers themselves would be persecuted in his name for that very reason, just for preaching his name. And so,
I mean, every religion that tries to preach gets persecuted for trying to preach and intervene in people's lives.
In Christianity's case, this was not common during the Roman occupation, where you would go out and you would preach about a god that would it was like a god above the rest of the gods, like an alpha god. That was not around during the time, or at least to the Gentiles, because the Jews already had Yahweh as their deity. But it was not common during the time to go to other nations to preach a God of salvation in the name of peace, and have it be received the way it did, like Christianity did. And that's why I looked at Christian and Christian persecution throughout the first and second centuries, and that it makes me wonder about how Christianity was received for the message that it had at the time. And the message was completely peaceful, preaching of a God of salvation, and this is how it was treated at the time.
Well, do you think that that's really true, that it's just, very nice Christians preaching nice things and people just persecuted them because Jesus said it will happen? Like, don't you see that the reality is, like, you speak of how Christians are hypocrites today and so on, but all throughout history, humans still have that human nature that they're not all going to follow perfectly. Why couldn't it be just because they were so annoying and invasive that people had to persecute them or like push them back? You know, how come it's only that ideal narrative that they were just only there for peace and they were persecuted unjustly? Like, did humans change from back then to now? Like, back then everything was ideal, and now we add the human factor.
Well, based on scripture and what it says that Jesus came at a time when we were basically at our worst. And that's basically like, it's inferring that humanity at the time was at a point in history where we were pretty much like lawless. We were killing each other. We were just taking each other as slaves. We were marrying each other off when we were like 6 years old.
That's what Islam says also, that, you know, it came during a time of corrupted morals and stuff. And I'm not making a case for Islam being the truth, but I'm saying,
of course.
This keeps happening, that we hear the same kind of narrative from different religions, that it came as salvation. Everything was bad up until that religion came. Like, what differentiates this one?
Because Jesus's teachings still apply to the human condition to this day, personally. With each and every
But you're
person.
saying it's the opposite of what therapists are talking about. It's the complete opposite.
Well, in a sense that a therapist tells you to believe in yourself, and Jesus says the exact opposite. How you have to focus on yourself for self-betterment, self-healing. Jesus tells you to do the opposite and to trust God instead. That's the message that he brings.
But don't you see how, like, when someone goes by the Jesus philosophy on this thing, there's a lot more room for abuse there. You know, there's a lot more room for someone to misdirect those people, start a sub-Christian cult or otherwise.
Oh yeah. No, you can see throughout history.
Isn't it better
all
to
the
like
different sects
focus on yourself more rather than be perpetually feeling like you're a bad sinner and perpetually needing salvation? Isn't it better to focus on yourself, like the therapists are saying?
Well, with the message that Jesus brings, his message is not to put you down and to like and make you feel like you're like subhuman, or that just because you're a born sinner means that you're automatically shunned by God, and that Christianity is not trying to depict human beings as like people who are just bound to do evil for the rest of their life until they turn back to God. People are capable of doing great things without knowing Jesus and without knowing God. The only point is that with Jesus Christ, it comes down to you wanting to do those things for reasons that are beneficial to you and to other people, and not just yourself. And it's in a sense where I'm like,
well, people can do it for reasons that are not totally selfish still.
Yeah. And people, yeah, that brings me back to that point where you can be a person who doesn't know Jesus, but still do good things. But Jesus is trying to say that, like, whether you do good things or not, you're still going to be under this like this natural inclination to want to do things that are like harmful to you in the long-term sense. Like, let me try and make that in a way.
Don't you see how like that's putting people down by saying, even though you're doing good things, you still have that inclination, and you need me, or else you're going to be bad eventually, even though you're doing some good things.
Well, if you look at people today who seek out therapists, some people can't even fully understand who they are as a person. Some people can never truly figure out who or what is causing their own problems either. Like, some people some people can go to therapists and never find out what's wrong with them. And so it comes down to like,
yeah. And how does that compare to people going to confessions and like to turning to God and then still not figuring out what's wrong with them, but knowing that they're doing their part to repent and God's going to figure that out for them? That's not very different, is it?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
So if someone doesn't know what's wrong with them, you know, say they're depressed or they have some mental health issue or they're traumatized or, you know,
Yes.
a bunch of things that maybe a therapist someday could help them figure out, maybe not. And they go to God as an answer and they just feel like, I still don't know what's wrong with me, but at least at least when I die, God's going to take care of me. The answer is there somewhere. How's that different than someone thinking, I don't know what's wrong with me, but I'm trying to figure it out?
This is going to sound a little bit preachy, but according to Jesus's teachings, he tells us that he himself, well, I'm gonna have to think on that for a second, actually.
Sure.
You were asking how it I'm sorry, I'm just a little bit confused about what you asked.
You're pointing at these examples of sometimes people go to therapy and they still can't figure themselves out.
Yes.
And when those people turn to God, like, they still can't figure themselves out, but all they know is maybe God's going to figure it out for me. But did they actually find an answer there, except the standard answer of human wanting to be evil and all that stuff? But did they find anything about them specifically that therapy couldn't offer?
I guess it would be things like more like existentialism or anything like that, where it has to do with like the person suffering from like not physical things like chronic depression or like eating disorders or anything like that. But I'm talking mostly about like people who suffer from like a form of like existentialisms where they don't know what's going to happen to them, or whether nothing is real, or if everything, or whether like they can't really discern what is real and what's not, whether that be their own feelings. And I feel like a therapist trying to help somebody in that kind of scenario would be like, it would be a lot more difficult, because it comes down to like the person's subjective responses and how they feel. And I believe that the therapist couldn't really figure out entirely what's wrong with the person, even if they had a very, very long, in-depth conversation. And so I feel like at least in my experiences, I'm not saying this is for everybody, I feel like God has helped me self-reflect in ways that I could have never talked to any kind of person about. And that I was able to kind of heal from that as well. I was able to kind of dig deep and see the kind of flaws in myself that I needed to work on. And, I'm still dealing with stuff today, but I found that in my case from going to therapists and to going to God, I've noticed that going to God has been a lot more beneficial in the aspect of like self-reflection and dealing with my existentialism. And like more stuff that is more hidden and more deep in the human psyche than would be like out on the outside, like more apparent to people, like people who can just look at me and know what I'm about just right off the bat, or like assume things about me. I can have deeper things that are like repressed things that I wouldn't even understand myself if I talk to a therapist, and which I have had in the past. I've talked to therapists in the past about things that I didn't even understand, and I'm just kind of like saying out of my mouth, and I'm just saying like my own feelings and emotions, and I'm not even understanding what I'm conveying. It's like it's feelings that I had that I didn't really know at the time what they were, and then when I went to God about it, I was able to kind of discern and grasp that idea that was kind of pulling me down in my psyche, and I was able to deal with it a lot more easier that way.
Well, I don't doubt your experience, and I'm glad that you found the answers eventually, no matter how you arrived at that introspective look at yourself. And yeah, anecdotally, I've experienced kind of the opposite of that, where maybe you might think because I was praying to the wrong God, but I was trying to figure out whatever God is out there, and I'm sure if God was not the Allah God, he would still be listening anyway, right?
Yeah.
Like he probably wouldn't just pass on, the prayer just because I said the wrong name. But,
I can't believe it, man. Islam is so crazy. I'm sorry, but I had to say that.
Well, I was I had a huge existential crisis since even before leaving the religion, because the answers weren't so clear. And to be honest, so far from other religions, it's about the same, aside from the very obvious problems in Islam. I mean, just looking at the big picture questions, it
Yeah.
feels to me like other religions as well. But after a lot of time, experiences, conversations, some therapy, introspection, eventually I figured out a lot of those things, and I'm sure that doesn't work for everybody. But what I'm trying to get at is, like, I found meaning in my life more than when I had that meaning given to me by the God answer. You know what I mean?
That's
And
respectable. That's absolutely respectable.
so yeah, I think everyone tries to find meaning in their own life, and I just hope that if that meaning includes God, that doesn't cause yourself or someone else any harm. And I don't just mean like the outwardly violence kind of harm, but some ideas can be very harmful, and they leave room for more harm, like someone thinking that they'll never be good enough because they'll never be like Jesus.
Agreed.
Right?
And actually you can apply that to the slave trade as well, because they took the Christian scriptures out of context and they tried to bring back slavery using the scriptures, which was absolutely wrong. So that's a great example of that right there. So they're using the scriptures to intimidate a race of people and to try and use it against them in that way. So I completely agree. Evil people can use any kind of means however they want to oppress a different people group, whether it's Jesus or not. So I totally agree with that.
And last thing I want to ask you is, if, like, say I want to find out that Christianity is the truth, like and this is a biased view, I want to prove that Christianity is the truth so I can believe in it. What is the best way, aside from lived experiences and feeling a certain way? What is the best way to go on the path to find Jesus? Like,
I would
to
say,
be sure of it, you know?
I would say, as specifically as I can make it, look at the historical authenticity of the event of the cross itself. That's exactly how I was able to come to Christianity. Was I looked at the cause and effect of the historical. I looked at the historical events that happened post crucifixion and pre-crucifixion as well, and that's what kind of led me to down this entire whole thing of research that I've done.
You know, there was improvements in people's behaviors and stuff. Is that what you mean?
No, it not improvements in people's behaviors, but the political and economic changes that had to do with Christ dying. No, Christ showing up, dying, and then rising, and then the cause and effect in both politically and economically and religiously in Jerusalem at the time and throughout the whole land of Israel at the time as well. That's something that really, really interested me, aside from the whole biblical believe in Jesus and you'll be saved idea. That's what I want. I was more interested in the facts about the crucifixion than I was about the whole gospel message. And that's what brought me into the gospel message personally. I was more interested in
seeing all the effects of the revelation and like the
Yes.
events of his life. Are those events so incredible that they can only be supernatural or like divine?
There's some things that happen that are debatable, but there's also some things that happen that could be considered divine, but I don't try to look at those. I mostly I do take those into an account just because I do
No,
believe in
aside from like the miracles and stuff, I mean, what you mentioned, you know, all the events happening politically and otherwise before and after, is it that seeing those things, like, it made you believe that Christianity is the truth because there's no way for these things to happen unless this was a divine religion?
No, I believe them because Jesus himself said that these things would happen after his death. And then when he winded up dying, it's exactly how it played out. It's Rome winded up falling in 70 AD. The Jews rejected him as the Messiah. The Gentiles were winded up being pulled into Israel's fold. And now they're a part of the church.
Some of these things are kind of pretty like open-ended and vague, like Rome falling. Well, every empire falls eventually.
Well,
right?
it's a prophecy that Jesus gives about how they would reject Jesus, and that
yeah, but every group of people, like most people, reject other religions anyway. Like, why would the Jews accept Jesus as a revision of their own religion? Like, that's by default. A bunch of them are going to say no. Like, we want to remain believing whatever we believe. So, is there anything credible about that kind of prophecy?
as far as Jesus's message, not really. It's just mostly a prophecy towards the Jews about what would happen to their temple. But as far as Jesus's gospel message, it has no relevance. With Jesus's message, though, it would probably be the crucifixion, or I mean, not the crucifixion, but the resurrection, because the resurrection itself was such a major event that happened at that time, where they had his body put in the tomb of Josephus, and they had the stone pulled over it, and they had two guards there, apparently. Well, I get that you're an atheist, but this is all what I believe, so I'm just kind of explaining it as I go, as in that way. But it's the resurrection itself was the whole foundation of Christianity. It's the whole basis on why we believe that Jesus was who he says he is. And if he never rose if he never would have rose, Christianity would have never been established. It never would have been credited as the truth, or it never would have been put up as the truth, or the one true religion.
But I mean, like, Muhammad was not a real prophet, yet Islam was put up as the truth, right?
Well, that's because Muhammad contradicts a lot of his own teachings. And Jesus came and he affirms a lot of what
No,
the
but
Old
I'm
Testament...
saying, like, the concept itself of, you're saying if Jesus didn't rise from the dead, Christianity wouldn't have been posed as the truth. It wouldn't have been this popular.
Well,
but Muhammad didn't actually do the miracles that he did, yet Islam is as big as it is today, right?
Well, yeah, that's the difference between Jesus. Jesus himself told his apostles multiple times that he would be killed and offered up, and that he would rise on the third day. And he tells his apostles this multiple times. And this is why Jesus, when he showed up, his ministry was very, very large. He had thousands. Like you know about the story when he...
No, I don't think you understood my comparison here. You're saying had the resurrection not been real, right? Christianity is this popular, or was posed as the truth, only because the resurrection was real. Like, it's proof of the resurrection, right? Is that what you're trying to say?
No, I'm saying Christianity it's like finalized by the resurrection. But Jesus is already making inferences, and he's already stating that he's going to be dying, and that he would be rising again. And this is what he's telling his apostles. And
so for example, Jesus never actually died and rose, but these are, stories written after the fact. Someone could write that Jesus said he would die, and then he died, and then he rose, but none of it actually happened. How would that change the course of Christianity being accepted if Muhammad also made a lot of claims that weren't true, and yet Islam grew? Like, don't you see that there's a possibility
it's because Jesus's agenda was different than Muhammad's. Muhammad's agenda was more...
I'm saying it as a vague concept that, someone lied, or people lied throughout history, and Islam still propagated. So couldn't it have been that someone lied about Jesus dying and coming back to life, and Christianity still propagated?
So you're saying that somebody might have fabricated that Jesus would have resurrected, or...
Yeah, or that it would be like, not necessarily intentionally, but over the generations, people would make up these stories, that kind of myths start making it into religion. And if that had happened, would that change the course of Christianity if it wasn't true?
I'd have to say it probably wouldn't, because the Jews at the time were Shema affirming Jews. They only believed in one God. So even if they did fabricate something about the Messiah, or even if they would fabricate it, I don't think that the message would have changed regardless, because even if they did, the message that Jesus had, and the I'm sorry, I'm a little bit confused about the question again. I'm sorry.
Sure. So, say Jesus didn't actually die and get resurrected.
Okay.
Isn't there a possibility that, even though that didn't happen, Christianity would be exactly where it is today?
No, because we base our entire faith off the idea that he rose.
Yeah,
So
but
if-
say that was just a tale and he didn't actually die, but generations later that tale was told and people believed it, and don't you see that we could have continued from there to now? Just like Islam, there's these lies about Muhammad actually, going to meet God, and the splitting the moon and all that stuff. You would say that didn't happen,
Well,
yet
then-
people believed that it happened, right?
If you look at the first century apostles, then you kind of have to look at how that would benefit them in their case. Like how would the idea of them fabricating Jesus's resurrection benefit them if they know that it's going to get them killed?
Well, maybe they don't know that it will get them killed, or maybe like there's a lot of the parts of the story that maybe didn't actually happen that way. What I'm saying is, like, isn't it possible that with a bunch of tales making it into what you would think of as facts, the religion would be exactly where it is still today? Like, would anything change if Jesus didn't actually die and resurrect, but people think he did?
Personally, I'd have to say no, and scripturally, I'd have to say no as well, because scripture teaches the exact opposite of that notion. It teaches that Paul himself says that if the resurrection didn't happen, then our entire faith is in vain, and he makes it clear that the resurrection is our entire basis for Christianity, and even if it was something that was fabricated, it wasn't something at the time that would have anybody who was a part of this religion, it wouldn't have benefited them at all, even if they knew it was a fabrication, even if they knew that 300 years later they would have a huge government established with Christianity in it. It's not something that they like. You'd have to ask yourself, you wouldn't really die for something that you would know is a lie. You're asking somebody and on top of that, you're asking other people to die for that very same thing that they know is to be a lie, all on a whim, pretty much.
But a bunch of people like who follow other religions could say the same thing. Like, why would our prophet lie when he knows that it comes with persecution and he gains nothing from it? Not just Muhammad, but like if someone were to say that same, line of logic for another religion, would you see any problem with it?
Can you repeat that? I'm sorry.
Like, there are other prophets in the Abrahamic narrative or otherwise where the believers would say, why would our prophet make this up? Like, he had nothing to gain and there was more persecution to stick to it. So, that to them is kind of a basis for the truthfulness of their religion. But would you see that as a bad logic in their case? Or would you see it as convincing, if they told you our prophet had nothing to gain by lying?
Would I see it as...
Would you see it as a convincing argument for their religion?
I would, actually. I would see it as kind of like the notion that they are willing to die for something that they really believe in. I see it as they're willing to give their life for the notion that this is true. So it's not something that I have to take that and I have to kind of analyze it, and I have to kind of like reflect on that and put myself in their same position. And if I was being tried for something that I knew was a lie, I wouldn't be able to go through with it. I wouldn't be able to be consistent. I would have to revert and become an atheist if I knew that Jesus wasn't the truth. So
but you make a very good point here. So everyone who believes in these other religions, or at least like there are many who believe in these other religions, they're ready to die for that because they believe it so much. Do you think that there's anything that can be done to save them and bring them to Jesus? Or is it their fault that they believe so strongly in something else?
Well, I'm not saying that it's anybody's fault for not believing in Jesus. I do believe that he leads people to him, but
So is it his fault that they don't believe?
no, I do believe in free will as well. I do believe that people have the option to choose God and his.
So whose fault is it then if it's not theirs or Jesus's?
Well, it's. I believe that they have free will, so I do believe that they are given the option to follow Jesus or follow God, or to choose other, like choose against him, and
So
not
someone who's
choose
like
him.
ready to die for their religion, you're saying they're choosing to not follow Jesus.
Well, it's a little bit difficult for me to answer because I'm not like a super student on ethics, but but yeah, it's it is something that is.
So I know there's a lot of glaring issues with Islam, but put those away for a moment. Just say I have another religion and I'm telling you that, you know, people have free will. My God doesn't banish anyone to hell. They choose to go there. And
Yeah.
you're choosing to not believe in my God. I'm ready to die for my religion, like not in a violent way, but like I would give my life for my God. You would give your life for your God. And we're at a standstill where I'm saying you're choosing, you have free will, but you're choosing not to follow the light. What would you think about that?
Well, based on scripture, I do believe that that certain people who follow certain practices, they're given over to those to believe in those practices and to take those practices, like, and when I say practices, I just mean like their religion or whatever culture they're brought up in. And I do believe that there's a whole ton of different things too, because it's a huge time between the Old Testament and believing in the idea of one God versus Jesus showing up and then having the Trinity being exposed to the pantheon and then all these other gods as well. So it's like you have the notion that there's one God, but you also have the idea that this God can either be up in heaven and that he's just there doing nothing, or that he's here present with us and that he's like active in the world or doing stuff with humans and people.
But how does that change how, again, from the other person's point of view, you're choosing not to believe in their God or follow the light, and they're choosing not to believe in your God is how you see it, but you're both ready to die for your belief. Like you really believe in it to the point of giving your life. How do you find out which one of you is right? Or even setting that aside, like let's not say how do you find which one is right, but who do you blame for both of you being entrenched in your positions?
I guess we would have to blame ourselves. So we'd have to
both
blame
of you,
ourselves.
or like God is true in one of these two or none of them, right? But both of you have the same exact point of view, which is I believe my God is true for many reasons that don't exactly, like, they're not scientifically objectively provable, but I believe that, you know, you're choosing not to believe my God, you believe that I'm choosing not to believe your God. How do you know which one is right, and how do you feel about each other?
I guess it comes down to the conviction and the fulfillment that you feel when you're serving which gods, like, and also the reason behind why you serve the God in the first place. Like, people worship Muhammad just because out of fear and conquest of submission, but people follow Jesus because he's forgiving and merciful. So
but isn't that also a bit out of fear because they're afraid of God, like not being with God, as some people put it, or afraid of all the hellish stuff that goes.
Well, that's something that's in your self-interests. It's like, it's whether you want to choose, like choose to do something that's beneficial to you, or choose to do something that is in your,
Yeah, but
is
I'm
not
saying
in your
that's still
best
fear, right? That's still based in fear, self-preservation, but fear.
The message that Jesus has wasn't kind of like believe in me or you'll go to hell. It's believe in me so you can be saved, because the world is already going into hell on its own. And
But don't you see that that's a scare tactic too, and that's still based in fear? Whether he says it nicely or not, that's still, you know, everything's going to hell. I'm the solution. It's the same as saying worship God or else he's going to torture you.
Well, in the case of Christianity, it's not in the specific case with Christianity, we don't really choose. We're not like forced by God to turn away from him, and we're not forced by him to love him in that case. So it's not like it's not based in a kind of, if you do this or you do that. Jesus himself brought the message that everything is like gonna go away. Everything is gonna like be destroyed by God, because if we're speaking in like in a Christian sense, where God is the judge of over all the earth, and that he's able to judge his creation, you're bringing in the idea that like we're all pretty much like going to the grave. We're all pretty much going to die. And Jesus comes with the message that like is after your death, this is not going to be the end. And that there's a God out there that affirms that he loves you. And he's kind of like bringing the message that God is not a kind of God who's like an evil God, or a God that's like against you, or is as an indecisive God. But Jesus comes with the message that this God is merciful, and that this God is advocating for you and wants to be in your life. But
this God is also the God that created the situation where if you don't follow him, you're gonna be in ugliness, like in torture.
It's I don't believe that's the case in Christianity. I know in Islam that's the case, but in Christianity it was just based on free will. And I do believe that God gives us the option to choose him.
Yeah, no, it's based on free will, sure. Like I there's a lot to say there, but who created the situation to begin with, where if you don't choose to follow him, as you put it, you'll be, in a torturous situation? Like, I mean, in summary.
Oh yeah.
Like,
you would be right. God did put us in that situation to test us, so that way we can be able to either choose him or to choose to go our own way. At least in Genesis.
Okay, let me phrase it. The last time I'm going to ask this, because I don't want to like sound like I'm hounding you about.
Oh no, you're the most respectful guy I know on here, man. I'm serious.
So let me put it this way. Say someone is a follower of X religion. I'm not going to give it a name. X, okay? He's an Xian, not a Christian. And their God is actually true. And they have the same narrative that you're choosing to follow Jesus because you're not choosing their God, right? Like, this is your choice. No one's forcing you to go to hell. This is just your God. And turns out that was actually the truth, that their God is true, right? And you're going to hell now because you chose Jesus instead of your free will making you choose the other God. How would you feel in that situation? Like, you're about to go to hell. Would you feel like this was fair?
Well, I don't feel like that's a fair comparison, just because the message of the gospel is really, really specific. And a lot of what other world religions teach. Well, it's to answer your question. In the case of there being like a one true God, I believe that if Jesus's words are true, then I do believe yes, it is fair, because I do believe if Jesus is right, then I do believe that it's fair, because this God gave us options to be able to choose him according to Jesus.
But that's what I'm saying. So you have your exact faith as you are right now. and you're
Yes.
very sure, like you're very sure of what you believe in, and you honestly believe in it, right? You're not.
I should
Yeah.
clarify. It's I believe it for certain just because of what Jesus said specifically, not just because of my own volition, but because that he claims to be the way. That's
Sure.
specifically why I believe. Just to clear
Sure.
that up.
For all the reasons that you've given combined, you honestly believe in it. You're not believing it for ulterior motives. You're not believing in it,
Yes.
maliciously.
Yes.
And turns out you're wrong about everything, and the X religion is true.
Okay.
I know, like, let's presume that for a second.
Yes.
And, you know, you're at the gates of hell, and God is telling you, you chose to follow Jesus, which is, you know, there's so many holes in that plot. Like, how could you not see the truth? You chose to follow Jesus instead of using your free will to follow me. I know it sounds like this is an impossible situation, but say you're in that situation.
No, it's like a foot on the
yeah,
foot on the other shoe type of scenario.
would you feel like you had your fair trial in that life when you were doing everything honestly, and now you're going to hell?
If it's in the case where Jesus wasn't the truth, right?
Yeah.
I have to be honest, and I say I would not be able to answer that, just because I would be uncertain of like, if the God did exist, and it would have to be clear to me whether this God cared about that other person or not, and whether that God cared about me in a way that it wanted to be able to save me, or if it wanted to be able to know me, for instance. Like,
It did want to, but you didn't choose to. Just like, you know, you would see someone who's not a Christian, right? Your God wants to save him. Jesus wants to save the non-Christian, but for some reason that didn't happen because Jesus didn't choose to guide them for the same exact reasons. This other God, you know, let you down because you didn't find him, but the blame is kind of on you and your free will.
Well, then it comes down to really whose God is the right God at that point.
Well, let's say it's not yours, and you have this realization at the gates of hell. Would you feel like you had a fair trial given the system that God had set up for your trial?
If you're saying that this God did want to know me, and that this God did want to know me exactly like Jesus did, but this God was not Jesus, then yes, I would still say that it's fair, because if it's playing the same role as Christ, and that it died for my sins, and it's expecting me to trust in it, then I would have to do the same thing that I did for Jesus, except with that God. Then it's the God is just doing the same other thing, except it's not Jesus, it's just the other God.
No,
So
say it didn't go through the dying for your sins, plot point, but it went through for other reasons. You know, there's more explanations.
Well, that's why it's a little bit self-defeating, because then you're just applying the role of Jesus as Messiah to another God, and then
no, there is no role of Jesus. Like, Jesus, turns out Jesus is a story, and that role is better suited. Like, you don't even need the role of Jesus at all. There's another explanation, and that God says, in a similar way, I was there all along. Your free will, you chose Jesus, and you believed in this despite so and so. Like, would you feel like that was fair? Would you feel like you intentionally used your free will to choose Jesus over that other God?
I'm gonna have to say yes on that.
You would feel like it's justified that you're going to hell, like you chose Jesus. It's too bad.
I feel like if a God is telling me, if a certain God is telling me that I shouldn't do something, and then that God proves to me that God is the right God, then I have to at least take that as a little bit of credibility towards the claim itself. That's why I worship Jesus. I take his claims, and then I apply it to his actions and what he's done, and it kind of shows him approved, at least in my case. And so if I take that and apply it to another God, and if this God claims to be the one true God, and then proves to me that it is, Like it's the same case with me and Islam. When I was researching Islam, like to find out who Allah was and why we're not able to trust him. It's like it's the same exact reasons. I'm not going to trust Allah because I don't know his name and I don't know who he is. But in the case with Jesus, we know who this God is and his name as well. And we not only that, but we have seen him in person. That's just according to our beliefs, that we believe that he's the visible representation of the invisible God. And that's so if I'm taking that and applying that to another God who doesn't play the role of Messiah, that God is going to have to prove to me that he can't just say that he's God. He's going to have to prove it in some ways. Otherwise, then I'm just going to have to.
I want Jesus to prove to me that he's God. Like the criteria that you've posed so far and, you know, other Christians have posed is honestly not convincing to me. So if my stance is I want Jesus to actually demonstrate in a way that makes sense to me, does that mean that I don't deserve to go to hell till I get my demand, which is, you know, convince me, Jesus?
Well, it has to be like your definition of convinced. Like, what do you mean by convinced? Do you need historical evidence? Do you need to see him in person? Do you need to hear his voice? Like it that's what usually is the subjective like thing that people need to, like, that they need something for God to do in order for him to be able, for me to be able to believe in him. And
well, God would know exactly better than I what would convince me. And God knows I'm honest about it. It's not me challenging God like I dare you, but more like, okay, you know what would make sense to me. You know that telling me that people saw someone die and come to life is not convincing to me. Is it fair of me to demand this of Jesus? Like, I'm actually sincerely demanding, if you're real, show me the way in a way that actually makes sense to me. Is it fair if I die and I don't get that answer, I shouldn't go to hell?
well, if you're comparing that to Jesus's teachings, he doesn't teach that if you call upon him that he's gonna let like ignore you pretty much. That's not what he teaches, at least in his case. You're saying that it would be unfair if somebody knew Jesus, or if somebody.
Well, it's unfair because the way I see it, someone like me who's trying to make it make sense, right? I'm not trying to challenge God and like try to win and get one over him.
Yeah.
I'm trying to find the answer. And every time I look at the answers given, and this is not to blame you or anything, but the basis of it is flawed to me. Isn't it fair that like I would get a personalized explanation?
I ask this out of respect. What specifically would you want to know about the resurrection, whether it be the resurrection or the historical progression of
here's
Christianity?
the thing. As a concept itself, to me it's a very flawed concept, because there is no way to actually prove to me that someone lived and died in a time like that long ago. And these days now it's even more difficult because anyone can fake it with cameras and whatnot. So it's a poor basis on which to base living and dying and eternal hell and eternal, happiness. It's a very poor way to prove by putting one guy in one area a long time ago to do one, certain, sequence of things that will base a whole religion on. Like, I would want something that makes sense, that isn't just some kind of a impossible trick, therefore I am God, I don't know exactly what that looks like, but I'm saying there's almost no way to convince me that historically Jesus died and lived. Like, there's no way to make that a provable fact over history.
Okay. I would say I'd probably have to disagree on a few things about that. I do believe in the historical part of Christianity being a major part of its progression. I do believe that in the Christian martyrs. I do believe that Christianity did have a political impact on the area at the time. But as far as like the whole story of Jesus showing up and dying for the sins of mankind is not a new idea, especially, and it's not even like a Gentile thing. It's not even like a fairy tale that's created by people. It's a prophecy that's given to one of the supposed prophets of God, and it's the vision is given multiple times about like a man who appears as like divine, but the whole idea is that God himself, like the being, the higher power, is not a man, or like he's not a creature, or he's not this, or he's not that. And the whole idea like of God coming to save us is like, it's not a new idea either. It's
But don't you see that because it's not a new idea, that means that people could have followed up on it and created a religion, not maliciously, but if this has been an idea for a while, how do you know that this isn't just another iteration of the idea that actually became a religion?
because Jesus's first followers were Shema affirming Jews that believed in the one true God, and I had to look at why they were referring to this man as God himself, if they're Torah following Jews, because this is not something that they're supposed to be doing. This is something that's very, very it's blasphemous.
But would you take it as proof of anything if Christians started believing in another religion that goes against their own? Like, why is it proved that the Jews at the time,
that happens all the time. That happens.
Right.
That happens as well with the Jews as well, where they split off into different sects of Jewish mysticism, like the Kabbalah, for example. That's a sect of Jewish mysticism that doesn't follow up on the teachings in the Torah. It has to do with its own like Jewish mysticism thing. I'm not too read upon that, but that's, as far as I know, that's what that has. That's why certain gospels are not included, because they have Jewish mysticism teachings in them that don't have anything to do with Jesus or his staying consistent with Jesus's teachings in those gospels in relation to the four gospels written in the Bible. So it's the idea that Jesus coming and dying for sins is it was a prophecy of the Jews, but it wasn't something that could be fabricated, because the amount of prophecies that Jesus had to fulfill it's not something that an ordinary man can do.
How do you know that the prophecies were written before Jesus and then they actually happened? Like, don't you see that someone could just go back and write, oh, and this and that happened before and after Jesus came to life?
That's very possible, but it's you do have to consider the role that Jesus is playing as he's on earth. Like he came specifically to fulfill those prophecies, not to kind of
right,
like.
But you're looking at it specifically from the perspective of a believer. But I'm saying from an outsider's perspective, how do I know that it wasn't just written after he died that, oh, he was going to come and prophesize this? What if someone had said after Rome, had fallen, oh, Jesus prophesied this or something? I'm using it as an example.
Oh, there's evidence in the Old Testament that have to do. I think it's Hosea 2:6. I think it's in Hosea for sure, where it talks about how the Messiah will be buried in the earth for 3 days, and after 3 days he will rise. And it's the whole like Old Testament. If you read it as an unbeliever, it's going to refer to this man who's going to appear in the future. And the prophecies.
Okay, well, let me ask it this way. Do you think the best way to convey to all of humanity that God is real and he wants us to follow him, or else we're going to fall into the misery that he created? Do you think that the best way to do that is by doing, these specific miracles in one area and then hoping that people look it up and then believe that based on words on words on words that therefore God? Like, isn't there a better way?
No. I do believe that you can't be able to earn God's favor by doing anything in this life. I feel like with God being in the role that he is, you can't offer him anything that would please him, and you can't do anything to him that would hurt him. So in that aspect, I would say that like that it's more for oh man, I just lost my train of thought. I'm so sorry.
Like it's more for our good that God is revealing himself at all?
I'm sorry.
Like, are you saying it's more for our good that God is revealing himself at all in any way?
Yes, it's more for our benefit to it's because he's the one that kind of like, with him coming, he's the one that's like showing us how to be the perfect human. He's the one who's being the example, but he's not only the example, he's the sacrifice for sins. That was his purpose. His purpose wasn't just to come and to teach people and to let them know or be
Right,
like a
but
great.
isn't there a better way to convey the message to more of us in a more convincing way?
You know what? That's actually a very, very great point. That's a very great point.
Well, I don't want to corner you on that, but
No,
yeah,
no. That's
the
a
old-
great point that I definitely need to.
Yeah.
That's a great thing that I need to work on. Yeah, how to convey the gospels in a more like practical way, so that way like atheists can understand it better instead of just dying for sins. You know what I mean? Like
and
that's something
also,
that I think on as well.
not just that, but also all the people who lived and died not be convinced by this method. Wasn't there a better way for God to have revealed it, is what I'm asking too. Like, isn't there a better way than God sending one guy to die for the sins and all that? Like, isn't there a better way to reach everybody in a more convincing manner?
I would say at the time, with the resources that God
God had
had.
all the resources.
Well, yeah, true. But I would say in the case with the crucifixion.
No, it could be in any different plot. It could happen right now. Like, why did God not choose a better way of doing it rather than a desert and a crucifixion? And, he has all the means and all the time.
That's something that's kind of difficult for me to answer, because it's asking about the ways of God, and it's like you're trying to like figure out like how God operates, and that's something that we can't really say for ourselves. But if you're asking me personally, I do believe that that God did give us a reference point to how we should look at him and his love and the kind of the agenda that he has as far as the crucifixion. I feel like the only reference point that we have that can kind of sum all this up is the cross itself. The cross is the symbol to Christians of mercy and love and pain, as it is to atheists who look at the cross and see that it's like it's horrible, it's a torture device, it's pain and it's suffering. Why would God use this? And we both have those two different inferences about the cross, but to me it's a symbol of like God's mercy for the future. And I look at,
it's
like,
not mercy if he created the situation that he's saving us from.
well, yeah, that's what I mean. It's he created the situation, but the symbol that he gave us to be able to reference on is the cross that itself. And I can kind of back that up with a little bit of evidence. Is when Jesus is talking to Nicodemus, he's telling Nicodemus about it's John 3:15, where he's talking to Jesus about how they were out in the wilderness, and when the Israelites rejected God, they started sending fiery serpents on the Israelites, and it started biting them and killing them. And then Moses prayed to God, and God told him to make a rod of copper, and he told him to put a serpent on the end of it. And he told them, look, if you guys look at this serpent, you will be saved. And that was Aaron himself is like kind of like on the ropes about it. He's like wondering to Moses why he's doing this, or even if this is like idolatry in a way. But this is what God commanded Moses to do. And so that's why Jesus references it to Nicodemus, because it's the same exact scenario with the cross itself. It's, you look at the cross, And then the cross either makes you feel one of two things. It either makes you feel incredibly like disgusted by it or revolted by it, and like, or it makes you feel.
It could be a third thing. It doesn't have to be one of those two.
Well, yeah.
things.
I'm just saying, it's those are usually like the general responses, is that like, oh my God, this is terrible, or like, oh, this is a sign of God's mercy. And it's like, that's usually the responses that the cross get. But to Christians specifically, that's our reference point for how God wanted to convey his love to mankind, is the cross itself. And that's I hope that's the best possible answer I think I can give at the moment, as far as like to answer your question, whether the why Christianity blew up the way that it did, if it wasn't political, or if it wasn't like an economic scheme of some sorts, why it blew up so much. And my proposal was that it was the cross itself and the message behind the cross.
Well,
And,
I'm going to be very blunt about this.
Okay.
I still don't think the message behind the cross is that inspirational or anything. Like in hindsight,
that's fair.
like I see it more as a almost guilt tripping, perpetual guilt tripping, that God says, you're all flawed, you all have sin, I will save you from the horribleness of this world in the afterlife. But it's perpetually keeping people feeling like they're bad and they're not good enough, and they should do. I mean, one good side of it is that they want to do better, but that's not always what the good that comes out of it. So what I'm getting at is the method of conveying that, what God was trying to do is very inefficient and unconvincing, and it could have reached a lot more people in a much better way than this narrative and this one event. You know what I mean? Like,
I can definitely see it from your
there's
point
a lot
of
of
view.
people are going to
Yeah, I can
hell.
definitely.
A lot of people are going to hell because God didn't come up with a better way of telling us the truth. And I feel like if God is real, then all those people, like, that should weigh heavily on him, that he is the reason why so many people are going to hell, because he simply wasn't good enough at conveying the message. You know what I mean? And that doesn't fit in with the perfect God.
I can see it from that perspective, but it's when it comes down to like whether you have to know Jesus or not, like it really comes down to the person, like whether what they think about Jesus and what they personally think about him, and like,
or if they don't think about him at all, like they don't believe that he's the Son of God.
Yeah.
There must be a better way to tell people, God wants you to do this and that, than this story that many people won't find convincing or inspiring. Like when people get tested for, they get put in situations, or they're asked, questions and answers, that's an actual test. But if the test being, are you going to find the story convincing or not, is a bad test, because there's a lot of skepticism, rightfully so. And even skeptics who want to believe, they still might not. So yeah, that's just my thoughts on that. Is I feel like if God existed, all of these religions that say you need to do this and that or else you go to hell are missing that God has a big part to play in why people aren't following, because he simply didn't make a good case for himself.
Well, it's in the case with Christianity, it from what I've studied about other religions, I noticed that Christianity was the only one that ever offered you a savior. And it was the only one that ever promised me like that just because I'm doing wrong, that's okay, and that God is going to be able to forgive me for that through his own son. That's the only message at the time that was proclaimed that offered you a savior in your place for the wrong that you've done. Because at the time it was you were getting punished for everything. You would get punished for, like, you steal an apple, they cut off your hand. You like,
right. But aside from that context, I mean, all the people that lived and died after that, like telling them this stuff, there's a lot of really convincing that would have to go into this, and still a lot of people are not convinced. I think their souls, burning in hell forever is God's fault, because he didn't do a better job at explaining why this one religion is the true one, or actually coming to people and showing them, rather than something happening 2,000 plus years ago. You know what I mean? That's my position on God. Like, I don't hate God. I don't think he exists
No, of
because
course. I see your point now.
I think too
You're
highly
speaking
of
about
God.
the people who converted within like the 1st and 2nd century who didn't know anything about Christianity, right?
No, I'm saying up until now, I think too highly of God to see him as Jesus or Allah or anybody else. Because I see that if God, if God is perfect and God is all wise and all merciful and stuff, the God that Christianity describes doesn't fit. He doesn't live up to those standards. So that's why I think like I am doing God. I feel like if God is real, he wouldn't or it wouldn't torture me because I think more highly of it than these narratives.
If I may ask, if you believe that a God exists, if you believe, do you believe that this God would be just?
It's difficult to answer that question because I have no reason to believe that God exists. But starting from the starting point of
Yeah, just
these religions,
hypothetically.
if I'm going like a God could exist and it doesn't have to be just. But if I'm going by the definitions, like in Christianity, you think God is just, right?
Yes, I do believe so.
I try to build up on that. And same with Islam, they think God is just. I try to build up on that. And I think, okay, if God is just, how come this method of transmission is so unjust? That doesn't add up.
Well, I would have to disagree on that because it brings us back to the cross again. The cross itself is God's way of being able to save everybody at once while being completely fair and just at the same exact
But
time.
it's a bad and unfair way because to this day, it's still, aside from the fact that so many people haven't heard of this story, when they do, they're already too busy with their own stories and they're like as convinced as you are. Or if they're skeptical, they want to believe you, but they can't because the story is a very mystical, whimsical story, That is a
Mhm.
fault of God for making the narrative that way rather than having a concrete way that nobody can deny it, unless they want to or something. But this way I see a lot of good people going to hell in all of these religions, and I think too highly of God that he would do that.
I don't ask this to spite at all, and I don't ask to
Sure.
disrespect. I just want to know your thoughts as an atheist. Do you believe that if God was totally sovereign, do you believe that he could have so ordered the earth that anybody who didn't believe or know about Jesus wouldn't have believed it anyway?
Wait, let me try to understand that. So
Would God have so ordered the universe that people who never heard of Jesus or the gospel would have never believed it in the first place?
So you're saying it just happens to be that the people who wouldn't have believed in Jesus haven't heard of him. Is
Like
that what you're saying?
I'm saying, well, because you're making the inference that God is an irresponsible God because he proclaims his message in a way that is not befitting of his omnipresence or omniscience. So if God were God and he is omniscient as you claim, do you think that he could have so ordered the universe so that anybody who doesn't hear it wouldn't have believed it even if they heard it?
I get what you mean. So it just happens to be that everyone who didn't get a shot, if they got a shot, they wouldn't have believed him anyway.
Exactly. Like if God
That's just I feel like if that's the way it was set up, then we're just adding more presuppositions and more unnecessary complications that don't make sense. Like
Well, that's
because
what I
I've
mean.
heard
That's what
this.
I
I've
mean when
heard
you're
this
looking
before.
into the mind of God. That's what I kind of mean. It's a little bit difficult to kind of like to like see
Wait,
who
so
God
would
would choose.
that satisfy my issue here from your point of view? Do you think that possibly it could be that most people who, or all the people who didn't join Christianity or haven't heard of it would have happened to be the souls who wouldn't have believed in Christianity anyway? Do you think that's a possible explanation?
I do believe that that's a possibility, but I do have to kind of like hold my peace on that because it's obviously God and we can't really know his ways for sure. So it's like that's kind of my only guess on it really is that if the people who've never heard about Jesus wind up going to hell, it's how do we deal with that anyways? It's like, is God unfair or is he is he supposed to be fair? And that's the kind of response that's the kind of like the answer that I get, is that if a people group, or if a certain person never knew about Jesus, or they never got to read the Bible, or if they never heard about Christianity before they died, the chances are is that God knew that they weren't going to believe it anyways. And so it just never reached them. And that's just me making the inference that if God is all knowing, then he would have to know that the person wouldn't have believed it anyways, even if he did give it to him. So
But don't you see that this is just like a more ridiculous justification to keep the presumptions correct, that God is fair, therefore it must be that those people wouldn't have.
I'm not saying that is the exact way that God does it, but I'm just saying that like that's just my best possible like guess, that not guess, but like
right. It's a way that you're trying to make sense of it.
Yeah, like that's how people don't receive the gospel.
I've heard that same thing about Islam. Like I've heard that there's one more aspect to it in Islam. There's if they haven't heard of the religion, then therefore it's not their fault, and they're going to be tested. Like it's a little different, but there's also this idea. Like I've asked a friend this before. Take 100 Jews and introduce them to Islam in like the best way possible. What, one of them is going to convert at most? So are the 99% doomed because they were born Jews? And I was told, well, they probably weren't going to believe anyway, and that's why they happen to be the souls that were born Jews. So it's a similar answer to this. So I guess it's a way to make sense of it within the rest of it.
One question has to do, one scenario has to do with the person being born the way that they are, but another question has to do with whether is God omniscient or not, or is he all-knowing or not. So it has to do with one person being born into a group versus God revealing himself to be that person, or that true God. So I feel like that would be kind of like an unfair comparison, because because God comes down to who what the person serves in their life, pretty much. And it's like,
well, I know we're not necessarily going to see eye to eye about this, but I'm glad that you shared your
you've given me a lot of great points to think about, and a lot of different ways to convey the gospel, a lot of different ways to think about the gospel and how to convey it as well. I try to always do that. I don't ever try to like be super preachy about it. I try to be very practical and very straightforward with a lot of my debates and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So
I'm glad. I hope there's something in this, for you. I
love your videos, man. Your videos are awesome. Everything
thank you.
And I had one final question that I wrote down just for you.
Sure.
Does the sun actually set in a muddy spring?
Well, I don't have all the evidence, but as far as I can tell, who knows at the end of times? I don't know, but probably not.
Oh, thank you so much, man. Yeah. I enjoyed this so much.
Yeah, thank you, likewise. Man. Well, have a good rest of your day.
You too, man. Take care. God bless.
Bye-bye. All right. Thanks, Apex. We got a couple more callers, and it should continue to be very interesting. Thanks, everybody, for watching so far. Just one thing I want to comment on. Shaquille is saying Matt Dillahunty would have kicked this guy out in a second, but I'm not Matt Dillahunty, and I don't necessarily like the guy. So yeah, if you're here for a Matt Dillahunty style conversation, you might be in the wrong place. Yeah, okay, so I'm adding Moso in a few seconds. Moso, if you're ready. In 3, 2, 1. Hey, how's it going?
Hey, how are you? Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam. How are you?
I'm doing good, man. I'm doing good. I guess I should explain, when you asked me to give a little bit of background, I had indicated that I think I said something like questioning Muslim or whatnot, but I think I might be out the door, but just haven't come to that realization. I grew up in Asia, and I don't want to give too much information about my background, but I grew up in Asia, and I grew up in a war zone. It was a Islamic war, and it was interesting because I remember as a kid, we would learn that God would Allah, not just God, but Allah and Muhammad would protect us, but the people who were lobbing rockets at us would also pray to the same God to make sure that their rockets landed in the right places and hit the right people. So, but I guess my first issue with Islam is, begins with the big guy, with Allah. And, the one aspect that I could never truly wrap my brain around, even when I was devoutly religious in college, and I'm 42 now, but back in college, I was very devout. I would go to the mosque, and, the last 10 days of Ramadan, I would spend there every night. And, that I think on the 27th night, it's the night of power. And I would stay up all night reading the Quran and whatnot. So the one aspect I could never wrap my brain around was the whole notion of why we're here as human beings. You have this all-powerful, all-knowing, ever-present God that owns everything. And in the Quran, he never forgets to remind you how powerful he is. And he never forgets to remind you that he has everything. There's nothing that you can own that he doesn't have. And so he is such a powerful person, and he decides, I'm going to make mankind, and I'm going to make it out of dirt. And his top worker, Iblis, right? He's not just the janitor in heaven. He's like one of the top teachers. And he just basically says, I don't really agree with this new creation. He's not saying you're not God. He's not saying I am God. He's not refusing Allah in any other way, but just saying, I really have a kind of a difference in opinion about this new creation. And Allah's immediate knee-jerk reaction is, I'm going to send you to a pit of fire for the rest of eternity. That's the immediate. Like I said, this isn't some just peon guy. He's like a top guy in heaven. And so that's the immediate reaction, is you're going to go to a place of burning and torture and pain forever. And then it comes back to, Iblis and God kind of striking a deal and saying, well, let's play this thing out. Let's see who listens to me, who doesn't. And
let's make this a wager, double or nothing,
Exactly, yeah. And keep in mind, Allah knows exactly how the story is going to end, but he still plays out the sick game. I mean, this is demented.
I've never thought of it how, like, I've always thought of it as he disobeyed God, therefore the friction started. I never thought about what he was actually disobeying in this case. Like, God was telling him to bow down to Adam, and he was like, no, I'm not going to bow down to him. He was made of, some inferior material. Apparently dirt is inferior to fire, but it wasn't really him fighting God about his God status, right? It wasn't him saying, I can take you in a fight. He was just saying, I don't like this one thing, or like, no, I'm not going to bow down to a human.
Exactly. Yeah. And he never said anything other than that I just don't agree with this new creation. And so one of the things that I read in college, which really kind of, I would say started my thinking journey, is I read Friedrich Nietzsche. And in his book, I believe it's called Beyond Good and Evil, there's a verse that he has, and he says, no one knows, and I'm paraphrasing here, no one knows God better than the devil. That's why he keeps so far away from him. And it kind of goes back to this thing, and in the sense that, so God and devil and Iblis or Satan have this wager that, okay, I'm going to postpone your punishment. Let's play this out on earth. And for generations, there's starvation, disease, famine, destruction, war, rape, and not just on an individual level. I mean, we're talking invasions and takeovers, and the amount of misery that has happened, all so that Allah can say, well, these handful of people believed in me, kind of, haha, see, I won. And he already knows how it's going to end up, right? And even in the Quran, it says that on the day of judgment, Satan will come out, and the sinners will say, well, we'll point to him and say, he's the reason we did it. And Iblis himself will say, I have no power over you. I can only make suggestions, and it's up to you to make that decision. and he will admit that there is Allah is the most mighty and the most high. So I could never wrap my brain around why a merciful God would allow all of this just as a wager. And I went back and forth with Islam a few times, but it always comes back to this, that I could not explain that. And the notion that the Quran is supposed to be this glorified guide for mankind for the rest of eternity, right? That's all you need is the Quran. And depending on if you're Shia, Muslim, or Sunni, you'll say the Hadith maybe as well. But it's so complicated to read in the sense that it's very kind of schizophrenic. Like it'll talk about a prophet, and then all of a sudden it's talking about the stars, and then the next sentence is talking about the rivers, and then Allah goes to boast about his powers. But it's not really, doesn't really teach you anything. You can't really take away any of the lessons and say this particular lesson or this particular message of conduct or ethics is uniquely within Islam. It's always very relatable to cultures and other religions of that time that existed and maybe even preceded it. So there's really nothing unique. And then, I myself am a physician. So in college, I took a lot of science classes, and there was like this big push, and I was part of it too, that the Quran is a book of science. And I truly believe that it was. And one thing that you don't do in science is you don't have the conclusion and then look for evidence, which is what we were doing. The conclusion I had already come to was that Allah was almighty and great and he created everything. And now I just went back and looked for evidence. And if you take that approach, everything and anything will fit that picture that you're trying to paint. You can take any verse in the Quran and twist it and be like, oh, well, this is, we learned this in organic chemistry. This is the weight of this atom, and the Quran says this right here, And I did that for a while, and then it stopped making sense once I became more and more grounded in science and medicine and anatomy and physiology and everything else that goes with it. The more I learned, the less the Quran became relevant, And one of the aspects of Islam that I enjoyed also in college was you had these, Abu Sina, this amazing physician, in English they call him Avicenna, and all these other philosophers and mathematicians and thinkers. Hello, can you hear me?
Yep, could still hear you.
Okay, yeah. And what I've realized now is that these people, none of them got their understanding of medicine or science or mathematics by reading the Quran. They built upon existing Byzantine theories as well as Persian theories and Greek not mythology, but Greek philosophy, and they read those books. They didn't read the Hadith and the Quran to understand that there's pulmonary vasculature and there's a right side to the heart and it pumps in a different direction than the left side, which was discovered by a Muslim. But again, not because he was Muslim and he didn't learn this in the mosque, So the more I began to
if someone had, for example, the first person to create an airplane was a Muslim, right? And then they would look at verses in the Quran and be like, well, this verse says you can fly in the air, and I don't know. Like there's always this going backwards with it. But
exactly.
I've always said this. Quran has never been a precursor for science.
No, not at all. And the thing about reason, and I guess I was thinking about this, in the car, is that Allah is a very good lawyer because he has created a book that he's protected himself in every way. So like he says, I give you free will, and I guess not free will, but the ability to reason and think. But if you don't believe in him, then you're illogical. Then your thinking is off. But if you believe in him, you got it. You're the smart one. You're thinking rationally. And then again, if you don't believe in him, then it has nothing to do with Islam. It has to do with Allah. He doesn't want you to believe in him.
He's covered all the bases,
He's covered all the bases. There's nothing you can do. And so when a Muslim who grows up with these thoughts in mind, and they run into a person who does not believe in their religion, the first thing he's going to think is, well, Allah doesn't want him to be a Muslim. When Allah wills that he becomes a Muslim, he will become a Muslim. There's nothing that can stop it. So it's very well fortified. And
wait, before you move on, I had a couple of questions for you about what you told me so far. Let's see. Actually, you were talking about looking back at verses and seeing signs and working back from conclusions. I had interviewed a friend of mine, an atheist friend of mine on the channel here, and I was hanging out with him the other day, and we were walking down the street, and I don't remember what we were talking about. Maybe something came up about the channel. Anyway, like the God topic was in it. And then we see the pothole repaired on the ground in a pattern that looks like a cross. And it was so funny to us because we were thinking, you know, if we believed in this stuff, this would be significant that we came across, you know, a cross shape at this time. And it wasn't even a perfect cross. Like there was a bit of maybe a T, almost looking a little bit like a T. But had I been, you know, religious and I was looking for the sign, that was my sign right there. Or had I been like in a country that doesn't care about Christianity, I would have passed by it and not even looked twice, you know? But anyway, I was going to ask you, so you said you were part of that movement in like looking at the science in the Quran and that kind of stuff. What changed for you? Like you said, you're looking back at it now. What was the turning point for you? What was the trigger to get you to think differently?
Honestly, I'll answer your question, but one thing I'll add is in 1999, I went to my cousin's house in New York, and he had a picture of a forest. And I was wondering, why the hell is this picture of a forest? It was like the trees. I was like, why do you have this picture of trees? And he said, if you look at the branches, they cross each other. It says, La ilaha illallah Muhammad Rasulullah. You know, it's kind of like that cross that you saw. So, but what changed for me was to truly think about, like, for instance, you know, when I used to read the Quran back in the day, I would kind of skip over these parts, not skip, but I would read through it, but it wouldn't stick to my head. I wouldn't dive into it. But now, like, for instance, when the Quran says that the sun will rise up from the west one day, you know, back then I said, okay, the sun's going to rise up from the west. But if you think about it, the reason the sun rises from the east is because the earth is spinning on its own axis. In order for it to rise from the west, that means the earth will have to decelerate, come to a complete halt, and start spinning the opposite direction. Now, if that happens, we are pretty much dead by that point. You know, we cannot survive. No one's going to be alive to see the sun come from the west.
The momentum, like we're all just going to be thrown to one side, or the slow deceleration is something that's going to be noticeable. It's going to be like the sun froze, you know, in its location. But so, you're thinking about it with like, what do you say about the logic that, oh, it'll happen supernaturally? Like, why are you thinking about the laws of physics?
No, I mean, there has, you know, I think that there are most likely, without a doubt, laws of nature and laws of physics that we have not discovered yet. But that does not mean that if those events happen, we don't know the reason for it, that it must be from a supernatural source. You know, in the same way that, you know, the Greeks, when they heard lightning and thunder, they thought Zeus was pissed off at them. But, you know, we know that that's not the case now. But at the time, they didn't know any better, so they assumed that it was some sort of supernatural power. So even if by some way or method, that, let's say, hypothetically, that does happen, that one day the sun rises from the west, just because we don't understand why that would happen, doesn't mean that it has to come from a supernatural source.
But okay, so here's the religious perspective. The religious person in me, you know, deep down, would hear you say that, and he would say, oh, so now you're just being pedantic. Like, what more do you need? God gave you a big sign right there, and you're purposely trying to find a different explanation. Like, you're choosing hell at this point. What do you think of that?
Yeah, no, I mean, I get these in the back of my head too, the little voice saying these things, but you know, there hasn't been anything, you know, I had a good, I had recently read something kind of paraphrasing here, saying that the phenomenon that one age sees as magic, another age can see as science. You know, they understand the reason behind it. So just because, like I said, it may happen doesn't mean that there's magic to it. It's just something that we have not grasped yet. And all the things that we have discovered scientifically, there has been no evidence that there is a supernatural power behind it, even though people of an ancient era would have thought there was.
Mm-hmm.
You know, if you take your cell phone, get in a time machine, take it back to the, you know, not even that far, take it back to the 1950s. You know, you could easily convince people that, hey, this is a miraculous object. I got it from heaven, you know. But to the person from 2050, your cell phone may be something old and kind of a joke.
Yeah. I imagine if I went back, you know, I don't know, a few hundred years before electricity, and I showed people like playing Quran out of my phone.
Yeah.
Can I convince them that I have a soul in this phone, and like I am the new whatever prophet or God, and you know, or I have the words of Muhammad in this phone, therefore I'm the new Messiah, you know? Like you could get away with a lot of this stuff just using technology.
Yeah, or they would probably kill you because they would think you're a jinn.
Or that, if I make it that far, I guess. But then I'll have guns, laser guns.
Yeah,
I don't
exactly. Bring your laser guns with you. But then if you take that same technology to the future, it'll be irrelevant. They'll be like, well, what are you doing with this dinosaur technology? You know, they'll think you're a caveman.
Or they might be impressed that you have such an antique device. You know, might be worth a lot of money. Who knows?
Yeah, it's functioning antiques.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I mean, you know, there was one verse that I really liked in the Quran, and it was the one to do with being in the womb, and it said, "We have created you in the wombs of your mothers in 3 layers of darkness." And I always thought, man, that's the trimester right there, you know. That's but you know, now, you know, they meant different things by the, you know, they didn't mean three stages of, it's 3 stages of darkness or something like that. But it's ludicrous that you would, you know, as a young budding scientist, I believed in those things. And again, it's because I had the conclusion and I was just looking for evidence to fit that conclusion.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the other thing was, you know, Friedrich Nietzsche had written in the same book, or I believe it was Thus Spake Zarathustra, I forget which one, but he said that men don't worship God, they worship the shadow of God. And if you recall the allegory of the cave, where these prisoners are locked up and they're in a pit and they can look up and they see the shadows of their captors. They don't know what their captors look like, but they can see the shadows and they make interpretations of who their captors are. I believed for a long time that I was a rightly guided Muslim. I believed in the right path of Islam, of, you know, the religion of peace and forgiveness and brotherhood, and, you know, violence was bad, and these suicide bombers and ISIS and Taliban and bin Laden, they were the prisoners in that pit, and they only saw God for its shadow. But the more I learned about Islam and the history of Muslims going back to the Prophet, I came to the realization that I was the prisoner in the pit and I was the one worshiping the shadow God. You know, it's the Taliban and ISIS and bin Laden who are truly practicing Islam as it is meant by the letter, you know. And the notion that I and my family, non-Arabic people who don't speak Arabic, who have never had any sort of religious education, could look to someone who had studied Islam, speaks the Prophet's tongue, spent time with muftis and sheikhs, could point to them and be like, oh, you missed the point. You missed the message. We got it right, you know? And if anybody would know it, it would be them, not me. Not non-Arabic speaker who really hasn't studied Islam beyond just reading the Quran. So when I see these things now, as opposed to back in the day, when I would see children getting married off to Taliban commanders, or I would see people's arms and legs being cut off, or destruction of children in suicide bombings and whatnot. I never understood how a Muslim could do that, but now you're like, yeah, why wouldn't they do that? That they're doing exactly what they're programmed to do.
How do you feel towards a person who's ready to commit such a horrible act because of their beliefs?
What do I feel?
What do you feel towards the person? Like the person who's marrying off his daughter, or the guy who's getting married to her, the young daughter, or the person who's ready to commit acts of violence because he truly believes that it's for the best,
Yeah, I pity them, because they're basically sheep. And if
would you use that word to describe yourself back when you were younger?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I pitied. Now looking back, I pitied that young person who had these superstitious beliefs, and I didn't agree with those things that you mentioned, but the way I believed and the choices I made based off of those beliefs, I would, I wish to God, I guess, to God, I wish that.
Gotcha. You're pretending.
I'm pretending. Yeah, I'm actually Jewish. Yeah, no, I wish I could go back and kind of set myself straight, or just do it again. But
how do you feel? Do you feel like you've processed all that time that you spent being a believer, or do you still have residual feelings about that time?
You mean like a longing for that?
Or the other way around, like, kind of remorseful that you spent so much time.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, like I said, I'm and in my 20s and even some parts of my 30s, I made a lot of decisions based off of religious doctrine and my belief in this religion. I wish I didn't.
You said, sorry to cut you off, but you said that you were almost out the door right now.
Mm-hmm.
And it sounds like you're fully out the door. So
yeah,
what is it that's keeping you back?
Well, yeah, I mean, I just haven't committed to a certain label. Like, I wouldn't call myself an atheist, but do I believe that Muhammad was a prophet? Absolutely not. Do I believe that Jesus rose from the dead? No. Do I believe that there's a God in the sense of Allah, the way it's described? Not at all. I think if there is a God, I don't think if you look at the grandness of space, of the universe, it's like Carl Sagan described the little blue dot, planet Earth. We are a speck in this universe. And if there truly is a God that has created all of this, I don't think he cares what we eat, what we say, how often we bow down and tell him he's great. I don't think he would, why would he care? If there truly is an entity that possesses everything and has everything, and there's nothing that can be taken away from him, nothing that can hurt him, why would he give a damn if you eat pork? Why would he care if you have a drink of alcohol? Why would he care about how you dress? And the other thing is, why would he be a genie? Why, people make dua first, it would give me a good grade, open up traffic for me so I get to work on time. And I would feel really bad when I would pray for it, because I used to pray for this stuff, hoping that, Allah would helps me get a good grade. And I would always think in the back of my head, like, wouldn't Allah be more inclined to help like a starving kid somewhere instead of me, who didn't really study as hard, and now praying to him to help pass a class, But people have made God into their personal genie, like their doorman or something that goes and brings them stuff and gives them good things.
But only if God wants to, though. Like, it's not a guarantee.
Yeah, exactly. It has to be conditional. Yeah, and that's the thing is that, am I gonna say that there's absolutely no God? I don't know that, but at the same time, I don't know that there is. You know, and I'm at
You
the
know,
point.
we're in the same spot right now, like in that sense. I like when people call me an atheist, I don't know whether to agree or disagree, because from my point of view, atheism is just the assertion that I don't believe the claims put forward by theism. That's it. I don't think it necessarily has to mean there is no God, but there is no God proven in the definitions that we get, this man-made God. So yeah, I was just curious why you say you're kind of out the door, because it seems like you're thinking unless you have the label atheist, you're not quite out the door.
Yeah. I mean, I can't commit to that because there's no way for me to know either way, and I don't think it's necessary to have an answer. You know,
You don't have to, no.
I mean, most of life we have no answers to, no control over, and so I think it's ridiculous to try to sit and try to figure out such a hard and complicated entity like, God, whatever. But it's, you could spend your whole life, you won't get anywhere, and what'll end up happening is you'll become that one person that has like all these fancy off the wall ideas that no one else can see. You know, you know who I'm talking about? Like those type of people that, they have this particular belief in their religion, and they say that everyone else has missed the boat and they've got the right solution for it, and that just sounds really kooky and weird.
Right, like all the variations of like personalized versions of Islam, for example, where they're like, no, it doesn't actually mean this, it means that, and like everything, you just start from the ground up and make up everything.
Yeah, you do like a bunch of mental gymnastics to get to it. You know, in medical school, I was made the president of the Muslim society, and there was only like 4 or 5 Muslims in the whole school, so we weren't a big club. But all the other clubs were doing this food drive for the holidays for the homeless, and I said, why don't we do it too? Because no one had done, the Muslim had never been involved in these things. I said, we're going to go ahead and collect food for the homeless shelter. And one guy who was very devout, he had like a long beard and he wore the Arab garb. I don't know what you call it, but he would wear those leather shoes. He emailed me. He said, I have no interest in helping non-Muslims. And at the time I was like, wait a minute, this food is not going to like, enemies of Islam. It's going to little kids, who don't have any food. I mean, you'd have to have some compassion. A starving person or a starving child is a starving child. Doesn't matter what their parents believe. But he wouldn't budge. And then which really kind of threw me off. I was like, what's wrong with this guy?
Well, did you try to explain it to him Islamically why this is still a good thing to do?
Yeah, but according to him, I'll explain later, but according to him, I wasn't really a true Muslim because I didn't live by the code. And so what I said didn't really matter. And one night I proposed, because the Quran was at that point was very special to me, and my favorite surah is the first surah, because it's the first one I learned in school when I was a kid. And I said, hey guys, why don't we all get together for a club meeting? Everyone bring your Quran and read your favorite surah in the Quran. Very harmless in my mind. And so I go to the meeting and people are there with their Qurans, and this guy shows up and he's like, brother, we can't do this. And I said, what are you talking about? He's like, we need to have a scholar present before we read these things. I said, why? And we're not doing anything illegal here. We're not rewriting the Quran. He was like, no. We have to have a mufti or a scholar present because we're going to corrupt the Quran by reading it on our own.
Wow, that level of, because you're non-Arabs, I guess?
Well, no, he wasn't Arab himself either. He was from Pakistan.
No, I mean, like, because I guess because there's this idea that all of you are non-Arabs, you're not going to get the true meaning. You might mislead each other by reading the Quran in English.
Exactly. Yeah, we're going to corrupt the message and we're going to misinterpret it. and the whole point was just tell me what your favorite Quran verse is and why. Like, why does it make you feel good? What does it, why does it make you feel like a good Muslim and whatnot? And so in his mind, this was like illegal. It was like something we were doing wrong. And I got
I
into
feel like they're getting to a certain level of awareness that it looks bad, but trust me, it's not. We just need to get someone here to tell us why this doesn't look bad. But don't read it. I'm surprised that it got to that level that it won't let you read it. Sorry, continue the story.
Right. Well, anyways, it really, I mean, my biggest thing, it has always been ever since I was a kid is individual freedom. The ability to think and make decisions based on your experiences and your expressing your opinions, and being able to think freely about things. And that's the way societies grow. You don't see any society growing where there's a lockdown on what you can think, and so when this guy said these things, I thought this was kind of like a isolated incident. So I took it to some of my more religious relatives, and they were like, yeah, he's right. You need to have a mufti present when you read the Quran and a big group discussion to make sure you don't misinterpret or misunderstand things. And it was kind of my eyes beginning to open at that point. Like, this is kind of like mind control. Like I can only understand God through this particular scholar. Like, I don't have any direct message or a direct connection to him. It's this person standing in the middle that's blocking the way, and he makes that determination of how I understand God or have a relationship with him.
Do you think if you weren't part of that Muslim association and you didn't have that chance to tell people to choose their favorite verses or whatever, do you think you would have gotten to that situation or that kind of thought earlier or later or something?
Yeah, I had seen bits and pieces of it previously in the mosque with my friends. I would go every Friday. I was at the mosque for the prayer, and every Friday night I was at the mosque in a youth group, and I would see bits and pieces of showing its face, and I always try to resist it. And I got into not an argument, but an altercation. I wouldn't even say altercation, but a little back and forth with the leading mullah who was kind of leading this youth thing on Friday nights, to the point where he just kind of blocked me off. This was like back in Hotmail. I don't know. Do you remember Hotmail?
Yeah.
Yeah. So this was back in the Hotmail days, and he just kind of blocked me. We were back so many times, but I thought that was really stupid, because we would go on these things, and they would talk about how the length of your beard and what foot you should enter the house in, and some scholar had a dream about a dragon and whatnot, and I remember sitting there thinking, like, there's so many practical things that we can do right now to help the Muslim community, the community at large. So many issues that we can tackle that are present day. Why are we talking about these metaphysical, esoteric kind of subjects that make no difference at all? And every time I tried to kind of steer the conversation towards, addressing some immediate needs, it was always kind of like, hey, take it easy there. We got to go back to the dragon story.
Sounds like a fun time. Well, I gotta ask, had the sheikh been more, because I know, again, the religious person in me is going to quickly say, well, that means you had a bad experience. That's a bad sheikh. That's not Islam's fault. Well, even though this is a recurring issue, because can you blame them for wanting to focus on the little details so that they don't go to hell? I mean, it kind of like, you got to do that if you truly, truly believe. I would be obsessing over every detail right now. If I genuinely believed, I would go to hell if I don't do this. But had you had a sheikh that was nicer, more receptive to your questions and actually started to look at bigger picture things, do you think it would have changed the trajectory of your life?
Possibly, because I did run into certain sheikhs who were very present, who are in the 21st century, in regards to their mentality and their outlook. But even with them, honestly, once you began to scratch beneath the surface, all those superstitions were still there. all those kind of OCD kind of things were still there. None of them deviated too far from the narrative. It was as a Muslim, I saw one of my friends become extreme. Like, he went to Africa to Islamic school, and he came back, and he would say some outlandish things that I thought he was crazy. Like, he would tell me, we were driving in a car one day, and he said, we can kill Shias. And most of my friends were Shia at the time. I said, what? He said, yeah, we can kill them. They're not Muslim, Or another time he told me, if a Muslim army goes into a town and they take over, all the women and girls in that town belong to the Muslim army. It's their war booty. And I said, but that's rape. And he said, no, it's given to us by Allah. It's not rape. And I said, well, wait a minute. What about their husbands and their fathers? And he said, it doesn't matter. The women belong to the Muslim army. And at the time, I was like, man, this guy's out to lunch. But, later on, you learn, wait a minute, this is kind of what happened back then, too,
Yeah, I mean, it sounds horrible, but that's exactly the Islamic answer, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, it blew. I mean, these things would blow my mind, because my understanding of it was totally different. And the other thing is, Islam would take, from what I understood, relatively reasonable people and take them down a path where they would be okay for very violent events to take place against other people, even though they would never commit that act themselves. Like, for instance, I was in a park one day with my friend, Muslim friend, and we were watching, we were kind of sitting there by the water fountain, and the little group of 6-year-olds came by. It was summer camp. They came by and they were waiting for the water fountain, and he said, man, if only these kids were Jews and I had a Kalashnikov. And I know this friend of mine, he would, even if he given the Kalashnikov, he would have never done anything violent with it. But the fact that in his mind, that sort of action was acceptable, or that even possible, was really baffling to me, because he's not a violent person. He is not a rabid Jew hater. He is not. I mean, if you've seen, he's a law-abiding, tax-paying person that works, takes care of his family. No bad bone in his body. But the fact that this thought could exist in his mind, that if that happened to a group of Jewish children, that they got killed, he'd be completely okay with it. And it's.
Well, why do you think it was like more in this case to blame Islam than other causes that may have gotten him to that point?
Because,
I see this recurring theme specifically with anti-Semitism, and sometimes it's linked to this idea that they have of the conflict, Palestine, Israel, all that stuff that I really don't want to get into. And I see that there is very solid foundation for anti-Semitism in Islam.
Yeah.
Do you think that in that case it had to do with, like, there's definitely a link there, but do you think it had to do with Islam or with the rest of his beliefs?
No, absolutely Islam, because us being non-Arab, the Arab Jewish conflict comes to us packaged with a Islamic bow, so those two are inseparable to us in Asia, and I guess Central and Eastern Asia. The Israeli-Palestinian thing is an Islamic thing, and most people, and including myself, I was blown away that there were Christian Palestinians who were also fighting the Israelis. I didn't know this. I thought it was all the Muslims, but most people from where I come from, they take that conflict to be an Islamic jihad.
I've been so shocked and disappointed when I found out that kind of, not necessarily just skewed towards, outright, I would kill those kids kind of thing, but the things that people are passively okay with because of Islam and other religions, but in my, in my personal life, it's realizing what my Muslim friends and family would think about things so casually. Like, yeah, I'd be fine with, this or that happening to that person or this group of people because, God said so. It does dull your empathy, and you could be normal in every other way, like you said, tax-paying family man. But how do you feel towards that person now?
Well, I mean, we haven't really been in communications for the last 18 so years. Ever since once I left my hometown and went to medical school, I went to residency in a state that was I was the only person that looked like me or believed in Islam, and so I was constantly surrounded by Christians and atheists, and I know that Muslims now listening to that will be like, "Oh, see, there he goes. He's under their spell." But I mean, it being away from it really does help, because when you're in it, you're swimming in it, and even though you don't agree with it, you can always talk yourself into it. Kind of like in an abusive relationship, where the spouse will keep coming back just because they can talk themselves into it. But
Or
once you're
when the family members are like convincing you to stay with your spouse, or saying, all these things like, oh, he only does this because he loves you, or things like that. Yeah.
it's for your own good. Yeah. But once you're away from it and you can, take a mental sigh of relief, and the air clears, and you begin to really understand yourself and the decisions you've made. And it's only then there's never like an aha moment where you leave Islam. It's almost kind of like a withering away. It begins to kind of fade slowly and slowly. And the last for me at least, I don't know if you had the same experience, but when you finally come to the realization that it's not the way you thought it was, that moment is not a celebratory one. I was more disappointed and hurt than anything else, because I truly did want there to be a final judge to set things right, to bring justice that was not brought on this earth. And when you think like that, though, you're only thinking about it as justice for other people, punishment for those who you think did wrong. You don't consider the things that you may have done wrong or wronged other people, and the justice may come to you. But regardless, for me, that moment of when it finally began to have its final throes, I wasn't celebrating. I wasn't happy and jumping up and down.
Yeah, no, it was the same for me. Eventually it felt like a relief, but immediately it didn't feel like, oh well, now I get to sin,
Yeah.
No, it
You know-
was it was just there's a lot of disappointment.
Yeah.
A big picture is I'm disappointed in that this narrative has, continued for so long, and then I'm disappointed in how I thought I knew certain people, but turns out like on a certain level I don't, right? Because when you have such a huge difference, even if you're not trying to make it a difference, you know that it's there. And it's not a part of your day-to-day life to not believe in Islam, right? Like you're just going about your day. But unfortunately, to a lot of our relatives and loved ones, it's a huge part of their day-to-day. And
Did
and
you
I
ever
feel, yeah,
did you ever hold it against your parents for bringing you up Muslim?
no,
No.
not even when I was like even at the worst parts of that whole phase. No, I was sad that we were so different. Like I've felt towards them like, oh, it's it's too bad, but I get it. Yeah. And now my question to you is, do you feel any sort of anger or upset at yourself for having believed for so long?
Yeah, I do. There's a lot of anger, and regret that I allowed myself to be kind of wrapped up into this. And I remember even back then, like I had, my family on my father's side is very religious. On my mother's side is not religious at all. And I remember my uncles on my mom's side would kind of take little jabs, not making fun of me or anything, but just kind of testing me, kind of trying to open up a couple doors and kind of challenging some of my assertions about religion and whatnot. And I remember I used to argue with them, pretty aggressively, like to the point where they stopped doing it, But yeah, I wish I had not argued back immediately and just kind of let it seep in and sink in, because I think that immediate reaction not only turned them off, but also shut any sort of door that was open, that could have been open in my mind for, critical thinking.
Well, the way you phrased it, you said that you allowed yourself to, I forgot the rest of it, but basically to continue or not to think or to continue believing. But that's that kind of language. You're pinning the blame on yourself. You're the person who did the action of allowing yourself to be manipulated, is how you see it.
Yeah.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
But that's not really how it happened. Like you weren't really actively trying to remain a believer because like it's not like you chose, you knew the truth about things and you chose to continue that way. You're doing your best at every stage, right?
Yeah, that's definitely true. Yeah. At the time, I didn't consider that there was anything else. So this was the only logical conclusion I could come to, was that this is the real thing. And, one thing that kind of tattooed, like in the Midwest, how they brand cows with a hot prod. Islam was, in a sense, kind of imprinted in me in the same fashion, because when I was young, like I mentioned earlier, I grew up in a war zone, and I had some pretty terrifying experiences when I was a kid, with like rockets hitting our house and machine gun fire in the middle of the night. And every time something like that would happen, I would immediately start chanting, the surahs, Qul Huwallahu Ahad, Allahu Samad, Lam Yalid wa Lam Yulad wa Lam Yakul Lahu Kufuwan Ahad, or Alhamdulillah, Rabbil Alameen, Ar-Rahman Ar-Rahim, etc. I would just say them over and over and over again. I remember one day my mom was giving me crackers after, like after school snack. I was eating some crackers, and the rockets started hitting our neighborhood and started landing on our house. Keep in mind, these rockets were being fired at us by Islamic warriors. I remember I was 7 years old, and the crackers were in my mouth and I couldn't swallow it, and my mouth was dry, but I just kept saying Alhamdulillah, Rabbil Alameen, Ar-Rahman Ar-Rahim, Maliki Yawmiddin. And I was like crying, and my mom was just trying to calm me down while the rockets were landing left, right, center, all around us. And so under those circumstances, Islam, Allah, the Quran became kind of like my shield, my savior, my protection. And so once we became kind of like immigrants, and one challenge after another, and coming to a new land and everything, the only thing that I found protection in was Islam, was Allah, the Quran. And so it really was not something that, like you mentioned, that I purposely chose and said, out of these smorgasbord of religions, I'm going to choose Islam. It was kind of drilled into me in a very violent fashion. But I still hold myself accountable, in the sense that even when I came of age, even when I was reading books that were written by atheists and by people who were naysayers, and surrounded by a mountain of evidence against this belief system, I didn't accept it. I didn't open my eyes to the possibility, even. I don't think it's healthy to just jump from one belief system to the next on a whim. but at the same time, I didn't even allow it to even have any space in my head. And so for that aspect, I do hold myself accountable that those instances were there and I didn't give them enough space.
Well, I wouldn't know what to tell you as a personalized kind of piece of advice. I'm not in that position to tell you how to hopefully eventually forgive yourself for that. I mean, if it helps, you didn't do anything horrible while you were a believer. Like, you were acting, you're trying to even to be a good kind of believer who wouldn't do the harmful things. Like, you saw those as, questionable or not Islamic. So cut yourself some slack there, I hope. And if it helps for you to, like, if it helps you forgive yourself to help someone else, what would you tell people who are in your shoes and, aren't giving the other options space in their head? What advice would you give them if you could go back in time, and give it to yourself?
Yeah. I would definitely would just tell them to, keep your beliefs steadfast, don't abandon them, but always listen to what is being said that may be against your narrative, and give it that doesn't mean you have to accept it, but just give it the respect that is being said, and truly think about it, critically. Look at why that belief is held that may be antagonistic to your own, where it comes from. And in that sense, you can identify if it's bullshit, then it's BS. Really, the answer will come to you if you just don't dismiss it, but just look at it, examine it, critically think about it. It's one of the reasons I can't join any other religion, because Christianity, I've read into it, I've read the history of it. It just looks like a house of cards. And how can you go from saying that I don't believe in splitting of the moon and a flying horse, but yeah, I'm going to believe that this man, he was nailed to a cross, but then ascended to heaven. It's like saying I don't believe in Zeus, but I do believe in, the Egyptian god Isis. It's all kind of equal to me. They're all very similar. But unless you do the critical thinking and reasoning, your decision is going to be purely based on emotion, fear, or superstition. One thing I'll mention before I go, I'm kind of limited on time here, and I thank you for giving me the platform, and
Of course.
the other speaker for allowing me to go first. But there was a gentleman that had called your call-in show, I don't know, maybe some months ago, maybe even a year ago, and he was a gentleman from Russia, or a Russian background, and he had said that his biggest thing was that he can't be in the dark because of jinn. How he'd been kind of traumatized as a child. And I was kind of the same way. I hated the dark. I used to, and it's embarrassing because as a grown man, I would come upstairs and then turn the lights off because, again, jinn and evil spirits. But ever since I've kind of woken up and have realized that there is none of this stuff, there is nothing supernatural. The dark does not bother me at all. I can be in a dark room. I can turn the lights off. When I'm in the house and there's creaking and cracking noises that a house makes, it doesn't bug me. It doesn't scare me the way it used to, some years back. Or just being outside at night or in the dark, it doesn't really bother me at all, which I find very comforting.
Mm-hmm.
So.
I don't know if this counts as a miracle or not, but Russian Apostate has been on my mind today, actually. And I was just in the process of, cutting out his story for others to hear, because he had told me that's okay. And I wanted people to see, how influential that belief can be. So, what a coincidence. But I'm glad that you feel that way. I've also grown up with, I had a bit of a fear of the dark, and when my friends, when I was a teenager, they'd be like, really, you're afraid of the dark? And I felt ashamed, like, but I was the most believing person among them, and I was the one who would read Quran every day, and they didn't. And I would think about, well, the supernatural jinn exists, and I've already had a basis that this stuff exists. Sure, it doesn't exist as a monster that's going to come and bite you in the butt, but
Yeah.
even then I had to believe that jinn could possess someone. Like, I've had a family member experience that kind of stuff, and
Yeah. Yeah.
yeah,
I
it's
think
very
we both know
contradictory, like you're supposed to take parts of it and other parts you don't. It's anyway. So yeah, thank you for sharing that.
Yeah, and the interesting thing is, one thing that really kind of made me laugh was when I read pre-Islamic Arabian history, and I found that jinn were spirits that were believed to have existed well before Muhammad was even born. So
Mhm.
kind of
There's a
takes
lot
it.
of incorporating like common culture and folklore into the religion, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, that's another thing is reading about the history of pre-Islamic Arabia really opened my eyes. Reading the stories of the history of how the Old Testament and the New Testament, which Islam says are its predecessors and pillars that kind of hold up Islam. Once you realize that those things are kind of BS, Islam just kind of falls on its own weight. It does not hold up, because if you're going to tell me that this is in the tradition of Moses and Jesus, and those two traditions are itself fabricated, you have no foundation. So
Right. I'm sure a lot of people would disagree with you about what you shared today, but that's what this is for. Yeah, thank you, for giving us your time and for waiting for this long, and for sharing everything today. I appreciate
absolutely. Thanks, Aladdin. All right, take care,
it.
man.
Of course, you too.
All right.
Have a
Bye.
good rest of your day. Bye-bye. All right. Now we're down to the last caller. Thank you, everyone, for watching so far. And Paul Cini, I wanted to say thank you for becoming a member. 2 people today have become members, and I almost teared up when I saw that, because it's really nice when I see someone say, I believe in you so much that immediately right now I want to show it. And everyone else watching, for this long, it means so much to me. You don't have to be a member for it to mean a lot to me. Yeah, so thank you, everyone. I'm going to take the next caller. The next caller is Manage Downside, I believe. I'm adding you in 3, 2, 1. Hey, thanks for waiting for this long. How are you doing?
No problem. Sure. I'm doing good. How about you?
I'm doing well. Thanks for asking. Tell us about yourself today.
Nice. So, like, this is what I believe, okay? When we were born, we had a clean slate. No name, no religion, nothing, right? And then your parents decided to give you a name, and you're stuck with that name for forever. And you think that, let's say your name is Steve, right? Let's say your name is Andrew Tate, okay? And you grow up and you believe that you are Andrew Tate. You tell to other people, and other people calls you Andrew, Top G, whatever, right? So you believe that you are Andrew Tate. But in actuality, you don't have a name, because that's how it was. You were born without a name, without any beliefs, nothing, right? Clean slate. So my point is, like, this life is just like it's like a clown world, like we are in a theater, we are acting, we are actors, and we're just playing like a game or simulation, if you want to say that. Like, let's say, for example, wait, give me one moment.
Sure. Is that a microwave?
Thank you for what did you say?
Is that a microwave?
No, I turned on my AC.
I thought you
Okay.
were heating up some pizza pockets. Okay, go ahead.
No. Okay. Right. So okay, let's look at religion, for example. Okay. No, let's look at movies, right? Like the movie that you watch. Let's say a popular movie like The Matrix. Okay. The movie The Matrix is literally the reflection of the director's mind, you know?
Yeah.
And you can see this too in countries. Like if you see a good country, it reflects the mind of the king or the president. If the country is in a state of good, because the president's mind is good, healthy, in order, like, you know, it has some structure to it, moral values, whatever, right? And if you look at countries that doesn't have good structure, society like is being destroyed, it's a reflection of the higher ups, right?
Mhm.
So I was thinking, okay, what's the point of, okay, like the world, right? Like the universe. Okay, what's the point? Like what's the point of doing it? So I'm thinking, okay, God, like we see the bad people and the good people. Let's say duality, right? The duality mindset, we believe that there's a bad person and there's a good person, like robber and cop, robber versus cop, right? Okay, so everything that we see in the universe is like the reflection of God. And I'm like, okay, what's the end goal? What's the end game, right? Like we're playing chess right now, and like the universe is a chess board, and like what's the end goal, right? What's the end game? So like the religion says that the end game is that you're going to heaven, and the good ones will go to the heaven and the bad ones will go to hell. Okay.
Right.
So I'm like, okay, that's good. So why would God do this? And I'm like, okay, maybe God wanted to separate himself into two, the good side and the bad side.
So let me just ask you this: what is the basis for you believing all of this? How did you arrive at it?
It's like okay, so without giving too much information, I was born a clean slate without any name, no religion, nothing. Okay, but then my parents gave me a name, and then I was told to believe this belief. Let's say Christianity, right? Okay. Like
Yeah, but
it
how did
makes you
you?
like this character.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Now, I was going to ask you,
Okay, so
how did
like,
you in your life? How did you arrive at these conclusions?
right. So it's like a journey. Let's say I was raised as a Christian, and then I became like atheist, and then I realized like I became like nihilistic a bit, but I wanted meaning, right? I was like, if I don't have meaning, I'm literally gonna like just end myself or something. So I just need to create a meaning, right?
Okay.
So basically, I'm creating my own meaning. Like this is my own conclusion, basically.
Okay.
Right. So
So you don't have like there's no inspiration from a specific source of information or ideas. You just came up with this meaning in life.
yeah.
Okay. And the meaning is
Right.
that everyone's a clean slate, but we're all kind of projections of God.
From the perspective of religion, that's what they say. That's what it really means deep down. You know, if you really deconstruct religion, what it really means, the universe is the reflection of God's mind, because the universe came from God, so it must have came from the God's mind. He thought about it. He planned about it. and then he made it, you know. So this universe, us, the robber, the cop, everyone in this universe is the reflection of himself.
So
right?
that's what you believe?
It goes down deeper. like let's say you see a person, right?
Like, can you summarize what it is you believe and how it affects your day-to-day life?
Okay, so I call this the Lego pill. Okay, okay, I'm gonna share my screen. Is that okay?
I don't know what you're about to share, so I'm not sure. I guess, can you try, and I'll see. I'll see if I can see it. And what are you trying to share?
Like a picture of what I believe and stuff. Yeah.
Okay,
13 PG-13. No, nothing. Yeah.
You could try to share it, and I'll take a look at it before I put it on screen. So, I'm just curious if that would help us understand if there's like a diagram or something.
Like I open all the tabs, like pictures of, like, basically step by step, first like deconstructing reality, and then actually understand what it really is, and then reconstructing a new reality, like, you know what I mean?
So what do the pictures help convey?
Like I have pictures, like, let's say black pill, red pill, like it's just like topics that I want to like touch on.
Well, I don't know if we have that much time, so I'd want you to summarize and tell me, okay, deconstructing reality.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, like, what did you reconstruct it back into?
Okay, so right, so to summarize it, I call this the Lego pill, right? First we have the blue pill, like in the Matrix. Blue pill is just like you're in the Matrix, you're within the system, right? You are the slave or whatever, right? Okay. And then the red pill is like, okay, you get out the system, you see the system from the outside world, you understand the system, and then you try to destroy it. That's the red pill, or try to create a new one. The black pill, I'm not sure about it, but the Lego pill, this is like a new thing, like I created. So the Lego pill is basically like, if you look at Lego, okay, and you build that Lego into a human shape, is that a human or a Lego?
Well, it's a Lego because it's made of Legos.
Okay.
It's made of plastic, yeah.
So, yeah, okay. So we think that we are humans, right? But we are made of atoms, right?
Right.
So if you look from the outside view, if you look at this human shape, but instead of this human shape, it's just a bunch of atoms. Like, you know what I mean? Like, if you can vision it in your mind, like, just
so
circles everywhere, and it's in the shape of human.
Yeah, we're made of smaller components. So are you saying that our identity is just atoms, or like, what is the conclusion here?
Right. The conclusion is that, like, the life we live in is not what it seems. Like, everything is like a social construct. Everything is a mental construct. Even we think we are humans, but we are not really humans. We're just Lego. You know, atom is Lego. Lego is atom, if you think about it.
So,
and we're just a bunch of yeah.
Yeah, I see what you mean, but where does that belief take you in life, or what do you do with that realization?
Okay, it's like, so I believe that, like, knowledge is power or whatever. It's not really power. It's just like, it helps you. It's a tool to help you reach from point A to point B, for example, like how to get rich, or how to make connection. You have connections here and there, and then boom, boom, boom. You contact this person, this company, and then you make money, right? You have this deal, whatever. So this Lego pill knowledge is just a tool to get you from point A to point B. So point A is like, you think that you are this human with the name, religion, ideas, and everything. Okay. Point B is where you can recreate yourself, new version, new name, new ideas, whatever, because you were born with a clean slate. Let's say you were given your name were given as Steve.
So
right?
what are you trying to
will think
say?
that
So
yeah.
what you're trying to say is that you see how you are not the identity, or you don't have to be tied to the identity that you had to begin with. You can reconstruct yourself. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
So in a sense, it liberates you because you see that you're more free than you think, and you have a lot more flexibility than you think you have, right? I'm trying to put it into words, but is that what you mean?
It's kind of like that.
Well, if there's any corrections you want to make.
It liberates you. Yeah.
Yeah. In that sense, I understand that part, that, once you realize that you don't have to adhere to whatever your clean slate was tainted with or colored with. I guess, yeah, if you're a collection of atoms, that puts things into perspective in a sense. So is that what has helped you? Like, has it helped you rebuild your Lego life?
Yeah. So like, just think of everything that you see. Everything in this universe is like Lego, right? Because everything is circles, atoms. Okay.
Yeah.
So you can build a new building. You can build a car. You can build an engine. You can build a plane. You can
So what has that done for
anything
you?
you can build. It
Yeah.
can. Right.
What has that done for you? Like, what is the conclusion of this belief?
Okay, the conclusion of this belief is that, like, I don't want to say this sounds too corny, but it's like we live in a calculated world, like a simulation or whatever. But I won't say we live in a simulation. It's like it's not even a simulation, but to a degree, it's like a simulation. Like, for example, back then we used to believe that we live in this purgatory or whatever. Like, this world is just a test, right? But then we invented computers, and we have a higher knowledge, and new knowledge comes, and we think that we are in a computer simulation, AI, whatever. Sooner or later, in the long run, we will come up with a new realization. We're not in a simulation. We're in something else. You get what I mean?
Sure, but what is expecting that? Like, we expect that there might be a new realization. What do we do with that information?
It's like it helps you to basically like tackle life goals, and you can like achieve anything you want in life, and the possibility is endless, because anything that you can build is possible, like flying cars or airplanes or whatever, right? So it's like it puts you in this perspective, it puts you in this mindset that anything is possible. Life is just like a Lego world that you can build, play, and everyone is like actors, like so this is a bit hard to wrap your head around, but like, if you look at yourself in the mirror, like, what would you see? Like the face, right?
Sure.
Okay, the face, your face. And what is your face? Your face is a mask, right?
And what's the true self underneath? What do you think?
That's the thing. Like, if you look at your family, your friends, everyone, the presidents and everyone, animals, they all have a face, right? They all have a mask.
Right.
So everyone is wearing a mask. Like, we are on a stage right now in the universe. This is like a clown world, everyone's wearing a mask. everyone is a clown, but they don't realize they are the clown. They are acting right now. But life is feels so real and everything. 5 senses, like it puts you in this like this is reality, you know, like we feel like this is real, but we're just actors on a stage wearing masks.
What are we acting? Like acting would
Play.
imply
It's a
that
play,
there's
like-
acting would imply that there's another level of reality, that this is just the acting part. What is the real reality? Like, what are we playing here?
It's
Because
like
you're starting to like
like
teetering on like it.
Yeah.
Nothing's making sense. Kind of like, you know, everything is man-made. Everything's a social construct. So what is underneath all that?
Yeah. Well, you know, I don't know, but I know that we are, you know, acting.
Are we acting like on purpose? What if we don't act? What would that look like?
Let's say you can say that that's like a Buddhist who meditates all day because he thinks that, you know, by not doing actions or by just meditating, you're free from your desire or from like urges or from like being the slave to the mind, you know, like, oh, I want to go eat, I want to be an actor in Hollywood, I want to ride cars. Buddhists will be like, okay, I'm just going to stand still like a rock and not do anything, like a tree, like a body tree. So I will just be like a rock and not act. That's Buddhist, you know?
So what's your understanding of not acting?
Not acting is like like you meditate, you don't do anything, you're just empty mind, not acting, just existing. That's not acting.
So what do you do with the realization or the claim that everyone's acting?
Sure. So you can become like let's say you're watching theater, right? You're watching a movie. This is like some 1600s where it's just a theater. There's no movie, and you're watching from the seat. You're sitting down. So you realize it's a play, and you can go out anytime you want, or you can join and become pick a costume, go back from the go to the back rooms, go to the costume room, and you can pick your clothes. You can talk to the theater director. Hey, I want to be
Wait,
a
so
clown.
are you saying
Okay,
you can
yeah.
like, are you saying you could do anything and you don't have to necessarily adhere to societal norms or whatever acting that we're doing?
Yeah, you can literally become anything you want.
Okay,
You can
well,
become
if,
like, let's
if
say,
that's the
an
conclusion,
astronaut. Yeah.
yeah. Well, in reality, there's a lot more steps to becoming an astronaut than like that. That's a good example. No amount of believing that you can become an astronaut would change the fact that, you know, after a certain age, if you're a certain height, you're never going to become an astronaut because there's certain criteria and opportunities. So, but I get what you mean in a general sense that, yeah, if you realize that there's a lot more choice. Yeah. Okay. That's a good conclusion, I guess, that you have more choice than you think. And a lot of what you go along with, yeah, you need to give yourself more agency, I guess. That's how I would summarize that, but I hope that's what you meant.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, yeah, thank you for sharing your beliefs with us. Is there anything that you wanted to ask or share before you go?
Yeah, I wanna show you this one before I go.
Well, I don't know if I can share anything, but you could try to share and I would see it on my screen, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah. Okay. I send on the chat.
Okay. Oh, you sent a link. Interesting.
Yeah.
So that's an animation of someone taking off their mask, kind of like, you guys know in The Office the scene with the doll that they were trying to do CPR on. Yeah, that's kind of it, taking off the mask, but the lady has a bunch of different masks. Okay. So you're trying to convey,
Yeah.
I guess, that one can have multiple masks.
Yeah. So like this goes down deep to like Freemasonry, secret societies, and everything. I was very intrigued to this like mystery
Okay,
school,
you
like secret
lost me.
societies. Like they have some knowledge that we
Sorry.
don't have access to, because I asked them, is there a book that is
Mhm.
not in public?
Are you still there? Okay. Hey, are you still there? I think he was speaking some truth that the Freemasons didn't want us to hear. Hey, are you back? Hello.
Wait, I'm back.
Okay, you're back. Okay, no, you
What were
lost
you
me when
saying?
you got to you lost me when you got to that part. Like I was worried that based on everything that you're saying, there's gonna be some wild like conspiracy theory behind this. So you think there's knowledge that the Freemasons have access to that we don't, or something?
Like you can ask them and become the member, and you will know, because there are books, there are knowledge. Basically, books are knowledge, right? So basically, there's a knowledge inside that lodge, inside that Freemasonry library,
Have you
that
ever
is
read
not
them?
available to the public.
Have you read
No,
them?
but I
So
tried to
how do
talk
you
to them.
know?
No,
How do you know that they
I
exist?
tried to talk to them
Mhm.
because I talked to no, I talked to the Freemasonry guys, okay, and they told me about this. Like they have a book inside the library that is not available in the public arena, so you cannot find anywhere. So they could have like knowledge about this, like the clown world, the masks and everything. It sounds like conspiracy, but the picture I showed you, the link, is Ariana Grande. So she's like one of the higher ups, elites, and whatever singer. She could have this knowledge from. I'm not saying this is conspiracy, but like when you're really at the upper echelon of society and everything, like you need to have some sort of like knowledge in order to like.
Not necessarily. There's a lot of stupid people who make it to become popular. Like, there's some da'wah men, for example. Are they Freemasons, or they have knowledge with Freemasonry to become popular? You got to be careful with these like theories,
Sure.
because yeah, it starts to
Yeah.
get a bit like it's a bit of a rabbit hole. And
Wild.
once you, yeah,
Okay, I get it.
be careful with that kind
I
of
need to
stuff.
stay. Yeah. Okay. Right.
Try to be grounded a bit. I'm still looking at that animation, and it's just an
It's
animation.
creepy,
Yeah.
hell. It's creepy. Yeah.
Like people do a bunch of 3D stuff, but yeah, I hope that you remain grounded throughout your beliefs and reconstructing reality. Just make sure not to go too far, or like believe that there's secret knowledge that some people are using and some aren't. Even if such a thing does exist, which it really does not. Some people seem to focus on other outlooks in life that are very positive, and they live and die happy without having to know what secret gave Ariana Grande her fame, So try not to feel like a fear of missing out, that there's a big secret that you don't know.
Right.
Like, that's what I would say. Because I know
Sounds
that's
good.
that's a big draw. Like when I was younger, I wasn't a
Yeah.
conspiracy theorist or something, but this notion that, for example, in Islam, there's this secret name
Yeah.
of God, like, or a secret prayer that if you say it, you will get anything you want.
Yeah.
Right?
I know that. Yeah.
I don't know if like
yeah.
all Muslims believe
It's
that or not, but
one word.
yeah, it's like the one. And how do you know it?
Yeah.
Well, you pray hard enough, and God will tell you it. I felt like I was missing out. Like
You will
there's
get
this
it.
big
Yeah.
secret, So yeah, just be careful with
Right.
that feeling. Like it'll drive you to desperation of like the promise of the thing, So yeah. Anyway,
Right.
thanks for sharing your beliefs
Okay,
with us.
sounds good.
Yeah.
No problem.
Take care and have a good rest
Awesome.
of your day.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Bye-bye.
You too.
All right. So thanks, David. Aladdin says, Aladdin, you're the man. Thanks a lot. And huge thank you to Paul, who was giving super chats earlier, please don't be this generous. I feel very awkward about it. But I really appreciate it. Thank you very much. And thank you to everyone who's watched so far, or even if you've watched a portion of this. I can't believe it's been 6 hours, and I'm gonna do this twice a week apparently. But no, by the way, about that, I have 2 times set on the banner in my channel, 2 times a week. I'm gonna try to do 2, but some weeks it might be 1, some weeks it might be the other. So, just keep an eye out for one of these 2 times, and usually I try to put it out in advance. So yeah, thank you everybody for joining today, for commenting. There's a bunch of interesting discussions in the live chat, and I hope you get to continue those in the comments or somewhere else. Thanks to all the callers today, and I will try to segment this video and at a different time, I guess. Have a good rest of your day, everybody, and as always, don't forget to like, subscribe, all that stuff, and think critically and think for yourself.